It's time again to conquer the battlefield. "20 squads, 16 days of action. Fight for the top 2 spots. More than $200,000 on the line. Get ready for the PMPL South Asia Season 2.
And after the first day, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for day number 2. Welcome once again to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 2. My name is Super Johnny. I'm your host for this event. And talking about the event, I mean, my sleeves are rolled up along with all the players that had a chance to get the action started. And along with the action for the players, the action for us has also started. So I'm going to introduce my colleagues all over again. First, starting over to the left-hand side of me is going to be the amazing commentators, Ocean and the Experiment.
Thank you so much, Johnny. It's a pleasure and a privilege being here. Day 2, and I like one thing. Your sleeves are rolled up, so are we. And I like the fact that we're dressed in black. We're the men in black for you today.
We are the people out here that are going to, just take out all the action for this one, because this is going to be a thrilling day, because yesterday was an example still about to be set up today in the continuation.
Yes, sir.
Exactly. It was just the beginning, and today being day 2, I think the action is going to carry forward from there, and it's going to build up. Let's hope the teams are going to be performing even better than yesterday. Some of the teams did show up pretty big, but the expectations were sort of overturned with a few exceptions being in the leaderboard. And talking more about that is going to be my analyst, ladies and gentlemen, Shadow and Fixes. How are you guys?
We are good, Johnny. Thank you so much for the introduction. How are your Fixes?
Well, I am doing good. I am excited. I'm ecstatic because in the first day we saw all the South Asian teams rising up, and today I really hope that the Pakistani teams as well pick up the pace.
Well, definitely. We're going to expect for them to pick up the pace as well. But along with that, there was this one surprising thing that happened yesterday. It was the entrance of Group E in the last game for the day, ladies and gentlemen. And we did expect them to perform and did expect the teams like Bablu, DRS, DE to sort of come in and just blow our minds. But that sort of did not happen. Let's talk about a few other things that have blown our minds. It's going to be starting things off the format of this tournament, the format of PMPL South Asia Season 2. So once again, we have 3 weeks of league stages, 20 teams divided into 5 groups of 4 teams each. 12 days of league play, 5 matches per day, as we said yesterday as well. And 3 teams from every single group are going to move on to the finals. The 16th team is going to be the best of the remaining lot. And in the finals, there's going to be 4 days of non-stop PUBG Mobile action. So finals are going to be action-packed, but to get there, there's still a long journey for us. And it's just day 2.
Yes, it's just day 2. We saw the slight glimpse of what finals are going to bring on day 1. The way teams were performing, some of the teams performing beyond our expectations. So I think till finals, I think it's going to be a full action-packed journey.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be an action-packed journey. And one thing that's even more action-packed is the fight for the prize money, ladies and gentlemen. So the prize pool for the PUBG Mobile Pro League this time in South Asia has been allocated as $200,000 in total. But for the league stages, we only have $65,500. First position is going to get 10,000. The second is going to get 8,000. Third, 6,000. Fourth, 4,000. And the prize money is going to keep on going down. 17th to 20th position, you only get $1,000. But along with that, prize money for every single week for the team with the most points per week and the MVP for the week as well.
Yeah, of course. And alongside that, the top two teams are going for the GC. That's the thing about also. And of course, that's a lot of money on the line. The teams definitely want that. But alongside that, they are fighting for that reputation to be the best team in South Asia.
In South Asia, and then if you qualify for the Global Championship, you get those 2 slots for the Global Championship, you're going to be fighting to call yourself the best in the world.
Yes, definitely. There is going to be a chance to become best of the best in the world. So let's see which of the 2 teams are going to be competing over there. But there's still a lot of time for that.
Yeah, there is a long journey. And to move forward in that journey, you're going to have to do something that is earn points in every single match that you play. And earning points this time is a little bit harder because, well, the point system has been revamped, ladies and gentlemen. And we have the new point system that we do see it in action these days. The first position only gets 15 points now. The second gets 12 points. The third gets 10 points. Fourth gets 8 points. Points keep on dropping. 13 to 16. This time you get 0 points for yourself. But one thing that is responsible for all the action that we saw yesterday and all the action that we will see today and in the future is going to be 1 kill, 1 point.
Yeah, that's something that we did get to see yesterday, as how all the teams, racked up a lot of points. Talk about T2S, the T2K, in fact, the way they were playing, Frankie, his teammates, Jod and Jane, regardless of the fact that they could not get a lot of chicken dinners, but they still made sure that they had a good start and they carried it forward. But somewhere down the line, we saw them kind of fizzling out, but I'm pretty sure that they will pick themselves back up again.
Well, one can only hope, right? One can only hope for the favorite teams and the favorite players to come in and perform to their maximum potentials. But with that in mind, let's have a look at the groups that are going to be playing and how they have been divided, ladies and gentlemen. Starting things off, Group A has Assiduous Esports, a team that stood up tall above everyone else, and now they are really far ahead of the competition. But joining them, it's going to be INES and Team T2K, as Fixes was mentioning them, along with the champions of Pakistan, Team SCYTES. But that is just Group A. Moving forward, we will have a look at Group B as well, where we see PN Crew joined by Abrupt Slayers, 7C Esports, and R3D Esports.
Yes, definitely. R3D we saw yesterday, they were struggling a little bit, but Abrupt Slayers, they performed really well in the scrims, and they tried to perform yesterday also. In one of the match, they got 10 kills in their favor. So let's see what they are going to today. And if we talk about Group C, in Group C, we have Team Venom Legends. We saw Venom Legends perform in this one of the Senok map. They were trying to rectify their mistakes also, but we'll get to that later. Then we have Team ElementriX, FutureStation, which was, if we talk about consistency, they were consistent, and that's why they were at the second spot and the overall leaders also at one point of the time. Then we have 247 Gaming. They were struggling yesterday.
Yeah, they were absolutely struggling, with the name that they have built up for themselves. That was a bit, kind of off the grid. I expected a lot more from them. But as we move forward, Group D, we do have A1 Esports. They've been doing good. They've been up there. But PAINxELMT, my, they have been struggling. And VTNxJyanMaara, they've had a few good fights, but they can still do better. But Stalwart Esports, they did show us a lot of grit and determination. But, it was those Pakistani teams that we have such huge expectations from. And when they kind of mess up, it hurts a lot. But as we move along further, Group E, well, the group of death, like Johnny loves to call that.
I mean, Group E, Team Bablu, DEADEYES guys, DRS Gaming, and High Voltage also in there. This group is going to be action-packed. The best part is we're going to see them playing all day today.
Yeah, so, of course. Yesterday, the map in Sanhok, we did witness DRS, they were playing really good. Yep. But one thing that they did not really have in their minds, that they had to get inside the circle. They were picking up a lot of fights, but then again, they kind of messed up while getting inside the zone, and they have to rectify that.
And also talking about Group E, I mean, it was the fact that the other groups had been playing the entire day. They weren't warmed up enough. But today, they're going to be playing right from the get-go, right off the map. And I think that's going to allow this group the opportunity to sort of get into the zone little by little, and then maybe towards the end of the day, they are going to be stepping up like they did during the scrims. But it is going to be quite an interesting thing to see what they plan to do in order to come back.
Yes, definitely. They'll have to do a comeback because Group D played just one match yesterday, and that was not up to our expectations or the expectations of the fans. And But I think Group E, we have been talking a lot about this group, that they are performing so well. But I think other teams like Assiduous and T2KG are going to give a tough competition to them.
Exactly. Talking about Assiduous Esports, I mean, almost on the verge of getting a hat-trick in the terms of chicken dinners. Right on the very first day, this team made a statement. I mean, we were really critical of them during the scrims when they weren't performing really well. And yesterday, they almost shut all our mouths, I have to say. And individually, be it in the team fights, be it players clutching in some crucial moments, this team, they played really well.
Almost got the hat-trick over there. And even if you talk about the Vikendi match, well, they were just over there. They could have really made it, and things were kind of a bit sketchy out there. But even in Sanhok, they were doing so good. And we do see some glimpses from yesterday's games. Assiduous Esports, they were just there every single time. Z1 Crazy, he had surprised me. The way he played in Vikendi, the way he went up against the players of ElementriX, had gotten them pinned down, did not let them get inside the circle, and in the final fight against Team PN Crew as well. So it was the card stacked against them. PN Crew still had the higher advantage, but they took them down. They got that chicken dinner. They had a huge morale boost for them. And I am expecting higher and even better things from this team.
Yes, definitely. Assiduous is the team. We have high expectations, and one more team is going to be T2K. This fight between two of the best teams of day one. This was a pretty intense fight, and Team Assiduous did manage to take down T2K in that fight.
Yeah, and talking about Team T2K, I mean, Assiduous Esports, they had an amazing run towards the end of the day. But the first two games, they had a slow start.
Yeah.
And that slow start is what Team T2K used for themselves. I want to hear from you guys. Team T2K, first two games, phenomenal performance. But in the next two, their plane just went whoop.
You know, like I say, every day is not Sunday, and every single game, it's the situations, right? Sometimes you cannot really control the situation around you. The time you're kind of rotating around, you might feel that yes, I am making the right rotation, but there might just be that enemy over there waiting for you to take you down. We did see some bad plays while they were just blindly rushing onto Wits' squads. They could have certainly avoided that, but it's all right. They definitely must have gone back to the drawing boards and will rectify the mistakes today.
Well, let's hope that happens today, because the numbers and the stats of the players are on our screens right now. And I think majority of these damage numbers, these kill numbers, were sort of accumulated in the first two games itself. But look at that. GR Jane, 11 kills.
Yes, amazing 11 kills. Look at his damage, 2,402 damage. I think this guy performed superbly well. Frankie, in this particular fight, he little messed up, but he got the backup, but a little late, he lost his life. And look at the Zord, the way he held on to his shack. I think this particular fight, if Zone had been in the favor of T2K, they would have gotten that chicken dinner, but Zord had to expose himself, and the players of FutureStation capitalized on that opportunity and took him down and went for that chicken dinner.
You know what? I really don't care in this game that T2K did not get the chicken dinner, because that last fight from Zord, the way he used those grenades perfectly, I mean, it was perfect usage of utility. Showed us why it's important to have those green balls in your backpack. And it was so crucial as well that one individual player was controlling the entire opposing team all alone. Even though, I mean, Jane, had he been there, the fight would have went in a totally different direction with the sort of momentum this team T2K was coming from. But still, Zord, an amazing performance. And then in the next match, we did see Jane also stand up and get those frags.
You know, if I have to talk about the other teams, well, FutureStation is something that we cannot rule out. They have been a team that have been focusing on all those position points. They've been very consistent. They've not had the best of kills, but I'm sure if you get all those positions out, you are going to do a lot better today.
You're going to do a lot better as far as all the teams are concerned, but if you want to make it to the finals in an easier way, all you got to do is finish in the top 3 in your groups, and we have the group-wise standings in front of us, where Assiduous Esports, I mean, look at that, 78 points. Then the second team is going to be T2K with 54 points. So since these two teams are in the same group, I think there's not going to be a single day we won't have fun-filled matches.
Yeah, definitely, and we can't ignore INES. INES had a very good first day, and if you talk about Group B, Abrupt Slayers, they performed really well in the scrims also, and now also they are being, what should I say, being an underdog or something. I'm not able to find that exact word, but they are making their mark somewhere. And if you talk about PN Crew, in one of the match, we saw them getting amazing kills on that Vikendi map, but you can't just perform in the one match, you have to perform in every match.
Definitely got to perform in every single match. But one interesting thing over there was the lowest points for a team in Group A was 37. 37 is the points that PN Crew has. Group A has been playing really, really amazing. Even though teams from Group B have played 4 games and, Group E has just played 1. 3 groups have played 5 matches. Out of the 5 matches that happened yesterday, 3 chicken dinners are with the teams of Group A. Moving forward in Group C, we have FutureStation getting 1 chicken dinner for themselves. 58 points, 52 points for ElementriX, just keeping things really, really close. Venom Legends as well with 46 points. So these 3 teams, they've had good games. Be it about kills, be it about placement points, but 2 for 7, they're really far behind.
Yeah, of course, and that definitely hurts them. Having just a 3-man roster playing out there in a few games we did see, and punctuality, like XP talks, is of absolute essence. But talk about Group D, we have A1 Esports leading the chart over here with 48 points. And talk about the remainder of the teams. They are kind of struggling. 23, 13, 10, certainly not acceptable. But as we move along further, Group E, well, they just had that 1 game played. So we are not going to be too strict on towards their players. But I really have high expectations from DRS and DEADEYES, because this is also a rivalry building up right from PMCO finals.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. But as we were saying, when these teams stepped into the battle arena yesterday, we expected them to have a really, really aggressive start and get a lot of kills. But might be today they are going to be stepping up, might not be. We're going to find out. But before we find out, let's have a look at the schedule for the day and see the map rotations and how they're going to be played out. Also the groups as well. When are the groups going to switch? We're going to see that on our schedule, ladies and gentlemen. And it's going to be quite interesting because today, Group A is going to be taking a rest in the last 2 games of the day. Before that, match number 1, which is going to be on Miramar, match number 2 on Vikendi, and match 3 on Erangel. We're going to have the groups as A, C, D, and E. For match 4 and match 5, the Miramar and the Vikendi matches, we're going to have B, C, D, and E. Okay, after this, after looking at the groups and the schedule for the day, I want to hear from you guys first. What are your expectations going to be from the teams?
I think it's going to be a little slow, considering we have 2 Miramar and 2 Vikendi. In Sanok, we have seen it's a fast-paced map. Players just there is a fight always happening in that particular map. But yesterday we saw in Vikendi. Vikendi was also full of surprises yesterday, so we have to see how that is going to go. But I think it's going to be a little slow fights in the starting at least.
Right, what about you?
Well, talk about Miramar, I think it's going to be DRS Gaming. I think the high ground has to be of absolute importance, and whichever team does take that has a good chance of winning.
All right, so I'm going to do one thing. I'm going to step off my high horse right here, and I'm going to move forward to the other side of the desk with the amazing, amazing casters, because I want to hear what they have to say about this as well. Experiment.
Well, first of all, Johnny, you are way too kind. I appreciate that. And, you are kind of putting us on the spot right now, don't you think? Because he wants us to pick a team. All right, Ocean, you started off.
I want to pick a team. If it's out there, I would say I want to pick a group. Group E will be the one that, will be dominating the whole day.
It is possible because they are going to be playing all 5 games today, so we might just see some momentum build up. But again, it's too early to tell right now.
Oh, well, that's the thing, right? It's going to be the game of momentum. But I'm going to let you guys handle things from here because the action is about to get started.
Thank you, Johnny. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, now this is what you have been actually waiting for. I know you like all our talks, but I'm pretty sure you want us to get off and you want the match to start, so we are not going to make you wait any longer.
Not any longer. This is going to be the first game for today, and the main, the main thing, the most important thing is that once again this sets up the mood for all the teams to start off for the whole day, because today, as they said, as they talked about, it might be a slow day, but those teams don't want it to go slow. They are like, get those chicken dinners as quickly as you can.
Absolutely. I mean, it is about going in for the win. It's all about building your momentum and, getting that confidence infusion and all that. If you start off the day with a bang, I'm pretty sure it's going to go good throughout, but this is what I love. I love this new feature. You can have a look at all your favorite players on your screen right now. Let me see. Can you guys pick out your favorites right now? Ocean, what about you? Who stands out for you right now?
All right, I can see, in the red jersey, in the the lowest of the columns you can see out there. That's DE's players out there on those areas. If you're talking about I can see some few other players as well. But well, the favoritism comes up when they get a lot of kills and when it all starts. I can see some PMPL pillows as well with the players,
I like that.
Just, showing them off. But the most important thing is the match. Which team can show off their first chicken dinner for today as we go forward, as the flight path will be right in front of your screens, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. The plane has took off and there are going to be players just jumping off from the side of El Azhar. We can see till Ladriela is with the flight path. It's Picaro and San Martin all in the bounds.
I mean, the plane path is kind of splitting the map in half as it is, and all the teams are definitely going to be heading to their favorite drop spots. But now I want to see some action at Hacienda del Patron. Now, a few teams do like going there, and we almost had an early clash yesterday. Now, the best thing about the PMPL South Asia Season 2 is the meta has kind of changed. A lot more aggressive. And do you think it's the new point system that is basically bringing in this change?
I would say yes, because that's kind of a thing that I wanted to see more. Focusing on the kill points, focusing on all those things. Yesterday, we also saw quite those M24 shots, going bang on. So
beautiful.
I asked you about the guns and all, but what's your favorite drop in this one?
I mean, I'm an old school guy. I stick to one thing, right? So I started off at Hacienda del Patron. I'd go there or I'll go to San Martin. I mean, those are my favorite places. But, you can't just stick to one place. That is what we've learned, because sometimes you've got to make a few adjustments. So you've got to be a master of all, a jack of all trades, so to speak. But I just want to see some action. And it looks like a couple of teams are going to be heading in towards each other, especially at San Martin and Hacienda. I do believe it's going to be Team 16, the boys from 24/7 Gaming, getting right in the thick and thin of the action.
So this is where the things, kind of become tricky. As we were talking about all those things, the circle is kind of going towards the Los Leones side, and Minas Generales, as we can see, Graveyards is also a very crucial area. Plus, now this Miramar becomes a tricky Miramar for quite a lot of teams, because yesterday, Group E was not there when we were playing Miramar, right? So now Group E comes up, DRS Gaming, we can see they are right next to sides, and, FS as well, along to the southern sides of El Pozo, as we can say. DRS coming up from the group, the group of dead that they are calling, that's Group E as of now. And the DE as well, they are going to Hacienda side. That's where other teams are. You can see 247's players, ElementriX as well, just onto that area. So yeah, that kind of creates a lot of different things. But Team Bablu, this is their drop location, Valdemar.
Absolutely. Just talking about Hacienda once again, it's probably one of the most famous drop spots in Miramar, barring maybe Picado, right? And the best thing is you get this little prize. You get that golden Mirado, that shiny, glistening vehicle. And if you drive them around, I'm pretty sure it's going to instill a little bit of fear in the opponents when they have the scopes on. And they're like, all right, so these guys were brave enough to go to Hacienda. They should be well kitted out. So, they are going to be a force to be reckoned with. But, again, anything can happen. And contrary to what happened yesterday, no shots have been fired as yet, and all 64 players are still alive.
Now teams are kind of, I would say, are thinking of everything. Now they're like, let's not just go for the clashes right off the bat, because, we might just get one kill, but we might just lose one player as well of our own self. So they're like playing everything by the thought process, and the thought process is like, all right, kills are important, but not at the start. We can get those kills even at the end as well. So it's like we need to see where the kills will be coming up from. We'll have to see how that just goes up for the players. But onto the El Pozo side, as you can see, FS's Steel Shot is out here. And Razur onto the other side of the road. We'll have to see what happens when these players are going to be, colliding with each other. But Steel Shot, look at him. Just with the phone, that's focus, that's concentration, the way these guys are, giving each and every call perfectly. And you can see that cross here. That's Candid Side coming up.
The Candid Side, of course, a wonderful addition to PUBG Mobile. It really makes your weapons a lot more versatile, and that is what you want. You want those level 3 helmets that the gentleman just picked up. Now, we might see a little bit of a firefight break out in El Pozo between FutureStation and the SCYTES. Now, the SCYTES, they had a good-ish day yesterday. I mean, we expected a lot more from them. Of course, they did come out as the winners from Pakistan, but something wasn't really going for them. Of course, this is day 2, so, there's enough time to bridge that gap, so to speak. But looking at the zone, it is going to force people to go a bit towards the southeast later on. I wonder if we ever going to have a circle near those islands just offshore of Puerto Paraiso. That would be something that is going to be interesting. But again, I want to see some fights break out. What do you think? Where is the first skirmish going to take place? Is it going to be El Pozo, or is it going to be somewhere like San Martin or Hacienda?
I was hoping El Pozo because, the players were pretty close to each other, but it did not happen. So, just like you said, some players, they move on to Hacienda, get that golden Mirado as well. So I want to see fights happening for that Mirado.
That's a
not just for,
statement.
yeah, not just for the kill points, but also for that bragging rights of that Mirado. Yeah. We took it. We did not just, we are not just driving it. We snatched it from other players. That's one thing I would want to see out here. So those things might just happen. But the central-ish area of the zone, that's where Lost Zone is. That's completely empty, except for one team, that's A1 Esports, a team that had the final chicken dinner, yes.
Absolutely. Just talking about the golden Mirado again, I'm pretty sure if I saw one of my opponents driving it, first of all, it's a massive target, right? Because you know where those players have
your
been.
eye.
It does catch your eye, and it shines so bright as well. But I don't know, I'm going to be one of those jealous kinds who's going to just let a few shots in, damage that vehicle, because, if I can't have it, no one can have it. But anyway, let's have a look at the map right now. And I was talking about the zone. I wanted to shift a bit towards the southeast. Maybe those islands might come and play. Can that happen? Can you conjure some forces from the future and make that happen, Ocean?
I would say rarest of the rare case, but look at this. Your call, my friend. Your call. 24/7 has that golden thing out there just flaunting. It's just, it's shiny and fresh just out of the garage now with all that paint job being done. But now it's time to move, and the movement is coming up. And look at that muscle power.
I'm pretty sure they're going to drive this car. You got to take it easy. No, don't scratch the paint. You cannot scratch the paint. This is an excellent vehicle. But anyway, 24/7 over here. They haven't had the best start to this tournament. But again, it is day 2, so we can give a little bit of leeway to all the players that are participating. But right now, I do believe 24/7, they're just going to make sure that they get all their players together and head over for another... Well,
another Mirado.
First of all, if you are driving the...
Oh, no. Catching the eye, mate. Catching the eye.
That's what we were talking about. Somebody has spotted it out.
Well, somebody did spot it out, and the maximum damage was done to that Mirado only as of now. Because so far, nothing bad is going to happen because the vehicle was put at the right place at the right time. But for now, 247, they know the targets, but they don't know the names. DE is out there, and DE had a decent day yesterday, but 247 not so good. They are in the groups. They're the last team. They need to step up their game, and this might be the match that they need to do it.
I mean, let's see if they do make a statement. But again, you want to get into that rhythm. The first game, you kind of just test the waters. That's what we've seen, except yesterday, because teams like D2K and Venom Legends, boy, they pretty much wiped out half the server between themselves. So, anything can happen. This is a different Miramar from yesterday. We should have seen a couple of bodies drop by now. But again, it just means there's going to be more action later on. So I guess it all works out in the end. But as far as DE go, they're like, you know what, we took a few shots. It wasn't a viable position to shoot from. They are going to go in for a better position. And, well, I guess we are going to have to wait for that first knock.
We are going to have to wait for that first knock as we speak. But as of now, you can see 7 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock right now. Just to think about right now, as we see, and the first zone is coming up slowly and steadily. The first zone, not so bad of a thing. But on to the other side, you can see SCYTES is one of the teams that has to go from El Pozo inside the zone, and outside they have a really open area. Team Bablu can go for the southern rotation. SCYTES can go till Picaro. No one's contesting them, so those teams are good. But Assiduous, this team has had impressive day 1. They just need to do one thing, and that's, continue it forward.
Absolutely, and they almost got that treble yesterday, which was just something insane. And talk about setting records. We've already had 19 kills. We almost had the big 2-0 yesterday, courtesy of PN Crew. And Assiduous almost getting away with that hat-trick. So I'm pretty sure the bar has been set really high this time around, right from the get-go. That is something that is quite exciting. But over here right now, we have A1 Esports. They have the lower ground, while Assiduous Esports definitely are going to have a little bit of an advantage. But then, there are pros and cons to everything. Yes, you are shooting down at your enemy, but then you can get spotted from elsewhere as well.
Can you kind of say Kurkure has a black ghillie suit or something? This
it
is,
does look like it.
Yeah, that's kind of like it. But well, A1 Esports. So this team, all right, I want to ask you, how do you see this team? Yesterday's last game they had a chicken dinner, but then how do you want them to continue it? Because last game happened yesterday. Now it's first game, so momentum kind of breaks out and all this. No doubt they practiced, they had those team meetings. But what do you think that they should be doing right now to have that chicken again?
See, of course, practice makes perfect, right? And that is very essential for anything. Whatever you are doing, you need to practice. But we'll come back to that point in a second, as a few shots have been fired. And by the look of things, Assiduous' Kurkure is trying to let some lead off in Shocket's direction, but they are going to spread out. Now, talking about A1 Esports, yes, they did win that game yesterday, but they were always in the thick and thin of the action in all the games. So it's not like, it was a luck factor or something that came in. But of course, they did get a little unlucky as far as the zone rotations and all go. But I do believe they are a versatile team and they can get the job done.
Hopefully they will be getting the job done, but they are against ASE, the team that was deadly yesterday. I mean, almost the third chicken dinner was theirs, and that was, back to back. But well, I'll tell you one thing. So Fixus knows about it, Joy knows about it. There's a curse of 3 chicken dinners.
Oh.
If you get 3 chicken dinners, after that, your gameplay kind of just falters out. We have seen that happening.
Maybe it's because you become a bit too complacent. You're like, yeah, we got 3 chicken dinners. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but in scrims, this happened with DRS. They had 3 chicken dinners. They were at the top on the day 1, day 2, day 3. No, they went down. And same went with ElementriX as well. Just a bit, but ElementriX obviously was performing really, really good. But it kind of comes down to those things, 3 chicken dinners kind of, throws you apart. That's kind of a curse.
I guess it kind of depends on whether you really believe a lot about, voodoo or all that kind of stuff. But let's see if we can try to break it. Maybe some team might just get 4 chicken dinners. We'll have a look and see as PAINxELMT's Luffy is trying to lay down a few shots in the direction of INES. And looks like Dare actually got torn apart a little bit. He is low on HP. Definitely took a few shots, but looks like he is behind cover now and is going to have enough time to recuperate. The zone, unfortunately, moved a bit towards the northwest, which is kind of disappointing because we're not going to have any island play there. We have the circle on our screens right now. Everyone is pretty much inside the zone, barring maybe a couple of teams towards the south. But Luffy is still relentless with that Mini 14.
I still love the way these players are still playing, right? No casualties yet. I mean, there were some shots fired up when we saw Golden Mirado. There have been some shots. You can see this guy, Luffy, has had 20 damage for himself. So, but still, as of now, no casualties. That means all right. So this comes down to one thing. If you get knocked, that's obviously your mistake. But if I finish you, then that's a big mistake on your side because you were not able to get inside the cover.
Talking about knocks, there you go.
Pikachu goes down.
Pika-P is down. Somebody definitely needs to come and help him out. But again, these fights are going to be at range. So, those revives are definitely going to be possible unless, you get caught out outside the wall. Then it's going to be a tough time crawling back on your bloody knees. But looks like Pikachu is going to be picked up. There you go. And Gyalzen took a few shots as well. So, again, a long trade-off.
But both the teams are from the same group. We were talking about Group E, right? Yesterday, they just started with 1 game, but today they'll be having that momentum. Like, all the 5 games they're going to be playing. So do you see some shift for these teams? Like, do you have any expectations for these teams as they started with just 1 game yesterday, but now with all the games for them?
Now, you bring up a really good point because they did play that 1 game and none of them made it to the top 10.
Yeah.
So they got eliminated early on. Now, there's 2 things that I can say, right? A, of course, momentum matters. Now, as a player, you know this as well. You have to get your hands warmed up, so to speak. Maybe that could be a thing. Maybe they were kind of having a look at what was happening in the previous games, and it's all psychological as well. The mental aspect of this game is super crucial, which I think people are understanding now. You have to be mentally strong. Skills, yes, they do matter, but a lot of us can point and shoot. It's how you make of the situations and, how you basically traverse around them. That's what makes winners. So let's see. They are having a lot more games today. Let's see if they come up with something special.
Once again, all 4 players are surviving. Then comes down to communication as well. Because in this game, all right, it is not a gun. It's a responsibility just lying outside the zone, just a bit outside the zone. And there's Team Bablu right next to it as well.
It's a responsibility for you. For me, it's a BFG. You all know the acronym. Look it up. That is what it is. I mean, it is a responsibility because you can't be wasting that ammo. And I cringe a little bit harder when, somebody just fires a few shots and misses. It's like, nah, you have to conserve that ammunition.
Even if it's your opponent, you're like, just give it to me, man. I'll kill you with that.
I would gladly run around a map carrying 40 rounds of the AWP, but I will not shoot them because, they are precious. But anyway, we have a little bit of competition over here. Who's going to get their car in first? And looks like High Voltage, they have kind of capitalized on a situation over here. Looks like Huni is laying down some lead in Gurkure's direction. And now, as the teams are coming closer and closer, we are going to have some fights break out.
Water goes down. Teen Wolf might be the next going out there, but no, blah, blah, blah is out here. And I know you love his name, right? We'll discuss about that as well. But Teen Wolf is still moving, still unfazed with everything and blah, blah, blah. Just sits out there, has nothing for his damage.
It's like I'm watching Twilight right now because a vampire is going up against a wolf. You get what I mean?
Yeah, but Havoc might be the first casualty going down here as he needs a revive. And if Assassin goes down there, Muffin's going to be shooting him. But no, Tyr goes down by his own self. But Yashiro becomes the first one to go around as Gunnar gets the first blood for himself. As we see Orochi becomes the next one. What's happening?
I think something went wrong in transition. They were rotating, they got caught off, and all those explosions took them out.
All right, another one. INES, they get eliminated. just as we were speaking of this, the wrong rotations probably, something went wrong for the team, and INES becomes the first one to say bye-bye in the map of Miramar.
Well, Entry and his boys have had a quick exit in this game. The first ones to be eliminated. It is going to sting a little because 0 points, 0 kills. You know, they have a lot to make up in the remaining matches in the day, but right now we have a little bit of a stalemate between ASE and the boys from High Voltage. Now, Cooney, Aussie, Havoc, and Assassin, the way they are going to spread up in twos, it makes sense, but there's not a lot of options over here because you only have those little gaps in the walls where you can shoot from, and the thing is, you don't have a roof, so grenades can be lobbed in. They've got to be careful about that.
Yeah.
But I guess they should be rotating soon because the zone is going to be basically chipping in sometime. Meanwhile, over here, Shuvo laying down some lead in ASE's direction. Again, have a look at how quickly they moved around already.
That movement was pretty good. Actually, I was going to talk about that as well because, see, they knew that there were players that will be having their eyes on them, but the movement was crucial. It was important because the circle is also coming out from one direction, and we are down to 15 plus minutes. Yesterday, we had like, what, 11 teams surviving at this time? Now it comes down to how you're thinking. The thinking capabilities of these teams is incredible. DE on one bridge. Tyrant is stuck in the middle as there's ElementriX is blah, blah, blah onto the other side. So Tyrant, if he has to get out of this one, he might have to perform a miracle, and that miracle might not happen as they are at the edge of the circle as well for now.
Well, he might be a Tyrant, but looks like he is in a bit of a pickle right now. I'm pretty sure he can't really move around because that would give his position away. Have a look at this. Venom Legends, they have their vehicles. I like the fact that they have 4 vehicles at their disposal. That means that mobile cover can come up anytime that they need it. And have a look at how they are in a little bit of a crater over here. I like the fact that, you know, they are properly dug in.
Yeah.
The zone has kind of shrunk in on itself, while T2K's Frankie is going to unload on High Voltage as Assassin goes down, and elsewhere, Ghost is picking out Mafia Ninja.
Mafia Ninja, DRS is in a bit of trouble as we speak, and Playzone's also taking down players as Havoc goes down as his HP was pretty low in the situations and he needs a revival, but will he be able to get that? That's a question. And T2K's ASG is T2K ASG's players are also looking good for the movements if they can go for it, but no, Bablu Tyrant, he wants to take up a fight against ElementriX, but Mr. Yozu, a good grenade coming right next to him. He has to move forward onto the other direction. Mr. Yozu is also safe right now, but Tyrant, oh my goodness, the teams are looking good, but Bablu and Pikachu onto this side, can they take up the fight? Look at that grenade going just in the right direction, but it was a bit overshot as we speak. Mr. Yozu can put up the perfect pressure from the left-hand side as Nang has to move in from the right-hand one.
I mean, I think that little rotation is going to come, but have a look at how Pikachu and Tyrant are up against a steep cliff over here. That is the little advantage that they have. The other players have to come up, but they are pushing it now. Blah, blah, blah goes in with that AK, with that Sonim, who actually gets the knock on Tyrant. We have ElementriX on a little bit of a rampage over here. Sonim is still taking shots from Teen Wolf. Ooh, I thought he was safe. But see, that's the thing about Miramar. You think, you presume you are safe, but then again, you don't know where you're getting shot from. So that is going to be a bit of an issue over here. Elsewhere, Giro Fair from JyanMaara has opened up on PAINxELMT as Doc gets knocked out.
The best part is ElementriX is taking fight onto the the downward side, but there's Teen Wolf onto the other side who's actually trying to suppress them, and he's doing it decent. They lost Sonim as in this situation, but now a gold 0. Aussie goes down. Blah blah blah. Shot, shot, shot. That's what he's doing out right now. But Danish Grenade takes on Frankie. Luffy takes on Gunner as we speak, and blah blah blah. Just obliterating the competition. Knock finish, knock finish. That's what the guy is doing perfect. But no, Dani. This is Team Bablu that we all know and have seen as they are moving forward. Look at this. He's moving forward, has an Uzi in his hands as he's moving. He's like, I don't need a backup right now, but if you're coming, it's always a cherry on the top.
It's always going to be better when you have your backup with you, but he could have moved in, done some damage elsewhere. Ghost is still going to be fighting it with DRS as AJ goes down. I want Crazy gets knocked out by Venom's Prophet. Meanwhile, we're going to join Evil Eye. He's shooting in that smoke. He knows a few shots connected, but he is going to go for that revive. Plenty of cover. He's got the thickets, he's got the bushes, and he has that pickup truck in front of him to block all those bullets. But now, I like the fact that people are falling. A lot of these teams have already been depleted to half their numbers. Assiduous, they look like they could be in trouble. Only 2 guys are standing.
Oh, no. I saw your legs. You're going to be taken down. But now it comes down to this thing. That vehicle can get a blast on its own. Muffins just, popping up those first aid. But Hanel is the one who's actually creating pressure. Kurkure has been taken down by Rohan. But Assiduous, again, is in their element. We'll have to see how much kills they actually acquire by the end of the game and if they survive or not, as right now they have lost 2 players, they have 3 kills, but the number should be increasing slowly and steadily. Now they have to be one with the zone as they are at the edge right now, have to take up the fight, but Envy is taking down Malik as of now, and Blade takes down Dark. Bablu Dani goes down as C2K is on its obliteration as well.
Now they are kind of getting getting themselves pinched in because they have teams on either side. So Assiduous, they have to be careful. Meanwhile, High Voltage is going to be bowing out in the 15th position. No kills for their names. Ooh, Muffin over here. Trying to see if he can catch the glimpse of the feed again. But Evil Eye is doing a little bit better this time. He's like, you know what? I see what you did over there. So let's have a look and see what's going to happen then. Meanwhile, I think they're going in for it. They are going in. Hannibal goes in. He moves a bit. Bobs and weaves. Gets that knock. And that's a squad wipe. With that, Venom Legends, one of the highest fragging teams from the first game yesterday, are out in the 14th position.
I mean, he could not do anything, right? The circles also was going to go down, and then moving 200, 300 meters inside the zone would have been a challenge for him. Bablu Tyrant, on the other hand, with that mini 14, takes down one player of the other team, but DRS and ElementriX. This rivalry is becoming stronger as we move on with the game. 5th circle going up, almost 20 minutes into the game as we see, but right now still 13 teams surviving. 38 players are out there, but look at so many teams who are outside the circle.
They are outside the circle, and the thing is, most of the teams are playing on the edge. I don't see anyone in the center of the new circles right now. Meanwhile, Tyrant is going to be loading off on blah, blah, blah as he gets taken down, and Shifu is picking a fight with PAINxELMT, but on our screens right now, Tyrant, with that Mini 14 and M4 combination, is wrecking havoc as far as DRS is concerned. And again, a lot of these fights are taking place along the edge. The blue zone is definitely going to play spoilsport.
It is going to do that, Mr. But Ghost, on the other hand, he's actually having his name in the dominations list, as you can see. But Nima from DRS takes down ElementriX. Mr. User, this might be bad for ElementriX, but FutureStation is where it gets worse as this team gets eliminated as Badrip was the final one to go down. Jane, on the other hand, this is 3rd knock for Jane, but Stalwart Esports also gets eliminated. But right now, Bablu Tyrant moving forward, does not have a helmet, but has a gun, and he knows what to give. The answer with that gun is a kill. Is moving forward onto Nag. Will he take him down? But Assiduous Esports gets eliminated, and this situation. Look at this, Nag, 1 versus 1. The perfect cover for Tyrant is right in front of them. Goes for reload, will be going for the kill. Jump shot, rocket, look at the other direction. There it is.
I mean, imagine if he had run out of bullets. That would have been really, really terrible for him, but he does get the job done. And, well, the Tyrant is going to be acting up, but a lot of teams just exited in quick succession. JyanMaara is out as well. We are now down to the final 7 teams in a matter of seconds. Only 19 people are alive. Assiduous is out. ElementriX is out. The big names are falling, and the kills are still going. Have a look at that kill feed over there. It is relentless. Meanwhile, Ghost over here with that M44X, that precision, getting the job done.
Yesterday, 247, they had a bad day, but right now they were going for the placement points. Were not that much looking for the kill points right now, as they have just 2, but still, they were trying to go good. But Tyrant knocked and finished by T2K. Venom T2K. This team has had amazing kills yesterday as well in one of the games, but Dante, oh my god, the man might be burning if he moves a bit to the left or something. We'll have to see what happens in the situation.
I mean, he is burning. There is a Molotov on his feet. Talk about Dante's Inferno. I mean, he is in his own hell right now. There is a lot of smoke cover around, so he is still kind of safe right now, but he's got opponents on all sides. I mean, if I was in his position, I would be probably talking to my maker right now and be like, you know what, here I come.
Here I come, that's my crate. But Pikachu goes down, Team Bablu. Oh my god, they get eliminated on the 7th position. We are down to 6 teams. As you can see, 15 players alive, 247's players are also out there. But for now, it's just one thing. Which team is going to get on the top? I say SCYTES, because this team already has amazing number of kills for themselves. Have all the players. DE as well. They have 5 points in the kill factor. But can they make it to the zone? As zone should be the main priority as the circle progresses forward.
Now, the best thing I love about this zone is it is out in the open. We're going to have a few ridges for cover. There is a road nearby, but unfortunately, it is not in the circle. And let me see if Zod is going to get something. He doesn't have a West. He definitely needs anything that he can get. And, well, level 3, level 3, level 3. I think he's going to be good. PAINxELMT find themselves eliminated in the 6th position with 5 kills to their names. That means we have 5 teams remaining. Wait a second. What was that? I saw Zod has gone down. Is it because he went for the drop?
He went for the drop. He was just sitting out there. You know, he was just looting out the stuff. But no, let's see what happens as Venom is taking a good rotation for his own self. Everyone thinks that there's players out in that area. But there is Venom onto the other direction. Has spotted out Phobia. Phobia takes it all down in his own hands. 247 Rasa is going to be the Grenadier for this game. As you can see, we're under 3 teams. DE, 247 and SCYTES are going to be out here. T2K also got eliminated. We're going to see a good winner coming out in the situation as Raza is looking forward for those kills. Racer goes down, as you can see, down to 8 people.
The big boys from yesterday have kind of fumbled and they are already out, and now these guys are making all the statements. They're like, you know what? Yesterday was day 1. Today we're going to come on top, almost getting obliterated over there. Deadeyes are still, I mean, Cast is curse, right? Cast is curse. We just said that, but again, you have to heal yourself quick. And look at that. Picture perfect. There's a drop in the middle of no man's land. Is anyone going to be brave enough to go and get it?
3 versus 4 is what it was down to, but 2 for 7. They don't want to stop right now. DEADEYES guys was one target, but now they are looking good for SCYTES. These both teams are from Pakistan region, and they are looking to win this one. As you can see, PMC a winner versus 2 for 7 out in this situation as it is progressing towards the final circle. We'll have to see what happens as Ghost gets a revive right now, but fights are still kind of in the mid-range.
Well, let's see if Gaming 24/7 is actually going to help you win a chicken dinner over here, because that is definitely what the team is all about. But the SCYTES, man, these guys, they are putting on the pressure, and they are completely different right now. And the fact is, have a look at that mini-map. No one is in the zone barring the airdrop. I guess that is going to provide some cover as well. Think about that.
I'm thinking Team SCYTES, if they go to that airdrop, they might have a good cover. They might, if they have a vehicle, just put it out there, just lost that vehicle, and you'll be having a really good cover. But no, Wasif goes down. It goes down to a 4 versus 2 as one player needs a revive. Raza might be giving a revive. No, he's just looking forward. Khan's also out there, going for those perfect throwables. If he can go for it, Ghost is going direct next to the airdrop, and Phobia's out there as well. He read my mind. Oh my god, but Abud goes down as Raza was out there. Reza, can you go and get that revive on Abud? I think he's going forward for it. Those smokes, those throwables, those nades are coming up. Raza, he gets a bit damage from those ones. But Rozo, he's moving forward for Raza. Oh!
He is moving forward. Raza almost getting knocked down. And wait a second, that was a little bit of a skirmish over there. Razur gets the knock with that Grotza. Razur is still on fire. He's still alive and kicking. That revive also might come in, because have a look at Wasif. He has been picked up with Khan. But why did Phobia and Ghost not move in from the left flank? That is what's confusing. But Khan over here with the grenade, knocking out Razur. Oh, is a boot down as well?
Oh my god, Khan is looking really good as Raza was down out there. Wasif and Khan, they are taking a 2v2 skirmish as of now, as both the players are down onto the left in direction. Ghost and Khan, they are taking that 1v1 unknowing fight. Ghost senses it that there was a grenade. Phobia's onto the backstab if he can go for it. But still, right now, it's one thing, who will be getting up on top?
It is pretty much even Stevens right now, because the 2v2 situation. Ooh, Wasif is on fire. You got to put those flames out. Drop and roll. That is what he's exactly doing right now. But SCYTES, they have the advantage, and they are kind of fizzling out right now. They have been reduced to a 3-man squad as well. The play zone is going to come in and sneak up on Raza from behind. That's going to be devastating for him, as now 2 for 7 are down to the last 2 members. Now, it's 2-man squad up against Phobia.
No!
Shots being fired. Razur is still prone in the background. Wait a second. Is he prone or is he knocked out? He is. He was prone. I mean, this is going either way. I think now SCYTES need to move in, get a little coordinated effort. Ghost is going to be the man of the moment, in my opinion.
SCYTES Ghost, you have to move in, and he does, as SCYTES is the name that's going to shine out there, because they get that amazing chicken dinner in the first game.
I mean, they've completely done a 180 from yesterday, because yesterday we weren't really seeing them this aggressive. Today, they are definitely making a statement, but a winner will a chicken dinner to a well-deserved team. And, you know, I was kind of complaining that there wasn't any action at the beginning. I'm not complaining now. That was a beautiful... in fact, I think 6 teams went out in a matter of seconds.
Well, that matter of seconds was turning down to the final circles as we speak. It was a 2v4. Hats off to 2 for 7's players as they took it down to 2v2 as well. Those good grenades were good grenades.
I mean, I think a little bit of miscommunication, because had that flank come in from the left, had it been a coordinated attack, it could have been a different situation altogether. But that is how the game went, and we're going to take a little break, and we're going to see what our analyst desk has to say. But before that, we're going to take a short break. See you after this.
Mountain Dew? Squads. There's loot on the horizon for however you find victory. For the combat chauffeurs. For those who strike from above or from below. For the experts in pan-to-pan combat. Whether you're taking a leap of faith or just aren't afraid of a close call. Fuel your path to winner chicken dinner with ice-cold Mountain Dew and with exclusive loot from Mountain Dew fuel stations. Spawning on a map near you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, once again to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 2. My name is Super Johnny, being joined by Shadow and Fixes right here. And well, Fixes, I have to ask you this first. You were really critical of the Pakistani teams.
Yeah.
What do you have to say now?
Well, talk about wishes being granted over here, because right from the start, I really thought that, yes, might be 247 and all these teams have to pick it up. But, you know, if you talk about how the game erupted and how everything came down, it was all the teams playing from the edges. And talk about team sides that they won. They kind of won the southern side. They instantly switched up to the northern side. And after that, they did not really stop. They took all those fights. But if you talk about 247, they were taking all those fights. For a certain seconds, I thought that DEADEYES might have had it in the bag. They were looking so promising, but they just could not do it.
Yes, definitely. I totally agree. DEADEYES were the first team when the zone shifted towards the northern side. They were the first team to take the center of the zone. They were in a 2v2 split. They had a good positioning, but somehow the rotation of 247 from the northern side, which was completely empty, they managed to take down the team DEADEYES, which was at the southern side.
Exactly. Talk about surprises, right? Talk about the northern side of the circle being completely empty. DEADEYES, the team that was controlling the center so perfectly, not getting the chicken dinner. But the individual play, individual plays are what sort of rose up to the occasion and helped this team, the champions of Pakistan, team sites, get the chicken dinner. Ghost is going to be our MVP for this game with 6 kills, 1,025 damage, 24 minutes and 17 seconds of survival time, and well, 0 assists, but that's not going to matter. This team had a lot of kills.
Yeah, certainly they did. You know, right from the start, they were getting in the zone. And while they approached kind of the 4th circle, they already had 7 kills.
Yeah, and look at that. I like that. Damage taken for Ghost as an individual is, well, really little as compared to the average damage of the server and the top damage being taken by anyone in the server as well.
Yes, definitely. Damage taken has to be less. That is exactly what everyone wants. But not exposing yourself out in the open area, I think that's a smart strategy.
Yeah, it is going to be a smart strategy, and that means that the fights taken by Ghost, he knew he was going to clutch them out in his favor and get those kill points. But apart from that, apart from our MVP, there were other players as well. There were other players who rose up to the occasion and who had an amazing performance in this matchup. And we're going to have a look at those players, well, right about now. And those are our top players from this match number 1, in fact, of day number 2, ladies and gentlemen.
And yes, it has to be the players of Team SCYTES. Ghost is obviously going to be there with 6 kills and 1,025 damage, followed by 247 Raza. I'm happy to see Pakistani teams in the top players with 4 kills and 848 damage. If we talk about SCYTES, Abrupt is also there with a total of 472 damage. And I think damage he has given is a little less compared to if we talk about Bablu, Tyrant of Team Bablu. He has taken a damage of like 673 and only 2 kills.
Yeah, you know, Team Bablu did have a good run initially, took down a few squads out there, but it was the conviction, it was more of the team synergy, the teamwork kind of lacking out. But, you know, this game, I really thought for a second, well, DEADEYES really had it. You know, 2-2 split, they were doing everything just right, and suddenly 247 comes out of nowhere. Because if you remember, like Akash has mentioned, it was kind of an eerie silence right from the start, but it was those end circle fights that kept on happening, and guns were being fired from absolute everywhere.
Well, let's finally have a look at the standings for this match and see how many points were these teams able to collect for themselves in this Miramar match. So, SCYTES, we know, 14 kills coming in, 15 placement points, 29 points for them. Then we have 247 with those 8 kills, 12 placement points, 20 points for them as well. And then, guys, I mean, expectations when they were in the center were through the roofs that this team might just get the chicken dinner had they utilized the opportunity correctly. But still, 17 points, not a bad game.
Yes, definitely not a bad game. And if we talk about Assiduous Esports, they are at a decent spot. But if we talk about Team Bablu, that split they had, their players were too spread out, especially at a congested area at the southern side where all the teams were rotating. And if we talk about INES also was stuck in that traffic. That's why they had an early elimination. But I think SCYTES and 247 were the smart ones to take a path where there was no other team.
Yeah, and when we, in the lower half of the standings, do see DRS Gaming as well. They had a good start in the last match of yesterday, but today, the very first game, sort of flustered up a little bit.
Yeah, it absolutely did. But, you know, I want to focus more on that last fight. You know, a lot of mistakes were definitely made, and the teams, if you are watching this, if your teammate gets knocked out in a sticky situation in those final circles, do not go for the revival. Almost Team SCYTES had been wiped out.
Yeah, almost. The key word over there was almost. Now, it is time to have a look at something that I'm pretty sure Fixes loves the most. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to have a look at the due moments of this match on Miramar, and here they are.
And yes, Team ElementriX, they had the height advantage. They did try to take down the floors of Team Bablu. Talent got knocked out. Team ElementriX, yesterday also we saw they had a height advantage, but they were struggling when entering into the zone, and exactly the same thing happened in today's Miramar. So they need to work on the strategy of coming down into the zone if they are at a higher ground. And if you talk about Assiduous, they were phenomenal in this, not phenomenal, they were decent in this match. I think they can live up to this performance considering they had an amazing day one, and the way they took down the floors of Team Venom Legends, that was quite promising, but Team ElementriX are not able to capitalize on the advantage of the height.
Yeah, that's certainly true. And Assiduous, that confidence does look in their gameplay. But talk about Team Bablu, they were always so apart from each other, and that's not how you win games. Unless you're like a team like BTR. Look at that. There was no backup absolutely over there. And Team SCYTES, now they've gotten themselves back in. This was a much needed respite. And look at how 247 was controlling this entire fight against DEADEYES when it should have been the other way around. And they had to get inside the circle. DEADEYES were in a good position. And this last fight, right? This last fight, so much happened. All those teams kind of committing for the revival in the final circles. And they were lucky, I must say, in those situations. Because had there been a few other teams, it wouldn't have even boiled down to that.
I don't think it was just luck. Over there, we did see Vasif also having a wrong read of his opponents. His opponents were rushing from his right-hand side, and he still assumed that they were towards the left-hand side behind the ridge. And quite an unfortunate incident over there, but still, I have to agree. 247, the way they controlled the entire situation was pretty impressive, almost bringing the fight to an even situation wherein it was a 2v2 situation for a little bit, but then the revive coming in on Razur, and then him stepping back in along with his teammates, just clutching out the fight in a right nick of time. Let's have a look at the damage histogram right now and see how the team fights went exactly for these teams, be it in the early stages, be it in the later stages, how much damage was being outputted, and oh my, 23-33 on SCYTES, but not just them. Every single team had an amazing team fight. I mean, talk about A1 Esports, 956 on them. VTNxJyanMaara as well, 731 damage. Stalwart Esports, just 2 kills, but 797 damage. So the fights were quite extended.
Yes, definitely. And if you look at Team Bablu, look at the damage, 1,435 damage, but only 3 kills.
Yeah.
Damage is not going to give you anything. You have to go for the kills. Yesterday also we saw the same thing. We were saying just go for the kills, confirm the knocks, because damage is not going to give you any point.
Yeah, so far, one thing that I absolutely love is 247 and SCYTES have finally managed to get back into the tempo that they much needed. And as the games go along, as the day passes by in every different map, I think they are just gonna get much better.
But one question I have for the two of you is gonna be about a team that we talked about before we started the matches today. It is going to be Assiduous Esports. They had the exit on the 11th position as far as this game is concerned, but they got 5 kills. Assiduous Esports, do you think if this momentum keeps on going, they only have 2 matches left for the day. That is going to be key. Just 2 more games and then they're going to be taking a break. So, do you think if they do not step back, they could be taken over?
Yes, they have to perform. You can't just rely on the day one's performance. And if you talk about this particular map, the thing was they were at the southern side. First, initially when the first circle was formed, they used the same strategy as yesterday's. They had the center of the zone in their control. They were at the Los Leones area. But then the sudden shift of the zone, they were not able to enter into the zone.
All right, now for the next thing, we're going to have a look at the schedule again and see the next map that's going to come up, ladies and gentlemen. And it is going to be the icy tundras of Vikendi that we are going to witness next. Match number 2. The same groups are going to play, A, C, D, and E. Going to be quite interesting because now it's going to be the opportunity for Assiduous Esports to step back and try and, well, just extend the lead. But I want to ask you guys once again, and I'm going to do this the entire day, quick predictions.
I think I can say team 247 Gaming, especially the Pakistani team. I have been like watching them, the way they were performing in PMPL Scrims. I have said this time and time again that this is the team we need to look out for. They have shown so much improvement, I think, and even today also, just look at how they performed. I think this is the team we need to look out for.
Fixes, what about you? You and I have been casting the games of South Asia for a really long time. We know teams like ElementriX and teams like DE do really perform well on this map.
Well, you know, for me, it's going to be Assiduous Esports because with the way they have won the Vikendi game yesterday, they certainly know how to set the tone in this entire map. And in the Miramar map, also, we saw that confidence coming out from the lads.
Exactly. They were confident, but now it's time for me to step down from my high horse again and run over, in fact, to the other side of the desk to ask, well, the big boys, what do they think of the competition coming up next? So, guys.
Let's hear what you have to say, Ocean.
I would say somewhere, I'm still sticking to my thing, you know, the group E is going to be outshining. Some team from that group will be outshining because now they're getting in that mood slowly and steadily.
I mean, you know, all our predictions for game one kind of went out the window because none of them really did that well. So, you know, if you have to pick a team, I'm going to say DEADEYES, guys.
Well,
that's my pick for this game.
That is going to be an interesting pick, DEADEYES, guys. I mean, both of you sort of agree on one thing. Group E, DEADEYES, guys. Yeah?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. But Team Bablu, I mean, I expect so much from them. I want to see them actually, you know, step up to the mantle and showcase what they're made of. So anything can happen. Let's wait and see what's going to happen in game two.
Exactly. Those are going to be the things that, you know, we'll have to see. We'll have to make sure for some things because, you know, now we are down to those chilly moments. Like literally chilly moments are going to be out there in this pros. Exactly. So you
I think I can roll this down, right?
Well, for now, you know, we can see all those players just lined up to see everything what's going to be happening as first game discussions will be over as of now. The teams that did a bit, you know, not so good in the first game, we'll be looking for one thing that, you know, that they need to do better in this one. Plus, there's one more thing, you know, we saw. Now players are playing a bit slow, so now we can experience some of those sloth rounds.
I guess it's like, you know, when you start off on day one, it's not like any of the opponents are new for one another because they've done all the scrims and whatnot, right?
Yeah.
But again, there's a lot more pressure now because they're actually playing for something. Something is on the line. So I guess they did all the testing yesterday, and today they're like, all right, you know, we can't really do this or just rush against Team ABC. So I guess it is going to be a bit slow, but again, it's going to be absolutely chaotic towards the end.
And talking about those chaotic movements, those they might come up as, what do you think? They might just come up as those heal battles, probably?
We haven't seen a heal battle, a heal off
You haven't
yet.
seen the heal battle.
But
Exactly,
anyway.
yet. But well, let's see what happens as match 2 for the day is about to get started as we see and as we speak. The flight has started and the plane is in the skies, but the players will not be as if to hit the ground sooner or later as the flight path is going to be out there. I can see some areas of cement factory, and yes, from the backyards of cement factory is where we start to Bihar. Mowatra, Dino Park, Towa, those are going to be good areas. Villa as well, Castle as well. But let's see where the players go.
A good thing is all the pre-game checks have been done, all the parachutes are in working condition, so no one is going to be hitting the ground and going splat. So that is, first of all, a good thing. All the teams are going to be dropping off, and of course, they are heading to their favorite spots. The plane path is kind of towards the south, but again, it's not going to make that much of a difference because Vikendi is, again, one of those maps which is just overflowing with vehicles. So again, a lot of ground to be covered, but the question is, where is the first circle going to form? Because that is going to dictate the rotations in the entire game.
I want you to be, you know, Sally Experiment Burger next time when it happens, because you're going to be the perfect pilot for these players as they have to go inside the water areas, probably because the circle has those waterlands. 70-30 we can call it.
I mean, it's a typical Vikendi circle, isn't it?
This is what Vikendi calls for. If it's a typical Vikendi circle, we can have a typical heal battle as well.
And also, we might have a typical slot zone because I think everything is falling in place right now. This is something that people are going to be expecting.
Yeah.
Yesterday, Vikendi had action pretty early on, and then we had a little lull in the middle. But right now,
yesterday's circle was quite a bit northern
bit, yes, it
centric,
was.
so that's one of the things. But well, I would say this is good for these players because they'll be in their element of playing.
that is kind of true. But you know, talking about players in their elements, let me talk about Team Bablu and DEADEYES Guy, for example. Now, they are towards the eastern side of the map. They have a long way to traverse into the circle. The question is, since a lot of the teams prefer to, you know, fight at the edge of the circle, fight on the periphery, that's going to be problematic because they're going to have hurdles to cross one after the other.
Yeah, because they don't have to just cross the zone. They have to also cross one more thing, and that's, you know, those bridge areas as well.
Yeah.
That becomes tricky for these players if both of them are just going for the rotation. I mean, DE has a good area. You saw them onto the northern northern Trevno side, they can just go from that area to port, just crossing those areas. But Team Bablu, plus, there's one thing. These teams are also from the Group E, so, the Group E has to step up. It's high time, but look at Muffin. He has to just stay here because that's with players of Team Venom. And he does not have a helmet or a vest. That can be a bit tricky, but Team Venom Legends, they just went away.
Well, I guess he's going to wait for that car. He's going to get a visual. Now he knows the enemies have gone.
I like it.
I mean, I guess he just want to make sure that, they are going away. Had he had a little bit of a misfire, a little bit of a misclick, click, and, you fire a shot, then 4 dudes are going to be coming. It's going to be a little bit tricky, but right now, all eyes are definitely on Assiduous Esports. They didn't have the worst of games in Game 1. I mean, they did get 5 kills and they did get knocked out in the 6th position, but we've come to expect a lot more from this team.
This team has done impressive yesterday. I mean, you cannot ask for more, right? One day, back-to-back chicken, another game, in top 3. So this team has done its total work, I would say. Even if today might be a day where they can have that off just a bit, they can have 1 or 2 off games and will still be okay.
Looking at Muffin, I like the fact that he's got that white outfit out. Is that on purpose for Vikendi?
Actually, some players do that. I mean, it's kind of a trendy fashion,
It is. I mean, you don't need those white ghillie suits when you can just, wear a white suit. And, well, with that hat, definitely Muffin looks classy. But I think a helmet would definitely be something better. And right now over here, Crazy, he's got a little bit of a Shakespearean vibe going on right now, especially with that tall collar of his. But he is running out. Now, in the beginning, like, I get it. You're going to drop off on at certain compounds. You don't want to be running around in the open and getting caught off, because if somebody spots you, pretty much that's the end of your game.
Vikendi is kind of Miramar in these things, right? It kind of has a bit of an open area. Plus, look at the trees of Vikendi. They are long and, they're not thick, if you talk about it. So you cannot have that proper cover behind those trees. If your pixels are being shown out there, you will be shot.
Especially for a big guy like myself. I mean, I'm pretty sure you're not going to have any trouble fitting there. I mean, you are fit. For me, I'm a little on the bulky side. One of my... well, anyway, I'll be spotted. But coming back to the game, now, Venom Legends, they are going to be looting without any interruptions. As, of course, there's no conflict that I can see on the map right now. All the teams have their compounds, all their cities, even their towns all to themselves. So I'm going to see basically all the teams well kitted out. So we're going to have some amazing firefights really shortly.
Exactly. Plus, there are some of the few things that are, exclusive for this map. When you talk about MP5K, an exclusive gun that just comes out here, obviously people will still be preferring Uzi sometimes. Plus, there's this new Thompson meta, as we see, just going out. And those things kind of become a bit tricky for the players.
I mean, talking about the new Tommy gun meta, I guess, of course, it gets the job done, right? Yeah. It's got good stability, good accuracy. The bullets pack quite a punch, but also it's like you're going back in the 1940s. You're playing a gangster, and, it just feels a little cool. It's like, Thompson, what you got? I got my Tommy gun. So, I guess you can kind of have your fantasies as well, but that is a versatile weapon, especially since you could attach a red dot on it now.
Yeah, and so, that changes the game if we're talking about it. For some players, that kind of breaks quite a bit of rules as well, because, they are going for the game. They're like, all right, we have an M4, we'll take up a fight, and then the guy with those 50 bullets can just take the mini MT49, you can call it, the micro MT49 or something, I don't know, but well, all right, so this is a bad day at driving.
Well, I mean, that is a nice parking job, though. But, of course, Tyrant is going to come in and... Oh, well, I think they just made it worse. That is it, Danny.
No! Right. They're ready for it. But Teen Wolf's like, no, I'm good with my own bike on the other side.
Teen Wolf's like, I'm going to be riding solo. Although, again, he is a wolf. He should stick with the pack. But, of course, they have to cover ground. They have to get all that loot and Bablu's... Well... I like all the names. We have a Tyrant with us, we have a Teen Wolf, then we have a Pika P, and then we have Danny. So I wonder if Tyrant is actually like that in real life. Is he the shot caller from this team?
No, he's pretty amazing as a person as well and as a player as well. Like I've talked to these players and these players...
I keep.
Well, these players are impressive. I mean, you can call them, one of the fan favorites for the region.
Well, of course, if you have the gameplay, if you have the skills, and you got to be a nice guy as well, right? It's the whole package that, of course, attracts us as viewers and fans. But right now, let's have a look and see what's happening here. ASC, again, like I said, all eyes are on them, and have a look at who's opposite them. It's Venom Legends. Now, these two teams, they had a good day yesterday, especially at the beginning. And let's see if we're going to have a little bit of a skirmish. Muffin does get spotted out, but he is going to zigzag his way out of harm's way. And, well, Hanuel gets a knock on Shugo and, in fact, finishes him in a split second.
I mean, just think about it. They were the ones, Venom Legends, they were the ones who were starting off the fight, but then they never thought of this thing. Like, Muffin you can call him, he was an unwanted bait in the situation.
See, that's the thing about urban warfare, right? When you have a lot of buildings, it is difficult to cover every single window.
Yeah.
And yes, Venom did start off the firefight, but they also gave their position away. And you got to remember, on weapons like the PP Bison and any weapon in general, if you don't have a flash hider or if you don't have a suppressor, that flash fire, if somebody has good spotting, is going to give your position away. And that's what happened. Because his focus was on Muffin, but Hanuel came in and like, hey, what's up? I see you. Boom. 1 kill for his team.
I see you, you see me. That's the end out there. Just, that's one of the things. But, well, CZ, so Code Zero, this team has also been, trying to perform pretty good because they were one of the most impressive teams in the scrims. But Cooney right now needs up a revive, has been revived, been popping up those first aids. So this is another, mid to long range fight that's happening. And that's where the slothiness kind of comes up for these teams. But for some other teams, you can see 2 for 7. This team was impressive in the last game. Down to top 2 positions they were. But now they have their eyes set on one thing, and that is that they need to dominate by coming back. And they are at the same area of a team when these players are.
Have you kind of realized that we've seen a lot more long-distance engagements in Vikendi as compared to Miramar of late? Especially because, A, we have so many compounds right now. If you have a compound in the zone in Vikendi, only a silly man would want to leave it because it is amazing cover. Again, not a lot of people are familiar with this map as they would be with Erangel or with Miramar. And well, talking about the map, once the mini-map shows up on our screen, something very exciting is happening. Looks like we have a little bit of a conference that is taking place, and all the teams are kind of congregating at one spot.
The cluster being formed out there, because with that, everyone will be neighbors to each other, but the neighbors are ready for taking off that. Yeah, exactly. They're not on good terms in the situation, but Pikachu goes down as Steel Shot gets his G36 and goes for it. But right now, will he get a revive? We cannot see any one of his players just out there, just ready to give him a revive. So that's going to be something. But Badriv, Envy was so close to taking Badriv down, but Badriv was quick enough to, find himself a proper cover.
Envy is in a good position right now. She is on the right flank for her team, while Dark, have a look, as he's on the left flank. Now, again, see, they have these compounds, right? You don't really want to leave that comfort of, well, basic cover. I mean, like I said, concrete walls are much better than smoke for blocking bullets. But again, they are going to have to move out since the zone is going to force them out. But I want to see what's happening in the center of the circle right now, because it's going to be epic urban warfare. And again, shots are going to be fired. You don't even know where they're coming from, and that's what makes it more exciting.
And that's one of the things. I mean, just like you said a few minutes back, right? If you don't have that suppressor or something, then you can see those flashes just coming out. But if you cannot, or even if someone does not have that, and you cannot just figure out where the flashes are coming out from, then also you just go down, and that's a bad thing, right? It comes down to that thing. You knock me, all right, it was my mistake. But if you finish me, then yeah, I was having a pretty bad day.
I mean, we've been doing this a long time, right? And all the players, all the people watching at home also know that sound sense is now an integral part of the game.
Yeah.
Gone are the days when you could just play without your earphones. Right now, these guys are the best of the best. They're the creme de la creme. They are the cream on the top. These guys are showcasing their skills, and I just love it. And why are you looking at me like that? We should be concentrating over. I'm just kidding. We like a little bit of playful banter in between, especially when not a lot is happening. But again, the zone is going to be forced
onto this area where quite a lot of teams are
each other's proximities, and that is when all hell is going to break loose.
Plus, the thing is, concentration as the where quite a lot of teams are taking up the shoreline. It's a nice day to swim. If I have to say, see, still it's water areas out there. That means first circle has a same. Then second circle goes for a sideward shift. Look at this. As the fourth circle has, so you have lesser area to play with. Obviously, if you want to go for a swim, it's a nice day to swim. But if you want to stay on the land and go for the fights, you might just take exactly. That's how you read the zone. That's how you read the zone.
That is a perfect concentric circle. That is not fair. That takes the excitement, that takes the haphazardness out of the whole situation. Well, hopefully the next circle is going to be, is going to have a mind of its own. But right now, again, we have all teams still alive. Only 2 casualties so far. So again, the action is a lot different as compared to yesterday. A lot slower as compared to yesterday, but I guess, they're just getting comfortable in their skin right now. But FutureStation, they did win game 1 on day 1. However, they haven't been able to reciprocate that success ever since then. But they have been kind of mid-table. They've been a mid-table team. What do you think they need to do to, kind of propel themselves forward?
focus on the good rotations just like they are doing right now. But see, they need to see one thing, you know, just as Team Bablu was just focusing on them. So they need to find out the area. See, previously they were on the road. Now they are taking the other side of that ridge. So that's a good one. You will not be spotted in that one, and your opponents will not be knowing where you end up once your rotation is over. So those, I would say, those small things are going to be creating a big impact if you talk about it. And Team Venom Legends, again, their team lost one of their players in the start of the game, but right now not all hope is lost, as 2-for-7 is pretty close to them. But 2-for-7, I want to see them continuing the same thing they did in the previous game, but this time maybe end up at the first position or something.
I mean, they almost got that chicken dinner as well, but again, we can't take anything away from SCYTES. These guys were playing phenomenally, but this is something we're going to see a lot of in Vikendi, these stalemates. I mean, you're going to have a team on either side of a road. They are going to be nestled in their houses, but you know, they don't have to make any moves. But right now, looks like Venom has made a move, and they've got a knock on, I do believe, a member from 24/7. I think Khan F4 was the man who just went down. Now the question is he going to be finished off, or is his team going to come in and get the revive? You were just talking about 24/7. Now they are in the thick and thin of it. They've got a team on either side.
But this is one thing about Team Venom Legends, right? Previously also, they were the ones who were taking up the first fight, but their player Shua was taken down. So I want to see, all right, you have a fight, you see someone, but you don't overexpose yourself as well, because you are as, you know, as I would say, being able to be taken down as your opponent is, because guns go either way.
They do go either way, and that was kind of exciting. Well, not exciting, that was kind of a little confusing. There's a car in the living room. I mean, that's not where you normally park it, but I guess you do want to save your vehicle as much as your teammates, because it is going to come in handy later on. But right now, again, I love the fact that we have an urban setting. We are going to have a few knocks here and there, like as you see right now, Nima took down Rafith from Venom Legends, but since no one's going to be pushing in, it's just going to be a trade-off. I guess it is going to work in one way.
Yeah.
You deplete the other person's medical supplies.
Exactly. It can, and also not just the medical supplies, you know, the helmets in the West as well. Yeah, because apart from medical supplies, those are kind of important, because those are something. But no, Raza, he might have been taken down. So, see, Venom Legends, again, they are looking pretty good for the fights. And this is one thing about the fights. The second circle is going to be forming up as well as we speak. So this circle is going to favor a bit of the land side area. If it favors water, then the circle is going to be out here by the end sides. If it favors water, if it favors land, then you can see an inner side circle as we will be speaking. Those are
just for the purpose of going against you right now, so that we have contradictory things, it's going to go south. Come on, come on, come on. Please let me be right this time. It's going to be south of Bihar. It's going to be near Dino Park. I want to see some dinosaurs in action. It's a concentric circle, but well, Nima has taken out Rafith finally. That's a knock and a finish. I really don't like you right now, and your predictions are on point. You are the one who actually messed around with my crystal ball yesterday, I think. But anyway, coming back to the game, ASC's I Want Crazy has been knocked out, and again, I don't think he's going to bleed out.
I'm Mr. Ocean White. I'm the one who predicts. Well, but still, talking about all those things, as of now, you know, 1 minute and 30 seconds on the clock. So, talking about the sprays in Vikendi, it's one thing, right? Because the new guns just come up and they chime in. But Muffin, oh, Muffin. He has to save one, and he'll be saving one. But Team Bablu, they might just, you know, go back for a U-turn. But no, they are just choosing to move forward. As of now, they have a really good area for themselves. So, your first shot is accuracy. Your second shot is accuracy, just better when you go for the sprays, right? You need to find out those areas. As of now, Team Bablu, they were trying to take down someone, but Bad Rev, he had a bad day as of now, because he just went down. So we saw these things in the previous match as well.
I mean, we did, because I guess what happens is, you know, that action is not on cameras. It's mostly when the teams are traversing or rotating into the zones. You know, those vehicular explosions are devastating, almost vehicular manslaughter, if you ask me. But it is part and parcel of the game, and it is kind of difficult, you know, getting every single knock and every single kill on display. But let me tell you one thing, the production team is doing an amazing job, because the action is always on our screens. Like right now, Mr. Hyozu is trying to put some suppressive fire in FutureStation's direction, and have a look at Team Bablu. They kind of came and made those trenches their home, which again depends on where the zone goes. It might favor them. And right now, Assiduous Esports Muffin with a Groza.
He has the Groza, the untamed beast, because some people, you know, just fail to control the recoil, like myself. And if we talk about it, well, those are going to be the other things. And
that's why we are casting and we are not playing.
Yeah, but these players, because these players are incredible players if you talk about it, from any region, from any other area. If you talk about those players and the experience that just comes up, look at this. Bablu's players, they are looking forward, and Mr. Yozu, again, one of the perfect IGLs that South Asia has provided us to witness, and his gameplay. Look at the way he just moves forward. You can see his fingers as well, just coordinating with everything, and also the calls that will be going out there. I'm moving, I'm seeing down, I see the players, and all those things, because every single call counts to the end game.
Oh, absolutely. And, you've got to be a calm and composed leader if you want your team to go on to do greater things in life. But right now, we have a few fights breaking out finally. And I like the way Steel Shot, that phone is pretty much in his face. It's probably just an inch or two away from his eyes. He is literally in the game right now.
Yeah.
He is feeling it.
He's feeling that chilly weather, right? With every shot just going out. But Steel Shot, can he just actually use those lead shots just to take players down? That's going to be something interesting. We'll have to see, because, those things are something, you'll have to go with these. When
I was a kid, I always thought lead in pencils and in bullets was the same thing. It's not. One is carbon, one is PB, lead. But anyway, coming back to the game, Steel Shot, he is definitely one of those accurate marksmen out there, but we really haven't seen a lot from him. Now, Danny over there, he is trying to get an angle on the enemy. He's got to be careful, because Team Bablu could actually have created an issue for them. But again, slot zones are back.
Yeah.
No action. Make something happen, Ocean.
Yes, sir. Slot zones are back. I cannot make something happen. That'll be one of the things. But all we can say is, let's take you on a journey from these chilly areas where the circles are moving, and just like I predicted, it's going to go towards the land side, and the land side is important for the circles, for the fights to happen, because these areas are just there for the teams to win. INES. The first game was not that good, but this time they need to get inside the zone. The
next time I ever try to make a financial investment, I need to consult you and your crystal ball, because you are just spot on right now. But right now, Assiduous Esports, they don't have a lot of cover. They are on the edge of the circle, and Crazy is a bit separated from his teammates by about 50 to 70 meters. He is on a recon mission right now. His job is reconnaissance. Information, like we said before, is key. The more information you have, the better you can act on it.
So right now it's Lord Zone's time, right? So I have a question for you. Suppose your team is playing and they had a bad first game with the new kill meta, right? The new point system. So your team had a bad first game. Now what would be your mentality to take them down to the second game right now? Because you might just go very passive, you might just go very aggressive, but the kill points, then 13 to 16, you get 0 points, all those things. Like, what will your mentality?
See, whether you win or whether you lose, adrenaline is a factor that always kicks in. We all us human beings have the fair flight factor, right? So what happens is it's all the mental game, to be honest with you. Because I've been in that situation before. I was part of a tournament, we didn't do so good, and it kind of had a detrimental effect on us. And our gaming went downhill. But again, if you have that mental acuity, you can overcome anything. And these lads, they've been through the thick and thin of it. They've had their ups, they've had their downs. I think they are on our screens for a reason, because, they do it a lot better than I could.
Just like I said, that's why we are casters and they are players. It all just comes back out in this one, but we'll have to see. These players, who's going to be the last team standing, the last man standing, the last duo standing, the last trio standing. If it just comes down to that, it is going to be out there. But for now, Muwatra, Vihar, and a bit of Dino Park is something that's inside the circle. Rest other areas are going to be just open lands for the players to move in, move out, choose what they do. But 20 minutes into the game, and slots are just sleeping, and we are down to all the teams.
I want the zone to shift towards Dino Park. I want to walk with the dinosaurs. I want to see a Tyrannosaurus Rex over there. We have some Triceratops as well. Anyone interested in dinosaurs out there? Let me know in the chat. But anyway, coming back over here, Evil Eye is going to be washing himself up a bit, because I get it. Ross loves dinosaurs too. And so do you. Both of us, we're pretty much the same guy. But have a look at Venom Legends. They're comfortable. In fact, Evil Eye is in a warm bath right now.
He's too comfortable. It's like, all right, I don't even want my teammates to see myself, so I'll just sleep in that bath, bathing tub or something.
He's got his own personal hot spring.
I like that, but Dino Park is out of the bounds. I'm really sorry to say, man. And the circle is shifting towards Muwatra. So we just saw 4 central shifts. That means the next circle is going to go for a hard shift.
Well, let's see if that is going to be true. It is pretty much central, and now all the teams are going to be in each other's faces. They are going to be in each other's grills as shots are being fired. Steel Shot does get the knock as Mullet gets taken out from his vehicle, and he is going for the follow-up finish. Meanwhile, there's going to be clashes all over town as teams are going to try and pick a house and hold the fort down.
They will have to hold the fort down, but Seal Shot, I mean, Kapshi needs a revive and he needs a stat, so he'll be just going out there. Good smoke just popping out from this guy, but because he knows that there will be someone's eye on there, and you can see someone's crosshair on there. So now Itron is trying to go for those tap shots if he can. Morte is just sitting out there, you know, taking that TPP angle. Wasif takes down GM Gunner, and this is where it goes down. Khan, no. Would have been a bad situation as he was out in the open. But Tyrant was a bit slow with the reflexes, I would say. Blah, blah, blah takes down Tamim, and Seal Shot finishes out Malik in these situations. Fifth zone just popping up slowly and steadily, and Rohan takes down Khan's 247. Now in a bit of a trouble, but let's see if that trouble just ends up as there's a cluster on Moatra.
There is a cluster in Moatra, and of course, all those have. You've got to be careful about the windows. I think if you are going to be scoping out for enemies, you've got to make sure you check every single nook and cranny. But right now, you've got two types of gameplays right now. Either you can stay out in the open, behind rocks and trees, and make sure you have a lot of smokes on hands so you can make your cover. Wait a second. Envy just took out Crazy, and looks like Dark is going to follow up as A1 Esports are in a world of trouble as they just lost a member. Sinister has been taken out from this game. Dante retaliates with some fire of his own, taking out Rohan, and looks like the sights are going up against high voltage as well. Now, this is the stage in this map that people are going to be falling, toppling over like dominoes, and we might just make a few mistakes.
But we are still down to all the 16 teams surviving, still just out there. Kurkure, the Groza that he had in his hands, is now doing wonders as he was out there in the kill feed, just, you know, popping those heads, popping those players down. Team Lul goes down. Team Bablu is in a lot of trouble as Bablu Dani also gets finished out in the situation. Ghost Scale takes down the Havoc. As you can see, Envy takes down 6-9 from that AK in the hands, and PAINxELMT becomes the first team to get eliminated, and they have 1 point because that's the number of kills that they have.
I mean, that's the way the cookie crumbles. Everything was going in their favor, and suddenly a good play coming by the enemy, and well, PAINxELMT have exited this game. Aussie with a grenade knock on Ghost. Now we're going to talk about Ghost and Razor. Now, is it Razor, is it Ghost, or is it Goost, or is it Razor? Let's stick to one. Razor and Ghost. How about that?
All right, let's go with Razor and Ghost. All right.
Let's stick with Razor and Ghost now. Havoc over here is out. Assassin is out. Cooney and his teammate are going to have their work cut out for them as High Voltage have been reduced to a two-man squad. They are up against the winners from the last game. It's going to be Sides Phobia who's leading the charge right now. Starts off with the Molotov. The question is he going to go in from the left?
Well, as of now, it's like, you know, CZ's players, they are just stuck here because the circle's going to be closing in soon as well. They have 40 seconds to think about what they can do. But ASE's players, again, I think we are seeing the ASE that we love, as we could see them a lot on the left-hand side of the kill feed. Left-hand side means you get a lot of kills. You see all the players alive, but Blade is just sitting out there. Muffin is just moving forward. Kurkure is on one side. Blade is just sitting in the middle side, but 247's Khan F4 is moving forward, and he might just take down one. That was a very good movement, but was not enough as Gaming helps it up to get one kill, and that's his.
I mean, that Uzi and its high rate of fire always wins out. I mean, we've seen it time in and time out. Shocket gets a knock and finish on Raza. Meanwhile, FutureStation's Capshi is under fire by blah, blah, blah as Tyrant takes out ASE's Hanuel. Now, again, ASE, they are always in the thick and thin of the action, but sometimes it doesn't work out for them. Let's see if that's going to happen this time. Looks like Team Bablu have been reduced to a one-man squad. Again, 15 teams are still alive. 45 players are still out there, and a few of the teams have just one members each.
Exactly. Blade is the only member surviving from Stalwart, and Tyrant from Team Bablu. It's like, you know, if you make a mistake, there's no revivals. You are just being turned into a crate, and that's magic that just happens out here from the other teams, from the other players' bullets. That happens as High Voltage gets eliminated. You can see Aussie going down in the situations, and DE's players, they are looking pretty good. A1 Esports is 6-9 takes down DRS is AJ and Nima, as T2K SC's players are also coming up forward. Seal Shot's moving forward. Spots one might take him down. Oh my god! Oh my god! All on the movements right now. FS's players, Steel Shot does the wonders as Assiduous. They had 5 kills.
Wow.
But the team got eliminated.
I mean, again, they had 5 kills in the last game as well. They are good in the kill department, but they are not getting any placement points this time around. But what a play we just saw on our screens right now. I mean, that was a good use of that weapon. Steel Shot is literally hitting hard right now, and he is basically instrumental in his team's success right now. Look at him. His teammates are going to be dominating with Shocket is going to be dominating, 3 kills to his name. Now, sites are still in there. Abud and Phobia are alive, but they are going to be going up against ElementriX by the look of it. This is, of course, action taking place towards the south of the zone. Not a lot of cover. Not a lot of cover. The smokes are wide. The terrain is wide. You can barely see what's happening.
Well, you can barely see what's happening when FutureStation gets eliminated and A1 Esports follows up. I mean, the players that were dominating, they get eliminated as well. This is Vikendi for you. You see that elimination coming up, 6 kills in the names, but now we are down. We are seeing number 12, but they are 9 alive. That means the teams are slowly and steady. Now this comes down to the fast-paced fight. 247 follows in the situation as they were eliminated on 11th. And as we speak, there are many eliminations just following through.
Well, Stalwart Esports have followed them as well. Well, JyanMaara is trying to hold down the fort. They want to make sure that no opposition comes in towards them, but they've got to do something quick. 45 seconds and they have to move to the zone, so that is going to be a tricky situation for them. Do they take this fight or do they deploy some smoke, make some cover and get in the zone? But the question is, can they do that? Right now, if you have a look at your map, SCYTES are in the zone, DEADEYES guys are in the zone as well as T2K. Now, T2K have been pretty much silent this game. I think the beast is just about to be awoken.
I mean, the beast will be out there. There are 2 players from this team, as we can see, Abrupt and Phobia. And the last game, this team had an impressive chicken dinner. That was an impressive fight against 247. But let's see, when these 2 players are out here, can they do it again? As they are new teams, new map, new rotations, new guns, and a new mentality with one thing that they need to win it once again. And that winning should be coming up really soon, as we'll have to see what happens as they are away from the dangers. There's no team coming from behind of them. But no, Sonim gets taken out by his own blast.
Now, see, the thing is, when these vehicles come under fire, you want to make sure that you destroy it so that, you don't accidentally get blown up. But forget that, Jane is going to be on fire as Giro Fair from JyanMaara gets taken down, and blah, blah, blah is going to be lobbing his grenades yet again as he knocks down Detron. Nima goes down courtesy of Abrupt, and looks like INES are finally in the thick and thin of it. The Vampire is finally out, and ElementriX are in a world of hurt.
18 players alive, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. 8 teams still surviving. Playzone takes down 1 as Detron bites the dust, and blah, blah, blah is looking pretty good with those grenade points that he just earned for himself and the team as Grenadier tagged just 6 to him. Evil Eye, on the other hand, is taking down fight with the players as Weedy and JyanMaara bites the dust. 8th position, 2 kills. It might just be a bad situation as they will be slipping down to 11th position in the overalls as of now as we speak about this game. But well, talking about 7 teams surviving, they are moving out in the open now.
They are moving in the open, and out of the 7 teams, only 2 are... Wait, let's... it's not 7, it's 6, because INES are going to be bidding us adieu. And have a look at T2K and DEADEYES, guys. They're the only teams with all 4 members still alive. Now, that is definitely going to be a major advantage, especially against teams like ElementriX, DRS Gaming, who have 1 man apiece. Well, talking about ElementriX, they are out in the 6th position with 5 kills. That means we are down to the last 5 teams. The last 12 pairs, there is going to be fire all around. I'm expecting a lot of grenades coming in right now. We should definitely see some grenadier moments.
If not nothing, then, smokes for the covers for yourself if the players will be going for that. But we are down to the 8th zone, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Oh, the nice guys, they are in a bad situation as Abrupt takes down 1. Team sides, they are not stepping out of the fight, even if they are 2 in numbers. They are taking up a fight against 4 players. Warusa goes down in the situation as Radusa takes on Phobia. It's this last 1 player from this team. As you can see, Abrupt is a lone survivor as Phobia is just out there. He wants a revive, but will he go for the revive or will he go for the kills? As he's just moving forward. As on the other side, Jane, no, SCYTES goes down as DE takes this one for themselves. We are down to a 4 versus 4 situation, but 2 players from DE needs up a revive. Warusa and Shifusa are just out there, but T2K and DE, let's see who wins because they are just close to each other. If the circle hits the 9th marker, it might just be a heal battle.
It might just be a heal battle, especially since you have a lot of cover in the form of these buildings, so you don't have to worry about enemy fire. Now, the big question is, do they have any utilities? Do we have grenades still left? Because that is going to be devastating right now. Imagine just lobbing a few grenades through the windows and then pushing in. Now, the question is, now, if I was T2K, I know that I've got my 4 players alive.
Yeah.
Am I expecting an entire squad in front of me, or do I think that, it's scattered remains of different teams? That is going to be a major psychological aspect to, kind of figure out.
Plus, let's see who's the medic. Who's the medic? Which person will be having all the first aids for themselves? As you can see, we can see players 7 first aids, 5. Yeah, they've all got it. But who's going to be using them with the maximum of the utilization? I don't think so. No one's going to go out right now because going out will be a bad thing for themselves as well, for them to think. But for now, these houses kind of turn like a good house for them, just to chill for a few seconds when the final zone of death just comes up.
I mean, death is going to be inevitable for one of these teams, so I guess make the most of it before you go. That's what you're trying to say. But again, I do believe that the opponents know exactly exactly where each other is right now, and they are not going to do something. We might just see a heel battle as our eyes are definitely on the clock right now. It's the 9th circle, 31 minutes into the game, Ocean.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, fasten your seatbelts as a dead circle is going to be coming out there in less than 10 seconds, but they have spotted each other. T2K's players versus DEADEYES are going to be out there. Let's see which team has more first aids or which team just goes for those popping up of those first aids as they are starting. But Jane going off with a good grenade. On top, down top is what you are right now. But another one, Chifusa might just go down. They want to collect those kills as well. As one player goes for the first aid battle in the situation as 9 circle is going up. We'll have to see what happens in the situation. Bablu takes down T2K's Jane. So both the players, both the teams of one player have been taken on. Frankie's moving up forward. Switching up the gun, but no. Frankie goes down to the situation. Great itself has spotted them. Will he be taking them? No. T2K is looking really good as Venom is still doing heal battle. Still surviving. Still looking strong. But Varusa moving forward. One-on-one. Can you take this fight? Varusa in the center of the zone. Cannot pop up a first aid. Venom still out there popping up first aid for his own self. What's going to happen? T2K, can you take this one? Oh my god. T2K SG.
It came down to a heel off. We did predict this, and T2K, well, they are back, baby. They are back. They won that thing, and it was just that fraction of a second is what basically made this all possible. What a win for this team. They were pretty dormant throughout the game, but boy, oh boy, did they make a statement at the end.
Statement? They were, the last team surviving, the last man surviving. First seats, number of first seats.
5, 7, that's 12 already, and that was just 2 people.
I mean, those were some amazing numbers coming out of it. Talk about it. Everything on point. Every prediction on point. I mean, mine, though.
I mean, yeah, you get a pat on the back. We'll talk after this, all right? But anyway, I hope you all enjoyed that match as well. It was one of those old school matches. Slow at the beginning and then just pandemonium towards the end. It was pretty long, too.
It was pretty long, but I want to see what those desks on the other side have to talk about it because that was an incredible match. But that thing is going to be happening right after the short break. Don't go anywhere.
Mountain Dew?
Squads. There's loot on the horizon for however you find victory. For the combat chauffeurs. For those who strike from above or from below. For the experts in pan-to-pan combat. Whether you're taking a leap of faith or just aren't afraid of a close call. Fuel your path to Winner Chicken Dinner with ice-cold Mountain Dew and with exclusive loot from Mountain Dew fuel stations. Spawning on a map near you.
Once again, welcome back everyone to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 2. And as it is always said, there is always, I mean not always, but majority of the times there's going to be a heel battle on those icy tundras of Vikendi. And the match came to an end in an exciting manner with T2K getting the chicken dinner. But to break down the action that happened throughout the game, I'm going to need some help, and it's going to be from my analyst, Shadow, and Fix This. Shadow, you first.
Yes.
We saw a lot of bad rotations coming in, and Assiduous Esports taking early exit again.
Yes, that was because of the bad fights they were engaging in. They were engaging in a fight which was not required. So Assiduous needs to have to be careful where to take the fight and where to step back.
Well, definitely. I mean, Ocean loves to talk about this as well. Good fights, bad fights, take the good fights, avoid and run away from the bad ones. But now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to have a look at the MVP for this match and see that individual player who blew, well, our minds and his opponents as well. And it's going to be Jane from T2K with 5 kills, 773 damage, 30 minutes of survival time and 0 assists.
Well, he has already been there. He's already, put a mark in the PMPL this time around with the way he is playing. The final fight, however, one thing I would really like to point out over here, it could have ended way early. There was that fight against Team SCYTES, and they could have really, a few of the players of DEADEYES were knocked out over there, and the players of T2K could just easily go on to them.
I want you to look at this pentagram, my friend. The kills of Jane, look at how high up they are compared to the average kills on the entire server. Damage taken in his favor as well. Damage being given out in his favor as well. And this man, I mean, compared to the average player in this match on Vikendi, did an amazing job making sure his team was getting that chicken dinner. And the performance was worthy of the chicken dinner as well.
Yes, definitely. And if you look at the pattern, if you look at the previous match and the MVP of that match, one thing is very common. All the MVPs are trying not to take damage. They know it is important to go for the kills, but it is most important that you take as much less damage as possible.
Exactly. That's where the concept of good fights and bad fights comes in, right? You are the ones inside the cover. You see your opponents and then you pop their heads. And that's what you have to do. That is exactly what you would like to do every single time, but that's not always going to be possible, right? There are going to be situations wherein you're going to have to rely on your teammates as well. You're going to go in for that aggressive trade. It might not work out, but you have to give it a shot. It's when you have your backs against the walls, basically. But now, there were other players as well who, when their backs were against the walls, they stood up and they performed. The top players from this match on Vikendi on our screens.
Well, talk about, the top players. I absolutely love how blah 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 really played this time around. And your favorite player. Talk about Steel Shot as well. That 1v4 going up against those teams, and I was impressed with the way they took down that squad. But, I would like to point out a few more things over here. All these teams were kind of, clustered up on the southern side. So many of them. However, team sides, they are playing their edges all the time. And they were on the northeastern side, perhaps. And, well, they put up quite a show against the players of DEADEYES. And almost, had there been, 4 of them, could have really taken them down. But it was the boys from, DEADEYES that were well prepared. And T2K, well, their hands had gone cold. But, going in for those first aids definitely did work out for them.
Yeah, well, I completely agree with you. But there's one more thing that makes every single match exciting. It's the points that you get in every single game. So now let's have a look at the standings for this match and see how many points did the teams end up securing. T2K 25 points coming in for them with the 10 kills that they had. DEADEYES guys on the second with 19 in total. And Fixes, as you were talking about, SCYTES, 14 points coming in for them, which I have to say, if you manage to keep an average of 14, that is actually really good for you.
Yes, definitely, especially if you talk about SCYTES, the way they were struggling, the champions of Pakistan PMC. I wanted to see this team perform, and they are performing. 14 points is totally not bad. But FutureStation, what is happening to this team? Yesterday, they had a very good day. They were consistent, but ending up with 6 points in this match, that is unfortunate.
I have to disagree on this part because this time around they're changing things up. They've gotten 6 kills. All right, they got eliminated early. That's fine. But one thing for sure, they know how to play the circle, and then now today they're kind of focusing on those kills. So they want to kind of balance things out. That I must say, because it's a long league, right? You've got a lot of matches. You can still experiment in those early phases. But as we move on, few of the teams are struggling, and it's still on. PAINxELMT, INES. Yesterday was a decent day, but today somewhere down the line they're faltering out.
Exactly. They are not standing up to the same level that they set up for themselves yesterday. And I have to say one thing as well. Taking an early exit on Vikendi means dying after 22, 23 minutes, because by the time 21 minutes inside of the match, 21 in-game minutes, all 16 teams were still alive. So that's quite exciting. And after that, if you're going to take the fights, you have to do the do in those team fights, ladies and gentlemen. Otherwise, you are going to take an exit. And with that, let's have a look at the do moments of this match on Vikendi.
And yes, it has to be Venom Legends over there taking fights with the applause of Team 247 Gaming. 247 had a decent start, and if we talk about DRS, Mafia Ninja survived till the end, but he was at the boundary of a compound where there were 2 teams with all their 4 players. That's where DRS was struggling a little bit, and 247, they were in the fight, they were in the kill feed. And if we talk about Assiduous was struggling when they were taking fight with the the squad of FS. Steel Shot went over there and killed them. And ElementriX, I think ElementriX is also struggling a little bit with this synergy or coordination, and if the same thing is happening with PAINxELMT also.
Talk about Team ElementriX. I don't think it's the problem with the synergy. It's more of their positioning. They're always in a position kind of very constricted, and they cannot do much out of it. But this is the fight that completely erupted in the final circles, and Venom on the backlines, he just was popping up those first aids. And well, DEADEYES almost really had it. But you know, one thing that I was talking about Team T2K, they were right in the center right from the very start. They did not even have to move a lot, and when that happens, you know, as a competitive player, your hands kind of tend to go cold. And with all these teams kind of fighting it out early initially, and that becomes, you know, in those last fights, a team that has not engaged in a lot of fights, they kind of hesitate. And that was exactly what happened with T2K, but they did out-heal their opponents out.
But T2K were only able to do that because they prepared for the worst case scenario and they expected something like this to happen. So they realized what was going to come into this final fight. They left one guy to do the heal battle and the rest went on to take the fights. One thing that I have to ask you guys is going to be, do you think if their opponents in the form of DE, had they done that as well, just one guy heal battling and then a 3v3 fight happening in the middle, situations could have been different? We're going to discuss that while we look at the damage histograph, ladies and gentlemen, and see how the team fights actually went for everyone in the entire server.
Yes, definitely. And if we talk about, just look at the damage, 2000 damage and 10 kills. We have been saying this consistently. Damage and kill should be balanced out. And if we talk about Stalwart Esports, they had an early elimination at INES also. And if we look at Venom Legends, they are, again, there is a damage of 1200 over there, but just only 3 kills. And Assiduous Esports, they have been giving out a lot of damage, but not able to confirm those kills. 1390 damage, but only 5 kills.
You know, why you have a lot of damage out here in Vikendi? Because those compounds are so close to each other, you tend to go for the knock, but you cannot really go in for the finish. You need to be you need to have conviction over there. You need to commit for the push. But you know, we saw all these teams, you know, they were kind of playing it safe early on, and they were getting those knocks, but none of those kills were coming, and as a result of that, a lot of teams did have that high damage, but the kill counter could have been worked out better.
Yeah, you need. I agree with what Shadow said over here, that you need to make sure that you are using the damage and converting into those kills. Damage doesn't give you points, kills gives you points. So you need to earn those points at the end of the day. But now it's time to have a look at the standings, but group-wise standings, ladies and gentlemen, where T2K have taken away the lead from Assiduous Esports, and there's just a 1-point difference. But look at that, SCYTES, they are climbing up slowly and steadily. They are not too far behind. 80 points coming in for this team from Pakistan, the champions of Pakistan, in fact.
Yes, definitely. SCYTES has been having a good positioning. They have been having a good rotation. That's why they are able to perform today, and I'm very impressed by them. And what a way to come back. T2K, they were struggling yesterday in the last matches, but what a way to come back. The Abrupt Slayers, they are also like, they are not having matches. They are sitting at the top with 39 points in their group. And R3D, we saw yesterday, they were struggling. They were lacking behind those positionings and those aggression that is required.
Yeah, of course. But, you know, if you take a look at the teams, well, FutureStation, yesterday, they went in for the placement points. Today, they are going for the kill points. Still standing tall in their group. Following them up is ElementriX. They're somewhere. You know, if you talk about the overall standings, they're still very comfortable. But as we move along further, A1 Esports getting those 63 points, and the remainder, this is something that we have to scoff about over here. 30, 23, 14 is certainly not acceptable. Stalwart Esports, where have you been so long? You have that experience coming out from the World League, and I am expecting so much from this particular team. But as we move along further towards Group E, well, they've played quite a lot of matches for themselves. With the World League completely, you can tell 3 matches to be precise over here. And DEADEYES, guys, they've been there. 40 points, they've certainly set a tone over here. DRS Gaming, Team Bablu, and CZxHIGHVOLTAGE, they're kind of vanishing out or kind of crumbling.
You know, every time I see the standings, I always find something really interesting. The difference that's there between the teams of Group A and everyone else, basically. So, top 3 teams, let's talk about them. Are from Group A, sitting on 90, 89, and 80 points. And then the next teams that get the closest to them are sitting on, well, the early 60s, the mid 60s. So the difference is definitely there. Let's have a look at the schedule and again see how many matches before Group A set out. I know that it's just going to be the last game for the day for teams from Group A, so they need to make sure that they are finishing as high as they can, getting as many kills as they can in this one match that they have left, and it's going to be played on Erangel, because after that, match number 4 and match number 5, Miramar and Vikendi, things are going to change. Group B is going to be stepping back into this Battle Royale action, and they are going to be joining C, D, and E. I want to ask you guys again, predictions.
Yes, definitely. In the last match, if we saw the go of PN Crew, that was their last match yesterday, and they had 19 kills. They used that perfectly. Let's see if the players of Group B are also going to do same. And moreover, it's on Erangel 2.0. Everybody likes Erangel.
Exactly. Fixes.
Well, more than the prediction, of course, I would love to see Stalwart Esports making a comeback, but I want to see some Tommy gun action. It's TPP, it's Erangel, the classic OG map. And get your Tommy gun in. We want to see some prison fight happening, some multi-power fight happening, and that's exactly what I expect from this game.
Well, let's see if the expectations of my analyst are going to be fulfilled. But in the meanwhile, it's time for me to step down from the analyst desk and head over to the secret laboratory of the caster's desk, where a mad scientist is conducting the experiment.
I mean, you are the mad scientist, I'm the experiment, so I'm kind of like Frankenstein, and you're my creator, aren't you? I'm the monster. But anyway, coming back to this, what a day we've had, and the last game was action-packed as well, which means Game 3 is going to be pretty much the same, isn't it?
I would say that thing as well, but you know, Erangel 2.0, just like he said, like, who doesn't like Erangel, right? So that's one thing that I want to be seeing what happens in that particular game, because it's going to be an interesting one. So yeah.
You know, Johnny already put us on the spot. Who are you picking for this game?
I would say I'll have to be on the side of DRS.
All right, DRS. Well, do I have to pick one, or can I actually skip this one? Do I have to pick one?
You have to pick
one.
one.
I have to pick one. I'm going to go for Team Bablu. I like the name. Ooh. But anyway, we are going to be underway with Erangel, the crowd favorite, as Shadow did mention, and we are going to see action. I want to see some military-based action.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, those things are going to be out there. I mean, if you're going down to the southern side, you know, players with those bridge rotations, the bridge blocks, the bridge camps, any word related to bridge will be out in the fights.
We love all the bridge activities as it is, but we haven't seen a lot of it. Hopefully, this time around, we will get to see one. But now, we are going to switch over to our players as they are getting prepared for the Game 3 of Day 2, and just have a look at them. They are all calm and composed. I love the fact that they are getting comfortable now. Not a lot of darkness on our screen right now.
Not a lot of darkness, but still, it's like, you know, it's kind of the light of hope, the ray of hope for the teams to win. Those things kind of are coming through. But well, it's one thing. All these teams, all these players are ready for just one thing, you know, a good chicken nut. If you haven't had already, if you're ASE, you're kind of at a good spot, you know, having back-to-back dinners.
Now, talking about ASE, Assiduous Esports, they are, you know, we were talking about the Group of Death earlier, and Group E had a lot of spotlight on it. But Group A, man, these guys are head and shoulders above everyone else. But this is going to be their last game for the day, as we are finally going to go away with match number 3, as the plane is going to fly over the plains of Erangel. And let's wait and see where the flight path is going to be. I think, judging by what I can see right now, we are going to be flying over Georgia Paul, all the way over Yasnaya, Polnaya as well. Now, the flight path is pretty much towards the north. But again, getting to your favorite spots isn't going to be an issue.
But still, one thing, you know, whenever we have seen those northern flight paths, the circle kind of goes south. If that happens, we might just see Military Base Island, you know, just being into the action.
All right, Mr. Future Man, where is the zone going this time? Because you've got all the answers. So I am not even going to attempt a prediction over here.
I'll tell you in 90 seconds. Well, the flight's moving. Because, you know, first circle kind of circles like it's in its own way. Then you can talk about the rotations and all those things. Because these circles also kind of have a pattern. If it's water area, then you can see. Because there's one thing with the game. If the fourth zone has water in its areas, then the circle is going to be having to will be towards the shore side. If the circle shifts away from water, then you kind of expect those central shifts as well. Like those are kind of, you know, those zone prediction tactics, mechanics, statistics, or like whatever just comes up.
Well, see, that is why you're the mad scientist and I'm the experiment. I just like experimenting around, so I can be a bit wrong, but I don't know, it's a bit flashier, but you of course have your facts right. I love the fact that all the players are jumping out. A few of them have left at the last second. JyanMaara seems like they are the last team to exit, and by the look of things, they might be heading to Lipovka.
They might just go to Lipovka. That I would say is a good spot for them as well. But no, Circle has the central area, not going towards the south. All right, so this is one thing. But poaching, Gatka, and somewhere down this Giorgio Hill is seeming like a good area for the players to just rotate and to move. Where you can see Venom Legends, right? That area.
Is it wrong if I'm happy that you're wrong? about your prediction. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Of course, it is pretty much all the teams are going to be in the circle from the get-go, barring a few near the mansion.
But look at this team, Venom's players. Everyone split up. Everyone split up to, I would say, at a big extent. One player is near the Water City.
See, again, it's the confidence, right? Because this is Erangel, and Erangel is arguably the favorite map of all the players, of pretty much all the people watching. It's the map that we all, started PUBG off with. So, well, wait a second. Talking about starting it off, we already have the action that has kicked off as SCYTES Ghost finds himself knocked out, and he is behind a tree. But have a look at how ASE are coming in to seal the deal.
They are just out there, and there it is. The first blood already coming up from Crazy. As you can see, that was a very, very good one, The players were trying, but it's one thing. His teammates, the person who went down, his teammates were even in the parachute. And he was just taking on. It's like a bad landing. I
mean, it is a bad landing, and that's how quick they are. It also is a little bit of, that luck factor kind of seeps in, because there have been times when I've dropped down where I know that the loot is going to be amazing, but I don't find a gun, and somebody else finds something, and, I just get whacked. So all these things are part and parcel of the game. That's what I love about this game. This Battle Royale is something that, I just absolutely love. I like the unpredictability of it all. I mean, that is what makes it exciting. It's never the same gameplay, 2 games in a row. Something different always happens.
Exactly. Look at here now. This guy is in the IGL for this team, INES. The first game, it was a bit of, wrong call situation, but now let's see what does the third game have for them. Plus, talking about Group A, right? This is going to be the last game, because after this, they're going to be... all right, so once again, I'm going to question you another time. So my question is, how do you think Group A should play this one?
Well, they are all doing good, to be honest with you. I mean, even the one at the bottom of Group A has considerably... Or what's the question? How should they tackle this particular game?
Yeah, this one. Like, what should be in their future perspectives for this game?
All right, whatever formula that they have been using so far is definitely working, right? So they definitely don't want to change that. And they should treat this as just another game, because they are already in a kind of a flow. They have that momentum. And I'm not just talking about Assiduous Esports. I'm talking about INES. I'm talking about T2K. I mean, they just won the last game. And SCYTES, well, they started the day with a bang. So, I mean, if they keep the same momentum flowing in this game, even the fact that they have to sit out the next 2 games out on day 2, it shouldn't really make a difference.
It shouldn't really make a difference, but if it does, those because it's one thing. Now the criteria have changed, just like the analyst desk always speaks up. You have to be top 3 in your group, just so so that thing also comes up as a real good thing. If you're in top 3, then obviously you are at a good spot. Now from the back ends of school is where CZxHIGHVOLTAGE's Havoc is, and CC. So this team is out there in Group E, right? Group E has CZ, HV, DRS, DE, and Team Bablu. So far, I would say we have seen decent games from all these players, all these teams. But yesterday, when it all just started, they were kind of lacking that movement. When yesterday they came for the last game. But now with the day starting up and they just building up that momentum for themselves, where do you see these teams from Group E is going on?
I think the thing with Group E is a lot of these teams did good in the scrims, right? That is why we are expecting so much from them. Now, sometimes pressure can be a fickle thing, because sometimes it motivates you to just do a little better, or sometimes you can buckle under it. And again, I'm gonna pretty much sound like Norway, but you got to make the best of the situation. Meanwhile, FutureStation, these boys are going to be looting up towards the western Georgia. Meanwhile, FutureStation, these boys are going to be looting up towards the western Georgia Paul city, and looks like Machine is just testing out his recoil.
He's like, does his gun work perfect? Yeah, the gun works fine. I mean, that's one thing I would say. He was testing out. Plus, there's no team to contest these guys, but on the northern side of Georgia Pool, that's where Team Bablu always lands. And given the fact, the flight path was in their favor, they'll be landing there, obviously.
Now, talking about Team Bablu, I do believe in the scrims, these guys were a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah.
Now, technically, this is their 4th game in this tournament. Of course, yesterday was not the start that they would have wanted. Today as well, they haven't really been, a spectacle, so to speak. What do you think is going wrong, or what do you think is not happening for them right now?
Decisions right now, I would say decisions. Because, when we see these players playing, when they play, they play. And I'm not just saying play, they play. You get what I mean, right? When they play, they play. And that's one thing. But for now, see, every match is different. You're thinking like, all right, I'll do this strategy and I'll be fine with my teammates. But the opponents are like, we have a gun, man. We know what to, how to take you down. And those things. sometimes good rushes, bad rushes, all those things also come up, but those things kind of make a lot of difference. But right now, 247. Is this a right move? We'll find it out as Gunner's just out there. That's the spray coming up as Gunner goes down, but Raza as well. Extreme and Wong on one side. Zero Fear just moves up to right back to Extreme. 247 might be in a lot of trouble as Raza and Gaming, both of them go down. Gaming has been finished. 247. I would say there's still time. If we want to move back, just move back right now.
Now, we were just talking about the fact that whether it's a good rush or whether it's a bad rush. Looks like it's kind of turning out good for JyanMaara right now, although they had a little bit of a hiccup earlier on. It looks like 247 are making the right decision. They're like, you know what? We've lost 2 members. Let's run away to fight another day, and almost getting knocked out as they... Wait a second. Forget that. Scratch that. I'm taking my... Is going to be the only survivor. Get knocked out. That means Khan, F4, is going to be the only surviving member.
Raza is still out here. I mean, they haven't finished him. They were like, let's focus on the people who are just going forward. And now, now they are finishing him up. So, Khan.
I do believe a couple of Dons could have come in. They're like, hey, your teammates have left you, man.
You're like
you
emotes and all,
or
probably emotes and all, right? But no. So, Khan, now this comes down to one thing. This guy, you know, these people, I mean, they were looking really good while rushing. But sometimes you have to think about it, right? Every rush is a good rush or a bad rush, depending on how you just go for it. And 247, once again, we are going with a strategy, but the opponents have guns, just like we were discussing.
There you go. I mean, that's the thing. You know, talking about rushes as well. Remember that meta when you get a knock in a compound
rush,
and you just rush in? Again, information is key. You need to know where each and every member is, because gone are the days when all 4 members are clumped inside one building. Now they are expecting a team to rush in their fortified position. So, you know, sometimes you have a couple of guys out in the open. I've kind of seen that as well. I mean, you know, you rush a house, but someone is prone outside because they know that that is going to happen. Again, I like the fact that the game has become intelligent, so to speak, and you know, a lot of things can make it or break it.
But I would say sometimes, even with that, sometimes thinking like a normal player can also get you a win. I mean, see, you know, let's go for the classic match example, right?
Okay.
If you're going for a rank push or something. 4 new players can also take down 1 pro player. It all comes down to those simple strategies, how they are going for it and all.
Oh, absolutely. A pack of hyenas can always take down a lion, you know, no matter how mighty and strong it is. But again, that's the beauty of this game, and the circle is going to be concentric. Again, we are going to be focusing with the ruins as the epicenter of this next circle. Majority of the teams are inside. Have a look at T2K. Again, the only team to drop at the military base. They did the same thing yesterday. They came in and they ripped everyone to shreds. So, you know, I mean, I'm expecting the same today. But let's have a look at the airdrop. The growths are as, well, one of the best weapons over here. You can't control the recoil. It's all right. But we'll learn over time. We'll learn over time.
But T2K, all right, I'll tell you one thing also, you know. The guy has had an impressive performance in the previous game, so let's see if they can cover it up in this one as well, because in the previous game of today, it was like, you know, it was going down to those healing situations, but now we are starting off with the gun situation.
You called it. You called it. I mean, I was like, it was like a split-second difference over there, but they did get that win over there. But again, it's going to be exciting to see what happens this time around, as the teams are going to be coming closer to one another. The George Paul Mountain, in fact, could be a hotly contested real estate property over here. Let's see if that is going to happen, as A1 Esports are moving away in the distance, as PAINxELMT's Luffy is just looking on.
Yeah, they are looking on as of now, but PAINxELMT, they also have to move up, right? The circle's not going to stay in poaching you for a while. I mean, it is for now, but as zone's going to be moving in less than 15 seconds, the next circle, as soon as it touches the boundaries are going to be shrinking up. So we'll have to see how that happens. But there's one thing, DE. I love the way they are rotating. I mean, they are on the northern side of the island. Like you can divide this Erangel into 3 parts: the northern Erangel, the mid Erangel, and the military base Erangel. So they are moving from the shooting ranges area. So that's I would say is a very good rotation. But once again, the contestation of a hill of this. How do you see the players should be playing this one?
Well, right now the focus is to go into the zone, and Rafat over here laying down some lead in the direction of A1 Esports. Elsewhere, Morte from Stalwart Esports gets a knock off his own. Now, that's what I was expecting. A1 Esports has the higher ground over here, so it was kind of like a misnomer as to why they fired a few shots, because they don't have a lot of cover. You got to remember that. This one concrete block isn't going to be enough, especially have a look at how A1 is spread out, right? They have that cover. Even those trees are going to help them around a little bit. So the fact is, no one should come in from behind. That could be terrible, but Shuvo over here with a knock on 6ix9ine goes down, and 6ix9ine has been taken out of his misery. Well, that was quick. That was quick. That's a point to them already.
Exactly. That was very quick, but now it comes down to one thing. SCYTES is still sitting out there. If SCYTES gets caught, he will be taken down. We're not doing those word plays today, are we?
We can. I mean, if
Shortcut gets caught.
Gets caught. I mean, he could get caught because his teammates are a bit far up. Dante is going to be up top over there. Sinister, with his sinister ways, is looking around for the enemy as well. Now, again, the Georgia Paul Mountain, it has its pros and cons, right? The best pro is you have the highest ground in the map. You can kind of have a command of the valley around you. You know, you can the low level grounds are going to be easy pickings if you are good at shooting. But also, you got to remember, a lot of teams want that king of the hill position. So you are going to have to thwart attacks from left, right, and center. So, you know, it's a give and take at the end of the day.
Yeah, that's totally true. I mean, let's talk about this one then. Venom, you have to be venomous in this game if you have your ElementriX. Right? And with those things, you know, when it just goes on, you'll have to think about the future stations, like where you might just park your car for the next one. And you should have a good element of pain, not the element of surprise if you look for it.
And that is what is A1 Esports, isn't it? I mean, that's what it's about. This is the best of the best that we're going to be witnessing.
Yeah, these are A1 teams fighting for this one, as we see. And if you're not paying attention, you might just be in the eyes of death, and guys, you will be just being taken out.
I mean, can we just have a round of applause for Ocean Sharma over here, please, in the chat? I mean, that was just amazing, brilliantly done. It's a pleasure working with you, by the way. But let's have a look at what's happening here. Again, not a lot of action. Now, the teams, they have kind of slowed down. You are right, because, you know, you want to make sure you get those position points as well.
Yeah.
Kills are not going to be enough, but, oh, they are so important. Now, FutureStation's Tamim, he is, see, again, this hill is going to be hotly contested. I want to see some fights taking place. And the question is any other team going to come and join them?
So I have a question for you again.
You just love putting me on the spot, don't you?
So I have a question for you again. You saw 247, right? They were in a bad situation. So how should this be...
Wait a second. We have some action breaking out over here. Stalwart Esports are going to be attacked upon by JyanMaara. They have lost Malik, but JyanMaara's Gunner and Wang are down. And, well, they have been put out of their misery as their teammates Extreme. And, well, they can't do anything. They can just helplessly look on.
They'll have to see and look on, but JyanMaara's other players are on to the other side. But right now, all right, Malik needs a revival. That revival will be coming up slowly and slowly, but Mori is trying to look into the directions, you know, wherever he can find someone, he'll go for it. DRS is out there onto one side, and right now Mote might be a bad decision moving out in the open, but no, he makes himself to the safety areas. All right, so coming back to the question, 247's Khan is the last survivor from his team. This team was doing pretty good in the first game. They were in the top 2.
Oh, yeah.
So now what should be his mentality, because he's a lone survivor. He cannot take up a, you know, 1v2 fight, 1v3 fight. Those might be tricky ones.
Hey, he could.
He can, but those might be tricky ones, right? So in the situation, because 13-16, if you go down 0 points, what should be, if you were that person, what should be in your mind?
You know, I've been in that situation before. Yeah. I've been in a situation when my teammates were lost, and all I could do was hide. That's all I could do, because, of course, the confidence wasn't there. All I did was hide out in a shack till the end, and, you know, our team got through. Maybe that should be his game plan right now, try and survive for as long as possible. I'm pretty sure he is going to be playing from the edge. I doubt that he's going to go towards the center at any given point, but meanwhile, Rafat over here gets a shot off, and Muffin goes down courtesy his weapon, but it's funny, ASC have already lost Crazy, of course, that was one of the first deaths in this game. Not a big blow to them. They are still a very capable team.
They are still a very capable team. You know, it just comes down to one thing. Still, if they are getting calls to and fro, they are still a very capable team. Because you need to know about each and every call. I'm moving forward. I'm throwing a grenade. I am rushing. I'm slipping outside the game. All those things matter. ElementriX onto the other side. They are looking pretty good as they have a bit of a higher ground. Not blah blah blah. Not Nang, but Sonim and Mr. Hyozu are looking pretty decent. Mr. Hyozu goes for a throwable of his own. All right, that grenade was a bit short, my friend. But now let's see what Mr. Hyozu does, as he will be going for another one slowly and steadily. But onto his side, you can see Orochi did a good damage on Mr. Hyozu, but now Entry makes his entry in the situation, but he will have to go from the right-hand side.
Also, a member of INES was a bit far back, so in case the opponents kind of rush forward, you know, he can give that information away. Blade, meanwhile, is going to be blowing Muffin to bits with that grenade. And in fact, yep, Muffin is down. He's not out yet. He is down, but this is the second knock, so it is going to be painful, and he's going to be bleeding out just a bit faster. Hannibal definitely has his work cut out, and he's now the last remaining member from Assiduous Esports. And, well, like I said, the smoke cannot, save you against bullets. He is on a sliver of HP. Can he do something? Just a random spray, hoping against all odds that he connects. But Assiduous Esports are going to find themselves being eliminated in the 16th position. 0 placement points, but 2 points for kills.
2 points for kills is okay, but Assiduous, man, this team, we have never seen Assiduous, you know, stop out in the open to take the fights.
They haven't actually, but again, you know, that's the thing. When you are traveling in a convoy, if one of you gets split up, the thing is, do you stop and take a fight, or do you just cut your losses and move forward? I guess they made the wrong decision this time. But again, they don't really have to worry about it because they are pretty much at the tippity top, and they've got a good amount of points as compared to the rest of the roster. But again, this is their last game, and let's see what happens. But look at the circle. This is it. I love this. This is one of my favorite circles in this map. We are heading to that big bad mountain.
Again, just like we were talking about, right? The ruins and the Giorgio Hill, the King of the Hill situations, those things will be coming out here. But well, as we could see, there were some other teams just about to take fight, but INES is looking pretty decent. The spray was coming up, but no! Missing out on all the shots, almost. Entry will have to pop up the first aid for himself.
I mean, he was almost taken down courtesy of Venom Legends. That was some accurate firing from the opponents. Now, Orochi is going to attempt to look out the same direction and hopefully get a knock, but they've got to be careful because ElementriX is just a couple of doors down. But now there's another question. Now, the zone is still favorable as far as their positions go right now.
Yeah.
If it moves towards the north, they are in a world of trouble. Have a look at T2K. They have a member down, but they are all going to be congregating on its positions. Smokes are going to be deployed elsewhere. Tamim is going absolutely havoc as he knocks down a few members from high voltage.
Now the players are talking. Look at this. ElementriX's players are also moving forward. Tier goes down as players are bent on destruction. Entry goes down as well. Stalwart's players are looking pretty good, but ElementriX is something that's actually doing amazing. Blade is on the rampage. Already picks up 5 for himself. What? This guy can hit double digits.
I mean, he can hit double digits, but let's see if that is going to happen because he is under fire. Now, this is a little bit of a nice position over here. Mr. Hyozu is just outside the enemy's gates. He is basically enemy. This is an enemy at the gate situation right now. I mean, do you knock and go in, or do you throw a few presents inside and, you know, hopefully everything goes boom? But Yashiro and Orochi, they are silent. They have their guns trained at the door and one at the window. They're waiting for it.
Imagine if Mr. Yuzu sitting out there, turns on the all mic and, hey, all the best, I'm going.
I would love if that would actually happen.
And just rushes away. But no, these guys are, you know, playing with the utter seriousness. But look at this, Mr. Yozu onto the other side, putting all the pressure on those teams, T2K's players, and ElementriX's team is looking pretty decent. Now Mr. Yozu is looking on to Aussie's side. Might just take one down. If not, might just punch those tires for the moment to be, you know, ruined in the situation, as the circle will be facing ruins areas as well as we speak. But Jane goes down. Frankie needs a revive. Will he not get that? No. Zod falls down as well.
I mean, that was a little bit of a bad move over there because they were under heavy fire. Zod was still not exposed, but the moment he moved, he got all the attention drew to him, and well, they paid the price, and they are out of this game as well. The SCYTES are going to be eliminated in the 12th position. They do have a placement point, so I guess that is the only silver lining over here, but it's not enough.
Wait, Orochi still testing his gun, is he? Is he still testing his gun?
I think they're trying to draw the enemy in. I think they're trying to draw the enemy in that, you know, they engage with someone else, no?
I don't know what just happened. I mean, they are doing something. Well, they just smoked inside this house as of now, and they know there's someone right behind them, so they are waiting for the person to just get in. But look at this, 17 seconds, and INES is the one who has to get inside the circle. ElementriX is also already inside the circle, so this game kind of can go on ElementriX's side. Blah, blah, blah is out there. Mr. Yozu as well. Perfect calls being given by both the players to each other, but INES, they have to move out, and they have to move out right now as 3 seconds on the clock, 2 seconds, 1 second, and now comes up the movement. But INES, so they have heard the footsteps, they have seen that on the map, so now they know that the movement is going to be the key. But Orochi almost
1, 2, 3, is that 4? No, it isn't. 3 grenade knocks, and he finishes off Nima as well. On top, just wiped out a squad with grenades. DRS is out in the 10th position, obliterated, blown to bits. Wow.
Sometimes guns don't do the job that needs to, right? And this is one thing that happened. And on top, sir, we know this guy did amazing. Last time, he died by a grenade that heal battle when the heal battle started. Now he was like, I'll show you what my grenades can do, and that is a squad wipe.
Well, he's definitely on top of his game. Meanwhile, Bablu's Pikachu is taking heavy fire from Sinister, but he does make it out of harm's way. High Voltage are going to be exiting the game in the 9th position with just 1 kill to their name. Not nearly enough to make it up on the leaderboard. On top is still fragging out. He has that AK, he has that ratatatata, and he is just going ham over all the people right now. Now, DE, they have to move in. Everybody's got to move in, and the circle, mind you, has shifted south. We are not on the hilltop anymore.
On top, he is moving forward, but no, goes down. Reddit's out there. He also needs up a revive. DE is in a bad situation. Warusa throwing up a grenade onto the other side, but will that be enough as of now? No, he's throwing up smokes as well, just for his cover, just for the sake that he stays alive. But can he actually save his teammates? That's a big question. Blah, blah, blah goes down as INES is actually taking up a good fight for themselves. And Malik, STE. I'm telling you, this team is looking amazing because this team already has 13 in the bank.
Yes, they do, and looks like ElementriX are going to be bowing out from this game as well. They get wiped out in the 9th position. Stalwart Esports, wait a second. Would you please focus on the team kills over here? 14 kills already for this team.
Yes, and that's one thing that makes up a difference, right? This team has shown themselves on the world stage, right? They have gone global once. They can go again for this one. But right now, Mode with a good grenade, if that is actually a perfect one, it will be a perfect one. You can see a good grenade goes towards the backhand side. That's going to go boom. It is. Wadu, sir, say bye-bye, because Mode will be the grenadier for this one.
Wadu? Yeah, that was that situation because he had no idea what just happened over here. One man who's going to be happy right now is Fixes because he called it. He's like, Stalwart Esports, where have you been? Well, they have finally shown up and they are wrecking havoc. Elsewhere, INES, Orochi and Yashiro, they're still in it. They are not giving up. They are still holding on to their ground against all odds. I think they're going to fight till the death. Well, that is what they're going to do. But ElementriX have gone out in the 7th position. Final 6 teams, 17 people alive.
As of now, but Stalwart is the only one that has a zone for themselves. The team is inside the circle, taking fights for themselves. Sinister, you might be the next one to say bye-bye as Kobe it goes. And Sinister gets a bit of damage, but still has not been finished. Look at this, Tetron from the other side. All right, the grenade goes in vain, but the kill comes to the team. I'm happy with that one.
Talk about deception over there. That is exactly what happened. His focus was entirely in one direction. A1 Esports out in the 6th position just to kill to their name. But look at the way Stalwart Esports are in the thick and thin of it. They are the only team right now pretty much in the center of the circle. Venom Legends are coming in from the north just a little bit. They are at the edge. FutureStation looks strong as well. They have all 4 members alive. Now, Badrev, Tamim, Machine and Steel Shot, we know what these boys are capable of. Wait a second. Blade has spotted the enemy. He is going to be rattling off shots in that smoke, hoping that he gets a few hit markers, and he does. Teen Wolf goes down, and he's going to go for another one. Oh my goodness, he got Danny, and with that, Team Bablu out from this game.
19 is the number. Can you just look at that? The way team is playing right now. Stalwart Esports is on a fire.
They are on fire. You realize they've pretty much matched PN Crew's record right now. Both teams stand at 19. Are they going to beat them?
They might just, by the looks of it, they might just beat the team. PN Crew was having 19 kills yesterday. Let's see how far this team can go for PMPL's highest kill record if they just go for this one. We'll have to see. But for now, 19 kills and Blade has 7 for his bank. We're still down to, if you're talking about the teams, 4 teams and 12 players surviving. But the major thing is, which team is going to get that chicken for themselves?
Well, let me just tell you one thing about Blade. His damage is going to be off the charts. I wonder if the histograph can even keep up with it because it is definitely going to go out the screen. This guy is absolutely a machine right now. And have a look at that. They are being rewarded for their excellent gameplay with a drop of their own.
They have the drop. I mean, drop gives you 2 things in the final circle. A good cover and obviously good guns. Those things come up. Imagine getting them to 4 and Blade's like, everything just goes, not ratata, just tatata.
That's the poetry of 100 bullets. The ratatata is for the AKM. Yes, sir. But now Malik and his team, 19 kills. They did lose Kashu for a little bit earlier. It's not going to be that much of an issue for them. Venom, again, this is the strong team as well. Now, they can really do a lot of damage over here, but now this is what's going to happen. You have no man's land in between. Yashiro is going to be the first to break this little bit of a stalemate as he fires off shots in FutureStation's direction. Tamim was the intended target, but the knock did not come through. Now, Machine, Steel Shot, Badrev, and Tamim, they have to move inside the circle. So I think all the focus is going to be on them. INES are the only team that have 2 members alive, and Venom Legends and Stalwart Esports have 3 each, but Yashiro is still trying to rattle off bullets, just trying to keep them at bay.
Exactly. But Blade goes down. Needs a rev badly. Malik and Morte are onto the other side, but can they go for the rev? I mean, they came so far not to lose. Otherwise, it will be the curse of 19 kills if we talk about it, if that just goes down. But Malik is looking good for the fights. Bad Rev takes down Yashiro as we speak, but no. Bad Rev will be the one, and alongside Seal Shot, they finish INES. Stalwart, FutureStation, and Venom Legends are 3 teams surviving, but this is going down to these open areas. And STE, the revive is coming up really good.
The revive is coming up, and by the way, have a look at the zone right now. Venom's direction is kind of changing towards STE, but STE, they have that little bit of that slope that is going to give them plenty of cover. Ooh, Evil Eye could be in a good spot right now. He definitely spotted someone out. Morte has been knocked out. Malik and Blade are going to now focus their attention on this direction. Maybe his teammates could come in from the other side, but we are down to the last 3 teams. Who is going to come out on top? Blade is trying his best to make sure the enemy stays behind him. Evil Eye finally comes a little bit over the horizon, shoots a bit, but gets back in the nick of time.
Stalwart Esports, oh my god, they might be the demise of in this situation. You know, Venom Legends is doing a good job right now, but Malik as the lone man surviving. For how long? The grenades are touching him. That means it's a bad news for him. He just has to stay out there. May just go for the second position if all comes down to this one. This FS has all the players.
FutureStation took advantage of the situation. They knew that Venom were picking a fight with STE. They moved in and depleted Venom Legends' number. They are down by 1 man, and that is going to make a big difference. Have a look at the way they are sneaking in towards their prey now. They are hungry for blood. They are hungry for chicken dinner. FutureStation, mind you, won the chicken dinner in Erangel yesterday. It looks like they might be on their way to win it over here again. And let me just come back to Stalwart Esports. Malik did pick up Blade, but we are still at the 19 kill mark.
We are still at the 19. The curse of 19 kills is still going strong
Big
right
2-0.
now. It is actually, as the curse might just go for another time as ST, they lost their players. I mean, they lost Kashu first, Morte went again, but FS is the only team. It is a 4 versus 2 versus 2, my friend. But right now, we'll have to see what happens in the end. I don't know it rhymes though, but we'll have to see how the fights just go.
We're going to have to find out because pretty much everyone is taking off their backpacks right now. They want to make sure that as they crawl their way through this tall grass, nothing gives their position away. Shuvo is very low on HP over there. Ooh, that's a lucky man because the knock at this stage, chances are you are not going to be picked up because you are going to be exposing your position as well. I like the fact that the center of the circle is pretty much, it's game to anyone. Anyone can go in. What about smokes? I don't see any smokes being deployed right now.
And we are reaching 9 zone as we speak. I mean, think about it. 9 seconds will be coming up really soon because after this, it's going to be those 30 seconds, 20 seconds, 10 seconds, and there it is. But before that, Bablu goes down. Evil Eye is opening up its Evil Eye as it wanted to go down, but Steel Shot takes down one. Shuvo is out there. Can Shuvo do something? Now popping up the smokes for his own player, but Bad Rev needs a rev. But Blade is on one side. Can Blade take down Machine? Blade, can you spot him? Can you spot him? He is having that a slight ridge for his own cover as Machine moves forward. Blade is looking in the wrong direction. He needs to spot Machine if he can right now. Blade, can you take those players? Imagine one good grenade can take 3 down for the team.
That would be devastating. Now, it's all about your spotting prowess. It's all about how quick you are at reactions because you need to be quick. We are in the 9th circle, 3 seconds as it's going to start moving in. I mean, we have a long match again. We are definitely crossing that 30-minute mark. Blade and Malik. The biggest question right now, can they break in the 20?
No.
Steel Shot gets a shot on Venom's Shuvo. He goes down, and with that, Venom Legends have been eliminated from this game. 3rd position, 5 kills down to the last 6 people. Blade gets taken down. Malik now in a 4-1-1 situation. This looks tough for them, and there you have it. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. FutureStation asserting their domination, asserting their authority in Erangel. That is their map.
Curse of the 19 kills,
Oh
man.
my goodness, oh my goodness. You called it. No 20 kills right now. Is it ever going to happen? Are we going to see 20 in this tournament?
We want to see 20 in this tournament, right? I mean, the way it started, Venom Legends was out there, FS, they were doing amazing, but Stalwart, man, they were so close right at that spot, but they started losing players.
Even till the end, they had all 4 members alive. By the time they had that 17, 19 kills, but that is how it is. And, well, their fortunes were kind of twisted. They did not get the chicken dinner, but FutureStation, man, they are coming back strong.
They are coming back really strong if we talk about the game and talk about the paces.
Talk about the pace as well. Well, we're going to slow down the pace just a little bit. This is pretty much the midway through day 2. We're going to take a little bit of a breather. How about you do the same? We are going to see you after this one.
Mountain Dew?
Squads. There's loot on the horizon for however you find victory. For the combat chauffeurs. For those who strike from above or from below. For the experts in pan-to-pan combat. Whether you're taking a leap of faith or just aren't afraid of a close call. Fuel your path to Winner Winner Chicken Dinner with ice-cold Mountain Dew and with exclusive loot from Mountain Dew fuel stations. Spawning on a map near you.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 2. My name is Super Johnny, being joined by Shadow and Fixes on the analyst desk. And what an amazing game number 3 on the match on Erangel. But I have to mention this. I have to mention the elephant in the room, ladies and gentlemen. No 20 kills even this time.
Yes, definitely no 20 kills this time. And like yesterday, the team that will be sitting out was PN Crew, had 19 kills. And the same thing is happening again. FutureStation with amazing 19 kills.
Well, you did say, FutureStation, where were you? And now I must say, this is what all they were grinding for, they were priming for, they were just there. But talk about the circles, how they were all going around. Initially, we thought it would be a rune circle. Then we saw that curveball going all the way up Everest. And then FutureStation were at the Tibety top alongside A1 Esports. And they had to calm down. And it was a kind of a Mexican standoff in the end. But Stalwarts, I must say, they kind of messed it up. Malik was looking kind of elsewhere during the last fight.
Well, if you're talking about Stalwart, I think we are going to have to talk about the MVP of this match as well, because I'm pretty sure it's going to be one of the lads from that team. And yes, it is Blade from Stalwart Esports. 1165 damage, 7 kills coming in, 4 assists, ladies and gentlemen, and the survival time of 27 minutes and 24 seconds. Quite unfortunate that this team did not get the chicken dinner, and oh my, the pentagram, look at that. Almost every single category, he had the best performance in the entire server.
Yes, definitely. He did have the best performance. He had the highest kills, highest damage. In fact, that damage taken is also not that high. He has already taken just 478 damage. It's not that high that we have to complain about.
I mean, it's not that high, but still, this man had an amazing run. And I'm pretty sure if we're going to look at the top players from this match, his teammates are going to be there. Apart from Kashuf, who got taken out early in a skirmish with the players from Team Bablu, all the players of Stalwart, all the other 3 players of Stalwart had the game of their life this time. And yes, the top 3. The Stalwarts lineup is going to be there. Blade followed by Morte and Malik. Morte would have gone even further had he not ignored the players of Venom Legends and just been caught completely off guard.
Yeah, of course. I have to completely agree on that one, because when Venom Legends were alive, that was kind of a Mexican standoff like I mentioned. Morte just kind of peaked being on the low ridge and he was punished. But the journey of Stalwart Esports in this entire game, I must say, they made their way throughout the circle. They made their way inside, fought every single squad that came in front of them, and they stood out on top.
Yeah, but now it's time to have a look at the standings for this match, ladies and gentlemen. See how many points did these skills get. The team of Stalwart Esports and the teams behind them as well. I mean, we knew they were going to be on top. 12 placement points, 19 kills, 31 in total. Well, I don't know how upset I have to be, or I have the luxury of being. I mean, 19 kills, a lot of points coming in, and aggressive gameplay, all the things that make us happy, but the record of 19 kills still not being broken. The curse, in fact. Not the record, but the curse of 19 kills.
Yes, we have 2 curses now. Curse of 3 chicken dinners and curse of 19 kills. We have got 2 curses. Let's see which is going to be 3rd curse. And if we look at the teams which are at the bottom, PAINxELMT again and again ending up at the bottom. I don't know where they are struggling. Maybe the synergy or the coordination, because I see the players to be way too spread out without any coordination or a perfect synergy. I think they need to work on that. And 247 Gaming, they are also sitting at the bottom.
Yeah, that was kind of surprising. Even I felt, after that Miramar game, they kind of, picked that pace up. But, it's just coming down again. Like XP says, we are sounding like broken records. Every day is not a Sunday for them. Every single game, you cannot really expect them to overperform, outshine. But yes, one thing I really loved about FutureStation, they were very confident about themselves. The way they were putting themselves out there, they were completely focusing on the position-oriented gameplay. And when the time was right, they went for the kills.
Exactly, they went for the kills, but one thing I noticed in the standings was that teams from Group A, they were sitting, well, at not so good positions, and I guess the reason for that is going to be they were not doing the due in the match, because you have to do the due if you want to perform, and with that, let's have a look at the due moments of this match on Erangel, ladies and gentlemen. Here they are.
Yes, here they are, 2 for 7, again caught out by the players of Team VTNxJyanMaara. They were struggling in their rotations. They had dropped in all the way towards the mansion area. VTNxJyanMaara was already there. That should have been anticipated, that when you are rotating, you are going to face them. So that kind of was expected. 2 for 7 Gaming, I think next time they will be careful in their rotations. And Assiduous, they were taking a fight at a point when it was not at all required.
Well, I'm sorry for the delay. I was just sipping on my Mountain Dew out there while you were doing the talks. But yes, I would have loved to see. A kind of a Everest circle. That is something I did not get to see. That I was disheartened. But all these fights coming again. The circle taking, throwing curveballs after curveballs. All these teams. Team ElementriX had a very good spot. But those teams coming from behind, INES, Team DEADEYES, creating so much trouble for them. And well, Sonim was the last member surviving. He could not do much out there. But Stalwarts, being the stalwarts that they are, they finally have risen up to the occasion. And well, I just hope the remainder of the games that they have, they just play the same. You cannot expect you get all those 19 or 20 kills, but having those 5-7 kills, because you have the experience. You've been under even tougher circumstances.
Yeah, exactly. You have been under certain circumstances and tougher ones as well. So you need to learn from the past experiences and then grow upon on that. And, well, I am a little bit jealous of this man right here. Keeps getting free Mountain Dews for himself somehow.
Yeah, of course, I deserve it, right? With the size and the structure, of course, I have to keep that belly on. And, well, Mountain Dew has definitely kind of the thirst that I had. It has clenched it. And, well, getting back to the game, getting back to the teams that are playing right now, we have a certain group sitting out. Now things are going to be very, very intense, as now teams from Group B will also be joining in.
Exactly. Teams from Group B will be joining in. Teams from Group A will be sitting out. It's going to be quite interesting, and I guess that Mountain Dew, it helps you do one thing. It helps you do the dew and helps you relax and understand the game as well. But now let us have a look at the damage histogram and see how things are going in terms of the damage to kill conversion ratio. Because we saw the one on Vikendi, and it was quite interesting to see the fights that were being taken by the teams weren't always getting them the kills. But how were things on Erangel? It's time for us to find out, and here it is. Oh, whoa. Yeah, it was 3,500 damage, 3,501 damage from Stalwart Esports with 19 kills. And then we have FutureStation, the second highest damage in the server, 1,794, almost half.
Yes, definitely. And if I'm not wrong, I think Stalwart Esports has got the highest damage till now, the matches that have been played in both the days. I think that's a record in itself, 3,501 damage. But 19 kills, I think they could have gotten more kills, as we can see the damage of this.
I also want to point out FutureStation in this one out. So initially, yesterday, they were going for the position. Today, they did go for the kills. And in this particular games, they were very vigilant. They knew what they had to do. They knew that there will be a time where Venom Legends and Stalwarts would go against each other. And that is exactly what they did, in fact. They capitalized on their opponent's weaknesses and they just went along. And in the end, it was all of them just rolling in, wiping out the entirety of Stalwarts and getting the chicken dinner.
I agree with you. I mean, sometimes being paranoid inside the match does pay off. If you are careful enough, your opponents are just going to fight amongst themselves and take each other out, while you are just going to be sitting there reaping the rewards of their hard work. But now it's time to have a look at the leaderboard as well. We're going to see how things stand, not just group-wise, but all and figure out where the differences lie. So Assiduous Esports taking the lead once again, 91 points for them. Team T2K SG on the second with 90 points. Then on the third, we have FutureStation with 90 points as well. It's a close fight between the top 4, I have to say, because even SCYTES, they've had 81 points for them, still sitting on the 4th position. So with one good game, they can take the first away from Assiduous or T2K, depending on how they perform. The sad part lies in the fact that these teams are going to be sitting out now.
Yes, definitely. And if we talk about Stalwart Esports, I think they have that sum of Mountain Dew. They have really stepped up, and this is what we were expecting. Our wishes has been granted. And if we talk about Team Bablu, I think since they have played only 4 matches, we can give them some slack. But Abrupt Slayers and 247 Gaming, especially if we talk about 247 Gaming, I expected them to step up considering their performance, but they are still sitting at the 12th position with a total of 39 points.
You know, I'm disappointed over here. CZxHIGHVOLTAGE, Team Bablu. Certainly not the names that I really wanted to see on the bottom spot, because yes, they have definitely played their 4 games, but what have they gotten out of those 4 games is what is really important. First day, for last game, you kind of messed up, it's alright. Then it was a new day, you could have come up with better strats. And talk about Team Bablu, they are lacking that team synergy, in fact, I must point out. And we did see that in Miramar, in every single match, every single fight they are taking, they're so unsure.
Well, I have an exciting news for you guys right now, and I have an exciting news for you as well. We have a special guest with us. We have the MVP from the last game, ladies and gentlemen, for an interview. Please welcome Blade from Stalwart Esports. How are you doing, man? That was an amazing game. Congratulations on the performance and racking up the kill points in that match. Alright, so I have to apologize to Blade over there because I'm having a tech issue and, well, his voice is too far away from me. I guess I'm also blinded by the bullets you shot. But Stalwart Esports, I have to say to Blade and to his entire team, that was an amazing performance, and you definitely shut Fixus' mouth right there when he was asking where is the team, where is the action that we saw from these lads in the World League, and here it is. Here's the performance, here is the experience that they showcased. It is going to carry forward because the team is going to play a lot more matches now, and they have sort of, I feel like, over the time since yesterday to today, we have seen them sort of get into the zone slowly and steadily, and I guess now they're finally here.
Yes, definitely. Now they are finally here with amazing 19 kills. This was the Stalwart Esports. We were waiting for the team with the experience of World League, and now they are finally performing. I want them to keep up this momentum in the remaining of the matches in the remaining tournament, because playing just one match and then fizzling out, it's not going to help you.
Yeah, absolutely. I have to agree on that. But, you know, now that they have played this match beautifully well, I think the next game, they might have a good amount of confidence and still inside them. But, you know, same thing can be said for Assiduous Esports. Yesterday was a very good day. They were enjoying themselves. But today, somewhere down the line, they got so much overconfident that they kind of messed up on different occasions. They were just ramming in, taking very, very unnecessary fights, stopping out in the open. And, well, if this continues, I think they might just, you know, start dropping off.
You know what the good thing for Assiduous Esports is, though? That they are going to get a breather now, since the Group A is going to be sitting out for the rest of the 2 games that we have lined up. With that, let's have a look at the schedule as well and see how things are going to go. And as I said, Group A is not going to be playing the 2 matches that we have remaining for today. So Miramar and Vikendi, they are going to sit out, But, ladies and gentlemen, Group B is going to be coming into the action again. So there is going to be a switch of pace with new teams coming in. Group E is going to adjust to the new opponents, is going to adjust to the new players that are going to be entering into this arena. And with that, there is one thing that I'm going to do the entire day. I said this in the morning as well. Predictions. Shadow, you first.
I'll say PN Crew and Abrupt Slayers, because the way they finished the last match of yesterday, I think they left us with high expectations. Both the teams, Abrupt Slayers and PN Crew.
What about you, Fixes?
For me, it's gonna be the lads from 7C because I know they are capable of a lot more. And if they just continue what they left off yesterday and kind of go off on a roll, I think they're good to go.
Yeah, definitely. They are going to be good to go, but there are a few more people I need to talk to right now. A few more people who, I mean, I have a couple of questions for them as well. And I'm going to walk right over there and ask them, what is wrong? What seems to be wrong with the crystal balls that you had, day one?
Well, here we go again. Johnny's putting us on the spot. I think Ocean is the new philosopher right now. He's the guy who can look into the future. So my crystal ball is definitely defective. This guy is still predicting on fire.
I mean, my crystal ball is pretty good as of now if you talk about it. But then the major thing is, you know, for these teams, for these players and everything, I just want to see which team comes up. I'm still holding on to Group E as of now because I'm like, I want to see something from that group.
I have one more question before I give you and you take over the action, and that is going to be, I want to know what went through your heads when the 19 kill marks was reached and it took so long in that last fight, in that last game.
I knew it. I kind of knew it. I mean, you know, Ocean was like on the other spectrum. He was like, nah, they're definitely going to break into the big 2-0. But it did not happen, and it is devastating. But I guess they want to change that this time. Now we have a new group coming in, so we're going to have different kind of action.
Exactly. I mean, expectations are always going to be there for us, for the analysts, for our casters, and I guess there's one more thing left to do.
Well, we are going to take this away, and we are going to be flying over the deserts of Miramar again. But now, before we get started, you know, Johnny likes putting us on the spot with predictions. I'm going to put you on the spot right now. Who is winning this game?
Well, as we were discussing previously, you know, I want to see DRS winning this one because we were like, you know, let's give that birthday boy a party. DRS Nima, it's your birthday. Happy birthday out there. And maybe, just maybe, you'll be celebrating this one with a good party of a chicken dinner.
I mean, having that chicken dinner with a candle on top, you know, to blow out your birthday wishes, that is going to be exciting. But let's have a look at the players once again as they get ready for some desert warfare.
Well, they want that desert warfare, right? It all comes down to these fights, these important fights that are going to be happening out here as we speak and as we see. But everyone is just focused. Plus, addition of new group. I'll be getting on to questions to you as well when we'll be talking about all the games and whatnot. But right now, as we see, Group B is coming. So, PN Crew, Abrupt Slayers, 7C, and R3D are those names that are going to be shining out there. PN Crew, they were also one of those teams that had amazing kills yesterday.
Oh yeah, they're the ones who actually set the bar yesterday as far as the highest kills go. 19 kills. Well, we are not going to wait anymore as match 4 is finally underway, and once again we are going to be flying over the deserts of Miramar, and this time, by the look of things, we are taking a little bit of a northeastern projection. We're going to be flying over Landriera, over Monte Nuevo. We're going to go flying past the water treatment plant, and Torre Ahumada is going to be the last stop on this flight path. Now, take us through this flight path because it is a bit towards the northwest. Is that going to make a difference for teams who want to go to, say, Los Leones or Impala?
Yes, sir, totally. El Pozo will be an important area just so that you can start off your fights. We saw a few teams, you know, landing up there on the first game today as we were seeing San Martin and Hacienda del Patron. You know, once again, the Golden Mirar, those areas where you just, you know, can drive through it. Picaro, not that much of a big area, but still it kind of, you know, works because it's the centralized area for this particular map. As we see Team Bablu, they go down to their own area. They're not going to be faced by any other means, but all the teams that have to go to Los Leones or maybe Impala will have a hard time because if the zone is not on your favorites, then you have to get there, loot there, find a vehicle and get inside the circle. All those, you know, extra tasks just accumulate.
Absolutely, and the thing is, you know, it's not really an issue at the beginning of the game because the surface area of this map is huge. So, you know, if you want to make your way into the circle, you have a few options. And of course, vehicles are going to be really important. They are going to be handy, not just for cover, but for transportation across those long drives. I mean, at times, you know, you can just take a moment out from the fighting and just go on a nice little long drive, get an open top Mirado, feel the air in your hair. But now let's have a look at the circle. It is going to be a bit towards the southern aspect of the map, and well, looks like barring 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 teams, everyone else is going to be comfortable with their position right now.
Exactly, like everyone is kind of comfortable as we can see. Most of the teams are inside the zone. There are just 3-4 teams that are on the other side of the zone. But all right, Joker has spotted a few players. Sinister, will you go down? No, Joker, I don't know. He's just not waiting for it. He might be just waiting for it. He just needs to find that, you know, if you want to take against the teams, you might need to find those soft areas of your opponents. It might be that your opponents are just landing. It might be they're just looting. They don't have a helmet. Just go for the headshots. So all those things kind of just, you know, accumulate. But let's see what Joker does. But no, 7C already.
We already have a skirmish breaking out, and looks like Dark is going to be the first casualty of this game. Memo is definitely going to be picked up. Well, I guess First Blood is going to go to Fair. And if you remember Fair from yesterday, he literally instilled Fair in the hearts of his opponents, especially he took that 1v3 clutch yesterday. And in the scrims, I do believe he had a 1v5 clutch. This guy is going to be one to look out for in this game.
Exactly. You said if you remember Fear from yesterday, I was like, I remember Fear, man. I do remember Fear because that guy was amazing. But Luffy, if a good grenade comes in, oh, the grenade was out there, but Luffy was unfazed at the grenade, just stayed onto the backside. But no, he's moving forward. He has a shotgun, as per se. He has another gun for himself, but no. Oh my God, that was amazing. Just popped out one bullet of the shotgun, and he took down one. Is going for reload. Let's see what he does in this one. Will he go for another shotgun shot? If he does it this one, that is going to be amazing. Hungry Box is hungry, but Luffy's out there. Will Luffy give him treats or not? Or will it be a shotgun shot? That again rhymes, but we'll have to see how it just goes down as there is something that's happening. Oh, from the other side.
That was close. Fair could have almost got him knocked out, and well, Hungry Box does go in. As you said, he is hungry for kills, gets the job done, and now he's going to go in for the revive. Now, 7C, they have lost a few members. Ooh, this is kind of good. He did have a little bit of a vision on Luffy, but he does move out of harm's way. And, well, they had an advantage, but now 7C, are they going to be pushing in? Well, they finished them off. Wait a second. Where are the remaining members from PAINxELMT?
On to the other side of the hill, as we could see a few. Obviously, you know, it's kind of one thing. Players are like, let's loot onto the other side, and if they don't have that sufficient loot, obviously they cannot just push in, right? It all comes down to those things. Soft spots, man. Soft spots. These two were the soft spots right now, because one of them had just a shotgun, the other one had nothing. He was taking up the fight. So all those things, you know, just kind of accumulate as we talk about the fights.
You know, if we talk about PAINxELMT real quick, they have been in all the fights and in the thick and thin of the action in the last few games. However, they've been at the receiving end of things. Now, Rohan and Envy are the last surviving members, and have a look at them. They have made it inside the circle, but they've got opposition in front of them in the form of 24/7 Gaming. Now, the question is, are they going to go and, you know, take the fight to 24/7 Gaming, or are they going to drive by? It looks like shots have been fired. We are going to jump right back in on the action and see what's happening and where.
Well, I guess it's on that area only, as the PAINxELMT players are trying to move forward. But for now, we'll have to see, because casualties have happened. But still, again, no team has been taken down. Again, a slow Miramar start is something that we are seeing. Obviously, in the previous Miramar, you know, 15-minute marker, no person was eliminated. All those things were happening. But now, two players have been taken down, and the circle is kind of like that Chumasera-ish. Picaro, Chumasera, those roads are going to be out there for the circle, for the zones to shift up. We'll have to see where the teams rotate, as ASL has a very good position for themselves for now.
You know, the thing is, only 4 groups can play any given game at any given time, right? Now, the thing is, when you play 1, 2, 3 games in succession, you kind of get a feel of how the other opponents are playing, because, of course, they've played against them plenty of times. You know, even the scrims, all these teams have gone up against one another. When we have a little shuffle, when a new group comes in, that's when the meta kind of changes, because there's one of two things can happen. Either they're going to go all aggressive and just, you know, wreak havoc. Ooh, I see something special over there. We have the Golden Mirado parked out of harm's way. It looks like 24/7 Gaming are the ones with the golden car.
And they are second time. You know, in the first game also of Miramar, they were the ones who had the this vehicle, right? And it kind of proved out lucky for them. They were in top 2, right? So maybe those bragging rights come up with a good position and good kills.
You reckon they can break that top 2 little dilemma that they have and actually win this game? Imagine if it comes down to that again. That'll be something amazing. But right now, Memo from 7C has gone in R3D's direction, and I think Shaw is the one who let off a few shots in his kind of thwarted his attack. But why is he alone? Now, the thing is, they are going to be scouting out ahead, but you've got to be careful. You can't just go and bang up against a wall and expect everything to, you know, just work out for you. They've got to be careful, and now Shaw is going to be, well, he's going to be patient. He's going to be giving all that information to his teammates, and now 7C, they are going to be regrouping sooner than later.
So 7C and R3D, both of the teams are from Group B, right? So they are just coming out after watching each and every team's gameplay, but Fear has had a bit of a damage out there, but Walker goes down. He will be finished. Hungrybox, still hungry, is trying to look for those, kill points for himself. Memo does not have a helmet, does not have a vest, but still is doing amazing. On to the other side, you can see Joker going down. Now it's just Shaw surviving in this area. Anubis, on to the other side, you can see the fight happening alongside the Al-Azhar area. As Shaw, he has to take out one for the team, one for himself. If he can go for it, once a good start for the starters, but can he just do it?
Now the thing is, Anubis has a vehicle, and it looks like if you have a look at the right side of your screens right now, he is moving away from the action. Of course, he is coming under fire from Smokey. I would have wanted to see one of those extractions, well, forget that extraction because Shaw is down and he is going to be out of this game. R3D Esports have been reduced to a one-man squad, and the God of Death, Anubis, well, is the last player alive.
Well, he wreak death over the players. This is the same situation as we saw against 247 in the previous Erangel game, right? One player was surviving and he was the one who had to go with the fights and everything. All right, now my question comes to you.
Okay.
So, Group B is coming...
Let me just put my thinking cap on.
All right.
1 second, and go.
All right. So Group B is coming back after a long time, right? Yesterday we saw Group E just starting their day after other teams had their games and all. Same goes for Group B, kind of. So where do you think the strategies come up for this for these teams?
Now, I'll tell you the advantage that I think Group B has as compared to what happened yesterday. Now, we're playing Miramar for the second time today.
Yeah.
Now, they had a chance to witness these teams in action. They were sitting on the sidelines and they saw, all right, this is Miramar. What are they going to do? So, they kind of have an idea of what the teams are going to be doing today. The next match is going to be in Vikendi, which has again taken place earlier this day.
Yeah.
So, they have a little bit of an advantage if they have done their homework. If they were actually watching the games, they can kind of predict what the teams are going to do. So I think definitely an advantage for them as compared to Group E coming in the last game yesterday.
So saying for today, for Group B, it's kind of, prediction game will be really strong. And with the prediction, not just the, circles and all, they'll be predicting their enemies, what they can do, what this team was doing. If they land on San Martin, they know which team was in Hacienda and how the rotations might just be and all those things.
In a perfect world, yes.
Yeah.
But when you are in the thick and thin of all the action, I mean, you're just thinking about survival. And all you're thinking about is, all right, where's the zone? What should our next position be? Now, that is where an IGL's role is crucial, right? Now, the IGL is the one who has to make those bold decisions. But everyone is going to be, doing their bit. I mean, it's not just one person who's a think tank.
Yeah.
Everyone is going to be giving their inputs. But it all comes down to one guy. I mean, at the end of the day, if you have to blame someone, it's easy to point a finger at one person, isn't it?
Well, that was... see, I don't want to say that's very well put, but exactly, that was very well put in this one. But, well, look at the circle, just, shifting towards the west direction as of now. So, teams from Lost Leones and Graveyard. And we can see a cluster of Team 247, STE, A1 Esports, PAINxELMT, 2 players, the surviving players are also out in that area. They're away from fight, but once they get inside the zone, they might just contest Team Bablu. A1 Esports, if A1 Esports is inside the circle. If they have to get inside the circle, PAINxELMT, they might just go from Minas del Well, a proper southern rotation. But obviously, see, we can see
all the members of PN crew are really low on HP. They've spent a lot of time out in the blue, that is for sure. I mean, you have a look at the map. They have just come into the circle. 30 seconds until the next zone starts moving. But again, it is the first 2 circles. It's not going to be a lot of damage. Plus, they have vehicles. So, I'm not worried about them as yet. And of course, it is PN crew. I mean, they got 19 kills yesterday. They are a very capable team.
Ooh, TRS Nima was so close of being taken down. Obviously, he does not have a backup yet. You can see there are a few players onto the other side and they are just rotating, but he does not have his backup available for his own self. I mean, every fight that this guy will be taking will be from this area. ElementriX, the players are trying to move forward. Sonim almost was taken down by a car blast.
He almost was, but Steel Shot is going to come in with that M4 and he's going to make sure he's finishes what he started. Sonim has been taken out, but now he does have that ridge cover, so the revive should be coming in. And if I can just go back to the birthday boy, I almost expected to see a party hat on him when I saw that picture of his.
Well, probably you will see that thing happening once they get chicken dinners or something. They'll be celebrating 2 things in one cost.
Maybe. I mean, that is going to be something amazing. But right now, Sonim has been picked up as smokes have been deployed all over the place. And, of course, smokes are amazing at concealing your location. But like I've said before, they are not going to be stopping bullets.
Well, again, a question. Put on your thinking cap.
Oh my goodness, 1 second. Where is it? Got it. Go.
Yeah. So people go for grenades, people go for smoke grenades, sun grenades. How useful do you feel they are?
They are underrated. I think
exactly.
they are. I have been actually flashbanged, and I mean, an opponent was coming in, and all I could see was white light, and suddenly the next thing I know, I end up as a grade. So I guess, again, it's the meta, right? We talked about sheep yesterday and how us human beings are social animals and all that, the herd mentality. If someone starts it off, and if someone is actually successful at it, I'm pretty sure it's going to be all over the place. Maybe you and I should look into this.
Exactly, because that's one thing I wanna just go for, right? Everyone uses other kind of grenades and all those things, but stun grenades, even if you are popping up the pin and throwing it in, the opponent might think it's a frag grenade, and the footsteps will be coming out. If not anything, if the enemy is not blinded, you still get to know that there's someone in the building.
I mean, you're a four-man squad. You've got to like play as a SWAT team, right? I mean, it has to be tactical. You have to use those flashbangs to perfection. But let's see if that happens. Meanwhile, 24/7 come under heavy fire as Stalwart Esports, the sleeping giants who have finally awoken, are putting on the pressure, but Blade is going to get taken down courtesy of 24/7 Gaming with a headshot nonetheless.
But Wasif, his health was also taken down in a slither, as we see the revive will be coming up sooner, but R3D's enemies, the final player surviving, will be taken out by Dante, as the guy was looking pretty good. But R3D becomes the first team to get eliminated. I mean, this team came out of Group B, and now they were eliminated. So it's kind of one thing that we can say, which, oh, no. That was wrong peak. That was a big peak, I would say.
I think he was exposed a bit too much. And, talking about, I mean...
Let's talk about this one. Suppressor. All right, so snipers with suppressor or without suppressors? Like you want boom or you want psh?
Anything.
All right.
All I want right now is someone needs to go to that airdrop, loot that AWM, because this is the second AWM we've seen today, but nobody picked it up. I need someone to show me some AWM action. But right now, we're going to focus on 24/7 as they are still engaged with Stalwart Esports, but I think they might just... Wait a second. You know what the most precious thing right now is? The most precious cargo is that golden Mirado, isn't it?
Yeah, that golden Mirado is just sitting out there. A precious vehicle. But ElementriX, they are just trying to spot those players moving forward in those vans. That's going to be FS, a team that had a good previous game. But, well, let's see how the relations just come up for this team right now. The circle is moving down to Chumasira's area. Chumasira, a pretty good area just to fight up, because there are hills on the backside of Chumasira. If you have an upper area, you can just put a lot of pressure. Plus, I want to see, city fights right now in Miramar, because rotations from one house to the other become much more tricky.
Absolutely, and Chumasira is that area where you get the best of both worlds. You get to see some open warfare, and like you said, you want to see some urban battles take place as well. So I guess we might just see that, and right now, 24/7, they are pretty much at the edge of the circle, and the zone has started moving, so they've got to skedaddle out of there ASAP, and I think Stalwart Esports have done the same. So now, both these teams are going to back off from one another, and hopefully they might just clash as they move into the next circle, but have a look at that map. Almost all the teams are pretty much in the circle. JyanMaara is coming in from the left. PN Crew is coming in from the north, and on our screens right now, Fair is out battling the blue as he tries to make his way in. Now the birthday boy. Again, the birthday boy, a lot rides on this. It'll be a special chicken dinner if they do something phenomenal this game.
I would love to see something phenomenal at this game. Well, DRS Nima, he is just, moving from here to there right now. But DE, they were engaged in a fight against ASL, and yes, DE Razor goes down as Nova X actually brings up his X Factor, his A game. And on top, will he survive? Yes, he does. The van moves forward, but ASL, they're still not finished, I would say. If they find someone else, they'll just go for that one.
Looks like Shifu is definitely going to bleed out. But, talking about ASL, I kind of miss the fact that ASL are not going up against ASC. I love the fact that there's a new rivalry that is building up. But right now, Shifu has been knocked out. Rated looks like he could be in trouble. Now, on top, he has to make sure his faculties are around him, because the push should be coming in from ASL right now. But again, you see, the thing is, when you are on the top of a hill like this, right, you can get spotted from miles away. So they've got to be careful about that. They are taking their time. They're not going to overextend, especially, keeping that point in mind. But right now, Sonam, we did see him get knocked out earlier. He is back in his position as the eyes in the sky.
He has the eyes in the sky right now. But, well, 55 players alive, 15 teams surviving. All in all, it just comes down to one thing. Still, people are preferring those slow games right now, because yesterday it was a different story, a completely different story that was happening in another zone. Just moving on to Jones area, but no, Danny goes down. Gaming did amazing, but now his eyes are set on 6-9, or if not anything, Shoykot.
Well, looks like A1 Esports could be in a bit of trouble. The thing is, this is still a fight that's taking place at the edge of the zone.
Yeah.
In about 20 seconds, both these teams are going to have to migrate due west. And, well, the question is, should they wait and fight right now? Or should one of the teams, get out of there and get a better position and maybe set themselves up as a gatekeeping situation? They could do that. But again, this is Miramar, right? The map is still huge. You have a lot of options. You have a lot of terrain. And that gigantic surface area makes it easy to reverse the position, but Poison is now going to find himself under fire. Is he going to get knocked out? He does not. That vehicle might explode though, which it does.
boom out there, but still no casualties. Well, Kashif is moving forward. They have all the players surviving. Stalwart, they also had a pretty good previous game if you talk about it, but no, Mr. Boro was spotted. Pretty slow, I would say, right now with the sprays, and obviously we'll have to see what PN does, because PN is kind of surrounded. You can see different players from different directions of Stalwart just trying to pick up the players of PN. Poison was saved.
He was safe, but again, the thing is, these fights are taking place outside the zone, and I think you have to give the zone a little bit of a priority over here. Ooh, Rafa takes a few shots at the enemy, but he's got to be careful because his back was exposed. He does take some damage, but that was good reaction on his part, gets out of harm's way. Meanwhile, A1 Esports 6-9 is still laying down heavy fire. 24/7 Gaming goes down courtesy of the play zone. The play zone does not want to be left out.
It does not want to be left out. Now, play needs a revive. The smokes are going to be popping up slowly and steadily, and there it is. The first smoke on the left, the second on the right will be coming up right now as Morte is out there, but on top, takes down 2 for 7 player. But look at this, the players are coming up for the charge in with Kashif. Can he survive? Can he survive? He is moving good. He's moving good. The gun of Mr. Boro was just racing, still not doing anything, but 2 for 7 gets eliminated.
24/7 out in the 15th position, 2 kills to their names. That means we are down to the last 14 teams. Sandesh with a grenade knock on Blade. This is going to be the second knock for Blade. He is going to make sure that, well, he gets behind cover to be revived. Otherwise, it's going to be a slow and painful death. Have a look at the smokes going out. Malik over there with that smoke cover for his teammate. Kashuf coming in from the right flank. He's got to patch himself up before he tangos with the enemy. But now, again, all these fights, have you noticed one thing? They are taking place outside the zone. The teams are not moving in quick enough. I guess they're just going all out aggressive right now.
Oh, no. Another big team is going to be heading home as Kashif goes down. PN Crew, this team again is starting off on that place where they left off.
Let me take all of you watching right now 2 minutes back in time. So, Ocean just mentioned, look at how PN Crew are surrounded by Stalwart Esports, and look at how they've turned the table. Stalwart Esports, another early exit, 14th position, 1 kill, and well, that is how the cookie crumbles. And I love the fact that we just realized we had Wang at the back, but we'll come to that as Shuvo is opening up on PN, and he's going to be like, you know what, you got a squad wipe, now you guys are in my crosshair.
So previous game, Stalwart was the one with 19 kills. PN Crew yesterday was one with 19 kills. Stalwart goes down, now PN goes down. Like, that is happening.
And wait a second, DRS comes in as well. I think Venom Legends said, hey, where did my opponents go? DRS comes in and steals the kills. Meanwhile, Wang from JyanMaara is trying to light up Bad Rev. He gets out of harm's way just with a little bit of HP left. And, well, I mean, this is just amazing. Headshot. No, that's not a headshot. I thought maybe Steel Shot is going to get a bullet in his noggin, but that does not happen. Now, the fact is, we are going to definitely see some urban warfare. Have a look at the map. We have a lot of buildings in play, but funnily, none of the teams are occupying any of them. They are still around the periphery, except maybe Team Bablu.
Yeah, exactly. Team Bablu is just out here, but right now, Shanraz Wong has Groza for himself, but will he be able to use it as of now, or probably later? Calls and just moving forward as they know the kills are out there. I mean, the knocks are out there. Kill confirmation might just come in, but no. Players have been spotted. Those shots just coming out there, but no. Rapid might take those kills for himself. He goes in, but no, he gets taken down as well.
What? I mean, that was a good attempt, but it was a silly attempt because I thought maybe he was part of the same team, but there was another team that was fighting on them, and ElementriX is still alive. They are still carrying that torch forward, and it is their IGL nonetheless. Mr. Hyozu definitely has his work cut out for him.
He has 2 crates, but he cannot loot from them because if he goes out, he will be spotted. He is down to those bandages and nothing else for now. But if someone goes up front, they'll be taking them, or if maybe Circle will be the one. But no. It's done as ElementriX gets eliminated. Detron was the one who took him down, but DRS is moving forward against Venom Legends. 2 players, Shuvo and Detron. But Shuvo, his health is also going down. Never mind, he goes down as Galsen is moving forward. DRS is looking pretty good.
DRS is looking good, and look at this. Cooney is living up to his name as he gets a few grenade kills in quick succession. Memo over there takes out Joker. I think ASL could be in trouble right now. Hungry Box is on a little bit of a domination spree as he gets 3 kills, one after the other. Abrupt Slayers are going to be bowing out from this game in the 10th position, just a kill to their name as DRS are down 1 man, and it's the birthday boy who is knocked out first.
Well, never mind. I would say the team's going to get that chicken for the boy. if we talk about it. But for now, Mafia Ninja, he has to move forward as well. Those bridges are pretty good, but no, Shubo almost no, he goes down, he goes down, but Detron's out there. A good grenade was coming out there, but that was a bit overcooked. But now it's Mafia Ninja's turn. With the guns, with the nades, he is doing everything that he can. But Detron, for how long can this guy survive? Because he is the last man standing. Or if not, he still needs to give up a revive. But if a good grenade goes in Detron, the story might be over.
Oh, he has gone for the revive, and that HP bar is missing. There is no HP, but he is definitely going to get that revive against all odds, because those grenades sounded like an artillery barrage right now. If they come out of this alive, I'm going to be just losing my mind. Shubo is under fire. He gets knocked out again. Detron is going to be pushed up against by 3 members of DRS Gaming. That's it. Mafia Ninja gets the job done, and with that, we have another elimination on our hands.
Another elimination down to 6 teams is what we are, as Venom Legends was 7th with 8 kills. Good kill numbers coming for this team. That was no shock. I mean, the team has done amazing, but CZxHIGHVOLTAGE's Havoc play zone is actually the main villain right now. But no. Wong has spotted out players from FS who are looking for another second for themselves. If FS girl looks good, goes good, we'll have to see what happens. Wong, his name is written on the wall, and he is the one with good kills off them all.
Elsewhere, Bablu's Pikachu has opened up on Assassin as High Voltage are coming under high firepower right now. Whoa, I just have fumbled a little bit. Now, if you have a look at the circle has shifted a bit towards the northeast. Hey man, I'm human, I make mistakes too. Now, Tamim is following. This is a little bit of a vehicle explosion over here. Nope, it is still intact. Gunner does get taken down right now. I like the fact that we had a little bit of a hot pursuit going on.
Well, I mean, those things are needed, right? Just take up your, just like you said, there's always that rush in your body. That thing is needed for that. Team Bablu is looking pretty strong right now. Can they get this one? I mean, look at the teams, look at the names. Team Bablu, FutureStation, DRS Gaming, VTNxJyanMaara, 7 Esports, all these teams are just out there. But Team Bablu and FutureStation are the ones with the man advantage. The numbers game is with them, but DRS is the one that has the zone for them.
You know, talking about Group B, the only team alive from Group B right now is 7C. They have 8 kills already. The only team that have pushed so far, but right now Bablu's team, Wolf, is trying to get a knock on Giro Fair. The question is he going to get it? And have a look at DRS's position. They have the high ground. On paper right now, they should be in the best position, but it's all going to be a numbers game. FutureStation has 1 man on them, and wait a second, I was talking about 7C Esports. They get eliminated in the 5th position, but a respectable 8 kills to their names.
A respectable 8 kills to their names, but top 4 is right in front of us. I mean, as of now, you can see in the map as well, it's so clustered up. They are next to each other, but no, Wong might not cross the road. Why did Wong cross the road? To go on the other side, and that's where he just reached out. But can he just, go for the fight? Just Extreme goes down. Wong is there, and Girofear as well with that one cover for themselves. Dani's moving forward. Can he take a 1v2? Can he take a 1v2? Just looking at that direction. Takes down one. No! 4 gods to take on the other one, but on to the other side. Dani needs a revive. Doesn't matter as Bablu Pikachu electrocutes his opponents.
Pika P comes in and saves the day. Dani is going to be up on his feet very soon. 3 teams remain in this game right now. 10 people still alive. Team Bablu, surprisingly, still a 4-man squad as JyanMaara make an exit in the 4th position with just 2 kills to their name. Now, DRS have the high ground, but they have to come in towards Bablu's position. Also, let's not forget about FutureStation, who are staying quiet right now. I think they want to make sure that, DRS tangos with Team Bablu, and then they are going to sneak in at the end. But all these teams are going to have to move out. They do have an option. Have a look at Mafia Ninja's position. If they kind of circle in from the left from their point of view, they have a chance to make it in. But Team Bablu are the ones who are pretty much cemented in this new zone. And you know what? They can pretty much wreak havoc. They can gatekeep both these teams at once.
Well, they can gatekeep both these teams at once. But if you're talking about it, look at this. Team Bablu, they have to get inside the circle. They are moving. FS has to get inside the circle. DRS has to get inside the circle. Who will be the king of the zone for this one? Because that is crucial. If Bablu gets inside the circle first, DRS has a proper open area to take them down. Those are kind of mind games that these teams will be playing against each other. DRS 80, he's getting taken down by the zone himself, as the zone is kind of doing the damage. Zone is not your friend. My friends, you'll have to look at this. But now Steel Shot goes down. Oh!
Beautiful. The way he got that angle up on that building, and now he's going to make sure he goes to the zone. I'm pretty sure FutureStation was not expecting that, and now the zone is going to be creeping in closer. Machine looks like he could be in trouble. Tamim is the last man standing for FutureStation right now. Elsewhere, Mafia Ninja is trying to make sure he suppresses the enemy over that ridge. They don't want them coming over, otherwise they are going to be in a world of trouble. But Pikachu, he is moving around his team, making sure that the right flank is secure, which, let me tell you one thing, is an amazing move. But have a look at FutureStation. They are still in it. They are still in it. 2 revives are going to be coming in. Mafia Ninja with a grenade knock on Danny. Mafia Ninja with a grenade knock on Team Wolf. Team Bablu are in trouble.
Team Bablu in a lot of trouble right now. Mafia Ninja, another grenade in his hand. Third time will be another jump. Will it be? Right now the grenade goes out. But no, FSS players, they are also in a lot of trouble right now. Danny needs a revive. Tyrant will be giving him a revive in this situation. But the meme has spotted out the players. The meme will be an MVP, giving up the revives at the perfect time when it was needed to still shot. But can he give up on another revive as Machine needs one badly? Steel shot. He's moving forward as well. They are one with the circle. The circle's edge is out there. Tamim, can he look at his right hand side where there is Team Bablu? But no, they are still failing for it. But Steel shot really takes down Mafia Ninja. But no. DRS. AJ is the last man surviving. But for how long can he survive?
This is too close to call. I have no idea what's going to happen. Danny just getting out of harm's way, just goes prone. That was brilliant timing on his part. Tyron is going to make sure he makes nobody comes through. Of course, you want to blow the vehicle up so that it doesn't blow up in your face later on. I'm surprised that FutureStation are still in this. Now, Tamim is the one who is knocked out. The question is Steel Shot going to pick him up, or is he going to use him as bait? Which is a possibility, because if someone shoots him, wait a second, he does go down. Steel Shot knows the position now. Shots have been fired. However, Mafia Ninja reacted just a little quicker, gets the job done, and now we are down to the last 2 teams. It's a 3-on-3 situation. Team Bablu versus DRS Gaming.
We have the best team of South Asia versus the best team of Pakistan right now. PMCO winners, DRS, can they take this fight for themselves? Versus Team Bablu, and the best from Pakistan is taking up an incredible fight, but Pikachu goes down, so does the other person. That's AJ. AJ and Pikachu both are down to a 2 versus 2 situation. Zone is something not with friends on DRS side. Mafia Ninja goes down. Team Bablu, one more player, and there it is. Team Bablu, 11 kills, gets that win.
Darren got that chicken dinner for his team against all odds. What an amazing way to go out, and wow, they are finally here. Now I know what you meant by Team Bablu. These guys are for real. These guys are full of destructive power, and they just showcase that. What a way to win in Miramar.
Group E, I said, they're going to flourish, and Group E actually did it.
And they actually did it. Now I know why we call them the Group of Death, or the Group of Excellence, as I like saying it. What a performance by these lads, and I like the fact that they held their ground. Again, they didn't overstep, they didn't overextend, and that is what got them that victory. But again, what are your thoughts? What are you taking away from this game?
The best part was Tyrant when he, took down players from FS as they were moving inside the circle. Yeah, that moment was amazing. But then this final fight against DRS, I would say this was an incredible one, the way it happened. But still, it's one thing that we saw these fights. I want to see what those guys on the other side, the excellent people on the other side, have to say. But that's going to be happening right after a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action still continues.
Mountain Dew?
Squads. There's loot on the horizon for however you find victory. For the combat chauffeurs. For those who strike from above or from below. For the experts in pan-to-pan combat. Whether you're taking a leap of faith or just aren't afraid of a close call. Fuel your path to Winner Chicken Dinner with ice-cold Mountain Dew and with exclusive loot from Mountain Dew fuel stations. Spawning on a map near you.
Welcome back once again to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 2. This is Super Johnny being joined by Shadow and Fixus on the analyst desk. And what a way to finish our match on Miramar. We know smokes are really crucial as a utility in this desert land. And Experiment talked about this as well. When you see a smoke, you just fire through it, and Tyrant with a blind spray coming in, securing the chicken dinner for his team.
Yes, definitely securing that chicken dinner. And if we talk about one more thing of Miramar is going to be height. And that height advantage DRS Gaming definitely had, and they did capitalize on it. There were so many squads right in front of them in their compound. Team Bablu was there. All the Team Bablu tried to take down the players of Team DRS. AJ was taken down, but they had a good positioning of DRS. They had a perfect positioning.
And if you go back in time, fix this a little bit, there was a fight that happened between the two teams that have sort of set a record for the numbers of kills in a single game. I'm talking about PN Crew versus Stalwart Esports. And that was an interesting match. I mean, I have my notes right here. PN Crew taking down Stalwart Esports, and then just a matter of seconds later, they got taken out themselves.
Well, you have to be very, very careful when you engage in the fights. You need to be aware about your surroundings. That is of absolute essence. But you know, to break down what really happened in the final fight, I have to give the ups to the lads from DRS. You know, they were right up in the open. They had a high ground initially. When the circle kind of shifted, they had to get down. And that is where they even got a lot of kills. But for FutureStation, like we were talking about the utilities, right? If FutureStation had a few more smokes, they could have survived that onslaught that Bablu's players, in fact Tyrant, wrecked upon. And that is what they did not do, and they kind of suffered out there, I must say.
Not just Team Bablu, but I think FutureStation, they were caught in an unfortunate position where they got sandwiched between DRS Gaming in their front and Bablu towards their flank, with the high ground as well, because it was a slope where the final fight was happening. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at the MVP for this match, match number 4. And that individual is going to be on our screens right now. It's going to be Tyrant from Team Bablu. 4 kills, 901 damage, 27 minute, 21 second of survival time.
Yes, definitely survival time and damage 901. 4 kills over there. Team Bablu had a good compound to them. They went to Chumasera, held on to their compound for a very long time, and until the zone forced them out, they didn't come out. In fact, that compound worked in their favor. They had a good angle to take down the players of Team DRS. They even tried to do that, and look at that damage over there, 901. Beautiful damage.
Yeah, beautiful damage, wonderful performance, and in an exciting way, did end up securing the chicken dinner for his team. Also, would like to point out the moment where he was in that one compound. He had Danny and Pikachu right outside the house, and he was the only man who was focusing the team of FutureStation, who were trying to get inside the circle from the flank. So that was an amazing moment from Team Bablu, because over there we saw a glimpse, a fusion of the old Bablu and the new team as well. Because earlier we used to talk about how aggressive they used to be, but now they've sort of turned down the aggression and are really careful with the plays that they make, not taking unnecessary fight, not being part of unnecessary action, and taking, making risky plays. Now they play a little bit safe, and that is why I think we're going to see this team improve as the tournament carries on. With this chicken dinner, I think they are making a statement. They're going to be back in the action. Yeah, they certainly are going to be back in action, and this was actually very necessary and very important for them, because like Shadow mentioned, I completely agree that you know, holding on to the center, that really held them up. Look at Pikachu, he is doing so promising out there, 795 damage. But DRS, you've got to give it to the lads. Mafia Ninja, those 2 grenades right on their face. But I have to point out, we do have the top players on our screens right now. Pikachu is there, Tyrant is there, the squad of DRS Gaming. 3 players are going to be in the top players, and I have to ask this question. Do you think after Mafia Ninja kills an opponent, he just goes and says, that's how the Mafia works? You never know. Maybe. You never know. Those nades, man, those nades were impressive. I mean, at one point he took down Teen Wolf and Pikachu with 1 grenade, and I think that could have been the point at which DRS could have charged upon the players of Bablu and taken them out, because they knew Tyrant was split up from his teammates and Danny was just in the back lines. They had pinned him down as well, but a lot of possibilities were there. Maybe they were worried about FutureStation chiming in and picking them off one after the other. But now let us move forward and have a look at the standings for this match and see how things turned out as far as the points are concerned.
And yes, Team Bablu with that beautiful chicken dinner and 11 amazing kills, sitting at the top with 26 points. DRS Gaming, they were performing really well. I was hoping, considering their positioning, if the zone had already favored them, if the zone was in their favor, the higher ground they had, I think they could have gone for that chicken dinner. And if we talk about DEADEYES, DEADEYES has not been able to perform, and CZHIghVoltage as well.
You know, right now what I can see is 7C Esports on that third position. Well, talk about them. They had a kind of an open circle that they had to get inside, and they did that, but they could not really do much. But Venom Legends, they got those 8 kills. That was amazing out there. But disappointment again, you know, PAINxELMT. I do not know, Johnny. What do you think is going wrong with them?
Not just them, R3D as well, just being caught off guard every single time, having those fights turn around, and it feels like the team is never really together anytime. It's always going to be one player being caught out after the other, and there is not any support in those team fights. So need to work on that a little bit. Still the early stages of the tournament, still just day 2 of week 1. So the journey is still pretty long. You're just getting started. I mean, we just left the start line right behind us. And if you want to climb up, if you want to make sure that you're constantly performing, you have to have those Mountain Dews, and you got to do the dew in the match. With that, let's have a look at the dew moments of this game and see those wonderful plays.
Yes, definitely. 7Cs had an amazing start. They dropped in at a positioning with their favorite drop position, El Hazar, but the players of PAINxELMT tried to take them. The 7Cs had a good start. They eliminated 2 of the squads, if I'm not wrong, but when they were rotating inside the zone, that was the moment they struggled and they were taken down. They in fact took down the players of Team Abrupt Slayers, R3D, both the squads. They took down those squads. They looked promising in the initial stages, but then they kind of fizzled out.
You know, I have to mention Code Zero High Voltage out there. They had the circle. They were sitting right in the center. Once the circle just shifted away from them, and they just kind of went off. I expected them to, you know, get a few kills now that they have come in. You know, they have been having their tough times. And having players like Assassin and Ozzy, they must need to back those kills for themselves. But this was a kind of a funny fight out there, you know. Mr. Hughes was just surviving with a sliver of HP out there. And DRS. I think, of course, Team Bablu definitely won this game. But, you know, with the way DRS played, with the way they took those fights up above the hill and then came down, engaging against FutureStation as well as Team Bablu, well, they were also phenomenal.
Yes, definitely. They were phenomenal. They were on alert mode. They knew their surrounding, what was happening when the players of Venom Legends knocked down the players of
this is the part where the, you know, the smoke should have come out.
Yes, this is the part where smoke should have. Utilities are always handy. This is the point they should have. In fact, FutureStation, if they had few more smokes, in fact, they had a few grenades. They could have taken down the players of DRS Gaming over there. They was taking, besides that airdrop, they had not much cover. One perfect grenade was it all required.
Yeah, of course, you know. And there was a point where Mafia Ninja kind of got 2 players out, and then they had to engage against FutureStation out there.
Well, I have to take it over from you guys right now because we do have the damage histogram, ladies and gentlemen, right in front of us. And it takes over the entire stage this time, where we do see Team Bablu with the 2526 damage and the 11 kills coming in for them. You see the bar right there, right? It's quite tall. And right next to them is going to be the squad of DRS Gaming with 2195 damage for them and the 9 kills coming in. But over on the other side, right here, we do see the teams that were eliminated quite early on. They did try their level best to take the fights in their favor, but R3D and the squad of Stalwart Esports, joined by the other squads, they just sort of failed to perform in this one. They still have more matches, as I said, back on the desk while I was standing there on my high horse of the analyst desk. They are going to perform, but I want to hear from my analyst as well. What do you have to say? Because the top 4 teams right here, Stalwart 7Cs Esports, Venom Legends, they performed, they had decent fights. We had DRS Gaming and we had Team Bablu. They all were in those fights constantly. But FutureStation, we were talking about FutureStation, they were there within the top 3, but they show up in this damage histogram, well, right somewhere along the middle.
Yeah, definitely they were in the middle. They were taking their fights, but I think they lagged on the use of those utilities, because if there had been those perfect grenades, like I just said, that damage histogram and the kill histogram would have been much higher.
You know, they should have kind of upped the ante over here. They were looking really confident. Getting all those chicken dinners, the consistent performance. This time was not shabby either. Well, this is something that we can say that FutureStation, they are focusing on the points and they're getting the kills. And on the longer run, that's definitely going to help them.
Exactly. But now it's time for us to look at the leaderboard, ladies and gentlemen, and see how things are in the overall leaderboard. Which team has the most points? Which team is climbing up slowly and steadily? And my, oh my, Fixes. You were praising FutureStation. They are #1 right now, already crossing the 100-point mark.
Does not matter if you have just 37 kills. You've got the placement points, you've got those 2 winner-winner chicken dinners, and that is enough to take you out on top.
Also, I do see a new thing popping up. 2 chicken dinners is the max number.
We haven't got to witness the third one.
Yes, the teams know they don't need the third chicken dinner. They will just gift it away as a Christmas gift or something. They won't
Nobody
go for
wants
it.
one.
We don't want one. We'll just go for the kill points and the placement. Some other team just go and take that chicken dinner. But Stalwart Esports, they tried to step up in the first match, but in the second match, not that good. They are sitting at the 10th position with 46 points. I want them to keep up that momentum, and all the Pakistani teams, especially 247 Gaming as well, they have also stepped down. They are struggling today, and I'm very sad to see that.
Quite a much needed respite for 7C Esports, I must say. But you know, CZxHIGHVOLTAGE, definitely not anticipating them over there. Even PAINxELMT having 9 matches played at the 18th position, that's gonna raise a lot of eyebrows.
Yeah, I mean, my eyebrows are definitely raised. I have a hard time doing that, but they are going to be raised if I could do that. You do not want to be in the shoes of PAINxELMT right now, because the pressure is going to be there to perform. And as the pressure keeps going up, so do the misplays. You have to remain calm. You have to wait for that reset to happen. And I think PAINxELMT, once they receive the reset, they're going to have a comfortable time stepping back into the standings. They're going to figure out, they're going to study back on the teams and their gameplay as well, see what the mistakes were. But one more team I want to talk about is going to be Team ElementriX, one of the biggest names in Nepal. We're going to have a look at the schedule while we have this conversation, as we are going to move forward, ladies and gentlemen, towards the last game of the day on that icy tundras of Vikendi, match number 5, being played by the teams of Group B, C, D, and E. And coming back to the conversation, Fixes, I want to hear from you.
Yeah.
Team ElementriX. As I said, one of the biggest names, came in with the roster change, had a decent performance a couple of days ago, have 41 kills as well to their name, but still sitting on that 6-7 position.
You know, one thing I must point out about ElementriX is their fighting stance that they take. The positioning while the fights, they're not so sure. Every single time, they're all ganging up together. Had they kind of, split up into pairs of 2 and then just provide cover fire to each other, the fights that they are taking, the positioning, we know, it's on point. But, all the players, sometimes you see them inside a small shack, sometimes they're kind of completely haywire. They need to figure that out.
All right, Fixes has spoken what he has to. Shadow, I want to hear from you really quick. One team that you're going to look out for in this Vikendi compared to the last one we saw?
I think Group E, DRS Gaming or Team Bablu, the way they performed, I always go for the winning team. In the previous match, the team which wins in the previous match, I always go for the safer option. I just go for the team. DRS Gaming, I'm sorry, I'm getting old. DRS Gaming, I'll go with DRS Gaming.
Well, I mean, there's nothing wrong with going for the safe plays. I mean, going for the safe plays is how you get the points. But now it's time for me to go to the other lads, to the other side of the desk, to the men who like to take the risk in, well, everything in life. The mad scientist Ocean Sharma and the experiment. What do you have to say about that?
Well, again, I love the fact that you love putting us on the spot. You're enjoying this, aren't you? He is definitely enjoying. But thank you once again. I wish I had a chance to introduce you at one time, because I would have said, here's Johnny. Let me see how many of you know where that's from. But anyway, coming back to the last game, it's going to be the final fight in Vikendi. Ocean, let's do the same old, same old. Who are you picking?
I would say I want to go with Shadow this time, DRS. Because, see, DRS is so close. They are just leveling up with every game.
I did not expect you to take the safe route.
Group E.
You're the guy who actually...
Again,
isn't that right? He's the
from
guy
the start
who...
of the day,
he's the risky guy. He's the
from
mad
the start
scientist.
of the day, I'm picking up Group E. They are winning. They are second. They are third. Everything.
I'm going to name PN Crew. That's my pick.
Oh. One making the safe bet, the other one going for the comeback.
Gotta do that. But anyway, it is going to be the final game in Vikendi. It is going to be the Frozen Tundra, and, well, is it going to be a slow start? Are we going to have those slot zones, or are we going to have action right from the beginning?
For the starters, probably the slot start is something that we can look out for. But I would say these teams are like, no, let's just get the action started, because action is something that we need. But if you go for a slow start or something, there's one thing that you always see, right? And that is those heals out.
I mean, those heal outs is something that we did see in the last couple of games, but now, for the final time in this day 2 of the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 2, you are going to have a look at all the players on your screens right now. Take a close look. Let me see if you can spot out your favorite players. I'm already kind of focusing on a few people right now.
All right, so there are people, having coffees as well, watching out on the screen, and it's like, let's enjoy the coffee all together, because after that it's going to be chicken dinners time, and look at that. All right, did you see that? Rated is like, all right, you all enjoy coffee. That's from DEADEYES, guys. Ladies and boys and girls, match number 5. Nevertheless, we are down to business, and business is out here. As you can see, the flight path will be right in front of your screens as we speak, and as we speak. And see, from the northern side, Zababa Coal Mine Port and to Bahar is where it all ends down. I want to see what the teams of Cement Factory, Hot Springs, those teams, what are they going to do?
Now, surprisingly, I want to see if the zone is going to be something similar to what we saw earlier. Again, this is another map that is playing for the second time in this day. So, talking about Group B that just came in, if they've done their homework, if they kept an eye out in the first 3 games as to how the other groups did, they might have a little bit of an advantage as far as, anticipating what the other teams are going to do. So let's wait and see if that is definitely something that's going to happen. All the teams are going to be jumping out of the plane right about now, and it'll be surprising if we have another circle around Movatra and Bihar.
Well, players from Team P and Q, you can see they're already just dropping down. This kind of looks pretty good as we just talk about the things, and jumps and all those things are just coming out. Ooh. But the circle has been formed. So this circle has, again, Dino Park in its Nixon corners, Abbey in its Nixon corners, Towar as well. So the circle is going to be forming around these 3 areas.
I mean, I like the fact that Dino Park is pretty much dead
Still
smack
want to walk
in the
with
center.
the Saurus.
Yeah, but it's not going to happen, is it? My luck is definitely not full up today. It is running out, and I think my predictions are going to be all over the place. But let's have a look and see if we're going to have some early skirmishes. I do see a couple of teams in close proximity to one another, and that is Team Bablu, who might just go up against, by the look of it, it is ASL. Now, talking about the Abrupt Slayers, they had an abrupt game last time. Now, we've seen them. They've come out with some calculated plays, and they've actually, taken the fight to their opponents, and they are a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah.
But do you think the reason is that, it was the first game, they weren't warmed up? Could that be a factor?
This is one thing, we can say that is a factor, but it's like, we all know that some teams make mistakes, and those mistakes needs to be, fulfilled at the right time if you don't go for it. So I would say, obviously, this game is a second chance for them for today, as you can see. But for your this thing, consideration, we can obviously say this thing, might have been a mistake, might have been a slow play, might have been a failed strat, and all those things. Because those things just happen, those things just come up. But for now, 7C, they are moving forward.
And it looks like Smokey just stole the seat from his teammate, who actually made it to the snowmobile a little quicker. But it's first come, first serve. And by the look of it, 7C is heading in PAINxELMT's direction. The question is, are they going to move away? They are. Maybe they spotted something, maybe they heard something, but now they are going to go further up down the road. And, oh yeah, I definitely can hear the gunshots. But the question is, who is shooting and at who? Now, again, Vikendi, it's going to be kind of like a slow start. As 7C, you can have a look. They are trying to, fixate on a compound that they want to loot, because loot is definitely what should be on everyone's mind right now.
Yeah, that is totally true. But for now, the major important thing, all right, another question. Question
You
time.
love this, don't you?
I love it.
You love putting me on the spot. Johnny loves putting me on the spot. Alrighty, and you're the mad scientist.
Because you are the guy who looks good at the spot.
Oh, I like that. See, now you are a good talker, my friend.
Yeah. Well, let's not go there. Well,
all right. What's your
another question.
Yes, sir.
How do you see those teams who were playing the previous Vikendi, the ones that are same? I'm talking about the other groups, the group C, D, and all those. So, how do you see them fitting out in this Vikendi? Because they had the previous one as well for today.
I'll come to that, but I just love that background that I saw on the player screen. I missed the name, but that was literally psychedelic, that little bed sheet over there. That was, I kind of liked it. I want one for myself. But yeah, coming back to your question. See, the thing is, you either go with the tried and tested method. Like, suppose if I want to drop off in Bihar, I'm going to drop off in Bihar. Now, if I kind of messed up in the last game, I've got two things on my mind. Do I change my strategy going into Vikendi, or do I do the same plan that I've practiced over and over again? Yeah. Now, you mentioned mistakes earlier. The beauty about a mistake is that you get the opportunity to learn from it. So the thing is, you can't make mistakes. We all are human after all, but if you do learn from them, then that's going to be an advantage to you. So again, it goes either way. Now, if I was in that situation, suppose if I drop down at place A and, I do not have a good game, I might want to change it up.
Yeah, so it's like, you'll be talking about the strategies from the scratch, right? Because landing is the first thing.
I mean, you can't just have one play in your playbook, right?
Yeah.
You've got to have multiple plays. You can't just, there we have it. It's Nova X. Let's just take a moment to appreciate that background.
Yeah, the background's pretty amazing if you're talking about it. And the player
Splash of
as
colours.
well. Splash of colors. And the player as well. Look at him. He's just focused with the game. He's like, giving all the calls. All right, I'm moving forward out in the open. We have 1,000+ meters, to move inside the zone as well. But this area, Willa, we have seen some amazing fights here as well. And right now, it is this team. You can see R3D. They have a vehicle for themselves. They have 2 for themselves as Walker drives up with another one.
He does. And I'm just thinking, I love the fact that we're in the 21st century. Technology is so amazing. The fact that we can see the players playing right now. Now, of course, the current situation in the world is that, we can't have a LAN event, but it does feel like as if they are right in front of us. And it kind of humanizes them, I mean, we know that all of these are players, but when you see your favorite players play, it's just special. Also, think about it from their point of view. They are kind of breaking barriers right now because playing in front of an audience can be a bit tricky at times.
And it's like we can see the kind of pressure that they are, facing with the game, with those circles as they're rotating. If they're taking up a fight, going with all those tap shots and maybe those sprays and all those things. Obviously, these players, they know their game. They know how to bring their A game to everything out here. Poison, on the other hand, so these areas. Tell me about something about Castle, because mostly it's like no one goes there.
No one goes there. I mean, at one time the loot in the castle was like amazing. You could get everything and anything, right? But the thing is, you don't want to be caught over there with another team because that is going to be pretty devastating. You have so many angles, you have so many nooks and crannies where you can get shot at from. Again, it's all about practice. And Vikendi being one of the newest maps in the whole map roster, it definitely has its challenges, right? Because it's not as popular as say Erangel.
Yeah.
So now the thing is, how much time do you actually put in to make sure that you know every single tree, rock, house position? Because like we said earlier, you've got to know your surroundings if you want to be the king of the hill.
Exactly. You started from Erangel, right? Then Miramar came up. You went a bit more familiar with ridges and all those things with good usage of snipers and whatnot, for those things, for this game. Then came up Sanok. From those ridges, you were down on the ground, one with the nature.
And that was like completely different, the opposite spectrum, because forget long-range snipes, you had to get up close and personal in each other's faces, and that's where sound sense comes in. Remember all that hissing you have to watch out for?
Yeah.
But yeah, Vikendi definitely has its challenges. I mean, there are a lot of things I love about this map. For me, as a sniper, I love the fact that I can spot people out in the distance. So, if you have that spotting prowess, and if you are a good shot, I think, we did see this earlier, Vikendi has more medium to long-range engagements than Miramar these days.
Yes, totally true. But there's one thing, man. I miss Sanok today. I do miss Sanok today, as we did not see that. But obviously for tomorrow, it will be a good thing. But for now, if we are talking about the fights and things, we are starting off good. And from the start, right off the bat, right off the get-go, we have those slothiness just moving up.
I mean, the slothiness is over there, but Ocean and I are definitely going to make sure that you do not feel that, because our energy levels are pretty high up. I can still go on till the end of the night, but this is unfortunately the last game in the day. I wish we had a few more, but I guess we're going to wait for tomorrow. But let's just have a look at what's happening. See, all the teams right now are going to be focusing on looting. Oh, I like this. I like this little aerial view. And we have a little Bronchosaurus on the left over there, and 24/7 is coming in. I think we might have a little bit of a skirmish over here. Venom Legends up against 24/7 Gaming. They've both entered no man's land. Dino Park is the chosen battleground. Who is going to come out alive?
Rafat is here. Gaming and Raza, they have spotted each other. As Rafat goes down, Venom Legends, they will be in a lot of trouble. We were talking about slot zones. Nah, 247 wants the fight and they want it right now. As Raza actually gets 1, 247 Gaming gets the first blood for this game as it all starts. But Shubho is onto that area. Evil Eye as well, Nightwing as well. They have 3 different areas for themselves. Might just pencil down the opponents at one pressure point. But Wasim and Khan, will they look for it? Will they look forward for it? Because they have good area for themselves. Khan might be the one that can be taken down the land. I think Khan is still sensing the players. DRS and 7C, they two are right next to each other, near around that mini castle of Abbey.
It is the Abbey, and of course, if you are feeling a bit religious, they might want to, get a few prayers in before they move out, because 7C, again, they had the first game of the day in match 4, right? And they were the only team from Group B that made it into the last 5 or 6 positions. So, and they had 8 kills as well.
Yes.
So now these guys are definitely firing on all cylinders. But again, I wonder if that confidence is there. you only want to engage with somebody unless it's absolutely necessary, right? Especially in these early situations. But 24/7 is still going to be applying the pressure on Venom Legends, who have, if you notice, kind of backed off. Shuvo is still holding his position, but he gets spotted from elsewhere, takes a lot of damage, and surprisingly is still on his feet.
You can see the player's hand, Khan's hand, just moving forward. You know, whenever he's tapping, you can see the fingers just moving out there. That reflex angle is coming out from his POV as well. But right now, Khan has to move forward. He has spots. No, Khan goes down. But Zona's gaming. Raza, he was taking damage, but Evil Eye goes down in the situation. But Nightwing on the other side is doing much more damage. I mean, when they lose one player, they do not want to lose Evil Eye in this situation. She was moving forward. Wasim, if Wasim goes down, if Raza goes down, that will be a bad thing. It's a 1v1. It's a 1v1, but no, Nightwing does the final blow, and there it is.
24/7 Gaming is the first team to be eliminated in the last game of the day. 16th position, no points for placements, but they do have that one kill point. And let's have a look at that airdrop over there. Quite a contrast because we have an M249 and then we have an 8x scope. So, you know, it's hallelujah for whoever goes and loots that airdrop because you have the weapons, you have the armor, and for the sniper fans out there, you have that big 8x.
Back to season 1, season 2, right? When you could actually use 8x on those guns.
I loved it.
It used to just, just go out there. Like you start your gun from the ground, and when those 100 clips are like you're right in the sky, that's where 8x would take you.
I mean, but that is definitely not something that they want to do over here because accuracy and precision are going to be, the key factors. But now, again, everyone is pretty much inside the circle. FutureStation is going to be making their way in from the northwest. And have a look at ASL. They are still looting up in the cement factory, but again, it's the second circle. Not a lot of damage, especially if you have your bandages, if you have enough energy boosts on hand. Let's see, are we going to have another concentric circle? A little shift towards the southwest, but again, something similar to the Vikendi from Bihar. Vihar is still in contention. Movatra is still in contention. I'm crossing my fingers. Dino Park, please let it end there.
Yeah, it will be. Just like I told you, see, Movatra, Dino Park, and Towa, these areas is where the circle is going to be out there, and that is where the circle is going. So don't worry about it. My crystal ball's clear and fine out there. So it is going to be a good one. But I love one thing that these guys, the analysts were talking about in the previous post-game segment, when they were talking about the fights and how the teams are just stopping themselves at 2 chickens. Obviously, they want the 3rd chicken in there as well. But so, do you think like we can see those 3 chicken in those numbers just popping up today?
I mean, we could. We definitely could. But the thing is, us human beings are a superstitious bunch as it is, right? So, I mean, if that thought has crept in our minds, it's probably going to stay there. So, let's see if somebody actually breaks that ice. But now, I did see DEADEYES guy. They're heading for the drop, and that's not a bad loadout. And Mark 14 is a versatile weapon.
I call it the demon with 2 faces. Because, see, you can use the dab shots or you can use the auto shot. So it's a demon in both the areas. And pop an extended quick draw or an extended or something, it becomes an AR versatility gun, right?
It does. And over here right now, Mr. Boro is going to knock out AJ from his vehicle. He goes down. And Mr. Boro, in turn, gets knocked out as well. Now, DRS, they are going to be scattering to make sure they get some cover for their teammate who is behind that vehicle. So he's not in a position of, a dire threat right now. But have a look at Poison's position. He is trying to ascertain the position. Smokes have already gone out. I do see a revive coming in. And again, it's Vikendi. It's going to be those trade-offs. We're going to see squad vibes pretty much towards the end of the game.
We will see squad vibes just going on. But for now, if you're sticking up with the squad, just make sure you're on the winning side of a fight because that is something that's very important. Assassin is here as well. Look at him. Look at him. Look at Assassin. Just all right, not right now, but still, look at Assassin as.
Well, I mean, you just made us all look at him as he scratched his face.
He was really focusing on the fight, but then he started scratching his face on it. So that's one thing. But Sandesh and Mr. Boro and Poison, these players, they are still pincering down the pressure on DRS. AJ gets a revive. AJ pops up the first hit. Now, the main challenge for AJ is to stick back to his team.
That is, and he could actually do that. We have that little house for cover, and there's not a lot of distance between it. But again, he doesn't want to do that. Now, the enemy already knows his position, right? So he is going to try and give as much information as he can as well, while his teammates kind of rotate around. That is what should happen, because now, PN, they are oblivious to the positions of someone, say, like Mafia and Ninja. So if their attention is going to be towards Mr. Boro, they have an opportunity, kind of move around. Not Mr. Boro, I beg your pardon, on AJ.
AJ, yeah.
They can kind of move around and do something. But again, they have that compound, so why would they move out?
This fight is happening onto the southern side of Toar and onto the northern side of Abbey, as we can see. But oh, did you hear that? Sandesh is using that M24. But let's see if we can crack those heads open with that gun. I mean, we'll have to see. We'll have to wait for that one. But the damage is slowly and steadily being done.
We did see some M24 action yesterday, in fact, in Vikendi, and it was courtesy of Orochi, who had not one, but two amazing headshots with that M24. And you know, the best thing was that I just said it moments ago, and it happened. So, hey, man, I think even I'm good in the prediction department. But anyway, let's come back to Stalwart Esports. Early exit in the last game, and they almost won, the game 3. But what are they going to do this time? Now, see, they are pretty much kitted out. Again, Vikendi, they are going to hold their position. They're not going to move unless they absolutely have to. But in your opinion, what should they do different in this round?
Let's talk about the Circle as well, for which what should they be doing different, because the Circle is getting those central shifts, and for this team, they were doing pretty decent in the previous one. I would say stick to that game, but just don't overdo the fights, because sometimes if you're taking up a fight, all right, no need. Sometimes it's not okay, you're going for the squad, but if you take down just one player, it's okay. Just stick for one player. Just slowly and steadily gather those kills. It's not like you just have to rush everything in.
I mean, when you can get more, you always want to try that, right? That's this whole thing.
That's
There's
human
no
nature.
reward without any risk.
That's kind of
right?
human nature.
That is human nature. We all say that no risk, no reward. So, I mean, if you want those kills, you kind of have to, go a bit risky. But again, that's where the team comes in. Because, yes, you have your individual performances and, you have your moments where you shine. But at the end of the day, this is a team game, and you are only as strong as your weakest link. So, if someone is going to be applying pressure in, say, one direction, you've got to make sure that the others are doing their best to make sure your back is secure.
That's totally true, but look at this. This one, I can't even say it's a hill. This one big rock is separating these two teams. Onto one side you see DRS, onto the other side you see PN, but another airdrop has a demon with two faces. Let's see which one takes this one. Last time we saw an 8 times, 4 times, but this time, no scope.
No scope, and I'm kind of disappointed because we've seen 2 AWMs till now.
Yeah.
But not a single shot has been fired from that BFG.
Not a single loot was taken off that drop, right? No one looted that drop.
I mean, I think we need to kind of tap in on their comms and let them know, hey guys, go for this airdrop because you are going to love what you find in there.
Hey
Again,
guys.
it's that risk, right? I mean, you don't want to risk going out in the open, exposing yourself.
All
but
right.
then,
Imagine if there was a situation when an airdrop arrives, people get to know, hey, there's an airdrop on the northern side of Mawatra where you will find a gun, a good gun, like XYZ gun, and people are like, all right, I might need that. And then there are fights, because you know the location as well, then there might be fights for the airdrops.
Do you know, the most common way that I've ever died in a game of PUBG Mobile is I get a bit greedy. I run out for those AWMs because I always expect the airdrop to have an AWM. And 9 out of 10 times,
someone else is out there.
I regret that. So, I mean, of course, that is what separates these professionals from us casual players. And, practice makes perfect, so they are definitely not going to risk anything.
Well, someone said a few seconds later, no risk, no reward, right? You go for the risk, but the reward is also not out there. We will talk about those. But, well, as of now, the slottiness will be over in a few minutes, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as we will be hitting the 4th zone slowly and steadily as we are watching it. And Dino Park, my friend, is looking like a pretty good area.
I mean, I think we might see some action over there later on. And up until now, in case you missed any of the action, only 24/7 Gaming has been eliminated. An early exit, although they were trying something different, they tried to go a bit aggressive this time around and kind of paid the price. So, you always have these trade-offs, and wait a second, what's that?
The guy has an 8x.
All right. And Sonim has an M24 as well, as he just popped open Assassin's head.
Well, M24 being the MVP gun out here. As you could see them, the names just popping out on those areas. We'll have to see how it just goes down in the situations and in the strategies. But for now, on top, has to spot some players. I mean, he knows where the players are, but the zone, will it be the friend or a foe? As it goes a bit down, southern side of Dino Park is where it is. Look at the teams onto the northern side. There are a lot of names that have to actually move forward. But Sandesh.
Let me just tell you one thing about On Top. I mean, he is on top of his game right now. He is firing on all cylinders. And did you notice he had all the maps pasted on his wall behind him? So this guy definitely knows every single ridge, every single valley. So that is going to be a man you don't want to go up against, especially out in the open. But let's have a look at the circle right now. We are going to be kind of going a bit south of Dino Park. But let's see where it goes. Oh my goodness, that was a big explosion. Wadu goes down. That vehicle did take a lot of damage from that grenade. And, well, this is going to be the end of Wadu's game. DEADEYES Guy again finding themselves at the receiving end.
Yeah, but I love the circle. You know, the way the circle is going up as CZ's players, R3D, DE, JyanMaara, Venom Esports, PN, the crew, DRS. These teams are outside the zone. They still have to make it to the circle, and that's going to be a tricky, a challenging situation for them. But DRS AJ sits inside the vehicle, is going for it. His Uber arrived, and that's the next stop is to the play zone.
The next stop is the play zone, and by the look of things, they are going to make another stop. Are they going to pick up Mafia Ninja, or are they going to call this compound their home? Looks like it's going to be the latter. Well, again, it is a good decision because you got to be patient, right? You can't make mistakes at this stage, especially since you have cover. And over here, Assassin now. Ooh, he got knocked out earlier, and Sonim is going to make sure he finishes what he started with that M24 headshot. And with that, they are going to be one member down. Now, ElementriX, they've been a bit unlucky. Right? And Vikendi is one of their stronger maps. They are a four-man squad right now. They had those early exits in a few games earlier, which I think, you know, had a little detrimental effect on their psyche. But what do you expect from them? Because you did mention earlier they're one of the biggest names in this tournament.
Yeah, plus, just like you said, you know, ElementriX, Vikendi is kind of their favoring map, and I've seen them having back-to-back chicken dinners in this map only. So it kind of comes down to one thing. They need to, you know, pop out those old things from the old plays from those from that playbook that they have, you know, just to see what they do. They favor rotation till the third circle, all right. After that, they favor a bit kills, all right. After the circle hits like the fifth zone or something, then they favor rotations again. They'll have to see and look through all those things because those are important. Not every zone is what you play with the same thing. We have a luxury weapon AUG coming out on the airdrop number 4, but once again, it's just a bit out of reach. If PN crew now comes up to take a loot, they'll have to be very careful so that there's no other eye on them.
Absolutely. I mean, cover is essential, and especially with people like Steel Shot who are lurking in the distance. And, well, a little disappointing news on hand. The circle has shifted. Dino Park, of course, again, is not going to be in contention because I don't have any luck. My luck has definitely run out. But it is still an exciting circle because it's a lot of open ground over there. We do have a few compounds, but they're isolated. We don't have like a massive compound with all the walls and all that. So it's going to be exciting to see how the teams are going to be going about this. Would they prefer to stay up top on a hill, probably with some bushes, with some rocks at cover, or do you want to hide behind a little wall, but it's going to be a bit too cramped?
What would you do?
What would I do? I would be on top of a hill. I would have the AWM.
Oh, yeah,
I would have an 8
obviously.
times, and I would be wrecking havoc on
But
everyone
in this
around.
game, so far we don't have any AWM.
I know,
I'm telling
it's a pipe dream, it's a pipe dream. I am living in a fantasy world, but Steel Shot is not as he takes down Kashuf in quick succession. In fact, it's Machine who came in and took him out, but Machine is going to make sure he gets Morte as well. Again, this is teamwork. It doesn't matter who gets the knock, who gets the kill, as long as you eliminate all your opposition. Elsewhere, 7C is picking a fight with Venom Legends, and it looks like Shuvo has been eliminated. Correction, Venom Legends have been eliminated in the 15th position with 4 kills to their name.
4 kills. They were looking kill hungry, but then they were stopped out. Their Steel Shot has to move forward. Malik is just out there, but Kashuf, will he be taken down? Will the kill be stolen? As there are many teams with their names out there, but no. Stalwart, they are in a bit of a trouble right now. Look at Tamim giving all the calls to his teammates where we can go, where we cannot go. Steel Shot as well has to spot and see all the players for his own self, but Marvin Ninja goes down as HeavenX takes up a bit of a fight for himself. But right now, again, FS still looking for it. Will they move or will they not?
I mean, FS have been incredible the last few games, and they've really surprised me, to be honest with you. Again, another knock coming in. Now, this fight is taking place towards the eastern aspect of the zone right now. Of course, there's a lot of fights taking place elsewhere. Tamim gets a little bit of a Molotov burn on Blade, and that is going to be a big blow for Stalwart Esports. Wait a second, correction. Big blow is done. The team's been eliminated. Whatever I'm saying is actually happening right now.
Yeah, it's like your crystal ball is getting up true things because now you're talking future.
I like that. And well, I am all about the FutureStation right now. I'm thinking about the future. But let's have a look and see what A1 Esports is going to do as Gyalzen is going to be knocking out Heaven. Nima is under heavy fire as well. AJ does go down courtesy of Bablu Tyrant, the MVP from the last game. Sinister comes in as well. Wait a second. JyanMaara are going to be exiting the game without a kill and 13th position. That means no placement points.
Yeah, and that just actually takes him down to 16 in this one, as you can see in the survival status. But well, Abrupt Slayers, the major thing for them is to get inside the circle as they have that blue lining right next to them. But well, let's see what happens right now. PAINxELMT, they are taking up a fight from one house to the other, but right now in less than 60 seconds they have to get inside the next circle. That is 178, 180 meters away from them. Will they be able to do it? Probably yes, but how? That's a bit of a question. As we can see, on top, Sir takes an already shot, but no. PAINxELMT Dark.
You almost got him.
Almost got it, yeah.
I love the fact that the zone is keeping everyone on their toes. You know, you don't have a second of respite because you're like, all right, I'm going to pick a fight over here. I'm going to hold on to this compound. Whoa, that is a good Molotov. On top is going to burn Anubis. Shaw is taking a lot of damage as well, and Anubis has been put out of his misery. Shaw goes out as well. On top with 2 quick kills. On top and, well, Rated, the last member standing from DEADEYES as well. They are still taking fights.
Do you know why his name is on top?
Because he's on top of the house and he's on top of his game.
Actually, kind of that's true. But I would tell you, so in Miramar, this guy always used to, stand on top of the hills and actually take those kills. That's why his name was put up on
top. And as soon as he came down, he gets knocked out. On top, you need to be on top of that roof over there. But let's see if they can make the best of the situation. Now, it's going to be all on Rated's shoulders. They are going to be reduced to a one-man squad. And have a look at R3D's Joker moving in. Wait a second. PN Crew just moments ago were a 4-man squad, and now there's not even a hint of them. They have been wiped out. I don't even know what happened over there.
Well, PN Crew getting eliminated as of now. We are down to 10 teams, 9 as we speak, as FS Machine is actually becoming up a machine in the domination you can see in the situation. But PAINxELMT is on a bad start as of now, as they were the 10 team to get eliminated. On the 10th position, they got eliminated, but right now ASL is looking pretty good. But Team Bablu, can they just continue their chicken dinner domination from the previous game in this one, as one of them needs a revive on Team Bablu's side?
Well, that revive is definitely going to come through, but have a look at how ASL are kind of moving around. That is good. Again, it is a risky move because you can't get knocked out. I did hear that Molotov as well, but it was just a little bit too short, and well, it's not going to burn anyone right now. Now, ASL, they were under fire early on. If you remember, Heaven did get knocked out. In fact, almost bled out, but they're a 4-man squad once again. 3 kills. They know they can get the job done. Now, FutureStation are going to come under heavy fire as Capshi gets taken down, and 7C, in fact, have a good position. They have that height advantage. That is something they're going to move. But again, the zone is forcing everyone to be on the move, which, by the way, I just love.
Oh, Shari goes down. Dani has to go for a reload. He has spotted Joker as well. Will he go for the shots right now? No, not right now, but no. 1 HP is what he is. Will he be taken down? As we'll have to see what Dani does in this situation. But look at Joker popping up a first onto the other side. He had no HP. The guy had no HP, but now he has 75% of it. But ASL, A1 Esports, Team Bablu, all the teams out there. Dani doing the best he can just to revive Team Wolf as he gets him onto the other corner. But Joker, can he get a revive on Shari? That's going to be an impressive, interesting thing that we'll have to see if it does get it.
Well, we'll have to wait and find out. And surprisingly, Team Bablu still has all 4 members alive, as does 7C Esports. So that is definitely going to be a factor that is going to be important moving through. And whoa, that was an amazing angle. Joker's ratatatata knocks that man down. And I don't even know where that bullet came from. Again, that's the beauty of this game. You've got to make all your angles.
Check your corners, my friend. Otherwise, there's a bullet out there for you. But we'll have to see what Tyrant does in this one, as he also has an AK, or should I say ratatatata, in his hands. We'll have to see how this goes. ASL prioritizing the zone right now. The circle is right behind them, but how long will it take? But no, Memo goes down as G36C actually does the damage. A1 Esports is looking pretty good with 7 in their own hands.
Of course, the G36C is a very stable gun as far as recoil control goes. You can strap on a 6.6 and just wreak havoc all around. Heaven, in fact, is going to do just that as he takes down Dante. Now, Team Bablu's Tyrant is going to be picking a fight with 7C, and of course, it's going to be that man. It's going to be Fair who's going to be getting the job done, and let's see if he can actually scare his opponents right now.
Yesterday's last game was A1 Esports as well. Today's last game be theirs as well. Will they be able to repeat that history? But no, Sinister has been finished off. 7C's Mr. Smokey version 2 is doing amazing. Obviously, the guy evolved and got updated in one of the best ways.
You stole my line. I love the fact that he is the better version of himself, but now Jari gets taken down. No, he takes down Dante. I beg your pardon, and A1 Esports, you just had to say their name. I think they are going to be in a world of trouble, and they might just get eliminated. Wait a second, are they out? They're out. They're out. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is a public service announcement for you. The Costas curse is real. It is real. So, you know, I mean, I'm going to be best friends with Ocean. But anyway, they are out in the 9th position. Following them is FutureStation. good number of kills, but again, an early exit for the leaders.
You broke my heart. I thought we already are best friends, but no. That was R3D gets eliminated. 6 teams surviving, 15 players alive as Bablu Taran goes down in this situation. 7C is looking amazing with that forecast in their hands. They have the players, they have the numbers, but do they have the game? As a Molly goes down. Molly's just out there.
The
Team
floor is
Bablu.
lava.
It literally is lava in this situation. But no, Bablu is moving forward. Beer goes down. What's going to happen? Team Bablu, they're moving backwards. Teen Wolf is charging up as well. Mr. Smoke is on the top of this little plateau season, if you will talk about it. Teen Wolf goes down. Daddy goes down as well. Team Bablu with 1 survivor right now.
This is practically a free-for-all. Everyone is going to be picking fights with everyone else. And have a look at Smokey. He is the guy in charge. He is on the tippity top, and he can dictate whatever happens around him. Are Bablu, Teen Wolf, and Danny going to make it into cover? I think they do. Teen Wolf does get spotted out, and he gets taken out. 7C now survived by 2 members. Are the revivers going to come in? That is the question. Hungry Box goes in. He is hungry for those kills, and with that, we have another elimination. Team Bablu find themselves eliminated from the last game.
We have 5 teams, 12 players surviving, and 7C again with those good chance numbers as in less than 10 seconds. All right. Less than 3 seconds, less than 0 seconds. Come what may. 8th zone is starting and still 5 teams out here. 9 kills for 7C.
I love the fact that we've had long games today. All the teams have been pushed to their limits.
Yes.
They had to get creative. We've had some heal-offs. Are we going to see yet another heal-off in this map? Well, only time will tell as Joker has his sights trained on the enemy. Again, it's that spotting prowess. If you can spot the enemy out, oh my goodness, you are going to be a force to reckon with. He definitely has an idea that someone's over there, and that someone is DE's rated, but Hungry Box is still going at it as he gets a knock off Mr. Hyozu. He is going in for the kill. I think he's been spotted out with the members through that slit in the wall, and with that, he's finally taken down, and that's the end of his rampage.
That is the end of his rampage, truly said in that one. But well, the circle's coming up. No! On to the other side. DRS guys gets eliminated in the situation. Down to 3 teams is what we are as 7C bites the dust. ElementriX, Abrupt Slayers, and CZxHIGHVOLTAGE. Aussie is the last man surviving. But we'll have to see how the things actually go up in these situations, because this is down to this final one. 2 teams, as you can see, ElementriX versus Abrupt Slayers. A 3 versus 3 standoff.
Oh, wait a second. Voltage, the way they were eliminated was kind of funny, but wait a second. We are down to the final 3. Chari gets their first knock on Mr. Hyozu. Are they going to move in? Because they are clumped behind that little thing. We have Chari going in from the left, and look at the way Joker is zigzagging his way in. In goes Heaven. Shots are being fired, and that is the end of it. That's all she sang, and with that, we have a new winner. Abrupt Slayers walking away with a chicken dinner in the final game on day 2.
Abruptly, they just did amazing. Shari's out there. Look at the man in the middle, just laughing up, smiling out there. And they'll be celebrating it for sure.
I like the fact that they're standing. We got to have our backs together. I mean, they really mean business. So do we. Anyway, what a way to end this day. Amazing action. And, well, I want to know what the analyst desk has to say, because this game could have gone either way for one of these teams.
Exactly. This game could have gone either way. But right now, it was a 3 versus 3 situation. CZxHIGHVOLTAGE. Aussie was on the other side as well. But that was incredible and amazing fights all together.
And, well, with that, it is going to be an end to the action on day 2. I hope you all had a good time. But stay tuned, because we still have some more in line for you. So don't go anywhere as we come back after this break.
Mountain Dew?
Squads. There's loot on the horizon for however you find victory. For the combat chauffeurs. For those who strike from above or from below. For the experts in pan-to-pan combat. Whether you're taking a leap of faith or just aren't afraid of a close call. Fuel your path to winner chicken dinner with ice-cold Mountain Dew and with exclusive loot from Mountain Dew fuel stations. Spawning on a map near you.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 2. My name is Super Johnny, and after the break, we're going to break down what exactly happened in the last game of today on the frozen tundras of Vikendi. Well, an amazing performance is what we got to see from the team Abrupt Slayers coming in with the Group B. They did only play the last 2 games of the day. It took them one to figure out how to get warmed up, and in the end, in the last game of the match of the day, in fact, they stood up and they performed really well. And helping me to break down the action, it is going to be the analyst joining me. Please welcome once again Shadow and Fixes. What do you guys have to say? Shadow, I'm going to start with you first.
Yes, definitely. Abrupt Slayers, the way they committed to that fight. In fact, I'll say, Team Bablu, they kind of over-committed to that fight. Team Abrupt Slayers, that is the controlled aggression, the way they kind of held their grounds patiently and let the Team Bablu fight over there. And they did got eliminated. I think that was the reason Abrupt Slayers got that chicken dinner.
Yeah, but we do have the MVP in front of us, ladies and gentlemen, and it is going to be Hungry Box, the man who was hungry for the kills of Team Bablu. 5 kills for this lad, 642 damage, 28 minute, 27 second survival time, and 7 Cs. Shadow, as you were saying, Abrupt Slayers, they let 7 Cs and Team Bablu fight it out, and that was an interesting fight as well. I think if Danny and Pikachu did not overcome it to the situation and had just Pikachu stayed back a little bit along with his teammate to actually just go in and try and watch from a distance, pick off if anyone aggressed on Danny, things could have been a little bit different. And Hungry Box, he saw the opportunity. He knew there was a revive coming in. He knew Pikachu was behind that rock, and he made sure that his opportunity mattered. He took the opportunity in his hand, grabbed those kills, and his team, they performed phenomenally in this one. We were questioning the performance of 7Cs a little while earlier during the pre-game segment of this matchup. Well, I guess our expectations have been finally met, and we do have the top players from this match, from the Vikendi game, on our screens, ladies and gentlemen. Hungry Box is going to be joined by Chari from ASL, and Heaven is going to be there, joining his teammate on the 4th position, but the 3rd is going to be taken by Mr. Smokey, version 2 as we like to call him, and last but not the least, the 5th spot is going to be for 6ix9ine from A1 Esports.
Well, you know, Johnny, one thing for sure. The 2 matches that we had in Vikendi were kind of similar.
Yeah.
You know, this time around, there was a point when Team ElementriX were in a very good position, but Abrupt Slayers, let's talk about them. The moment they went on to a fight in that compound against Team Bablu, that is where, there was A1 Esports also coming in over there, and they somehow survived. Chari, if you remember, he was knocked out, and the next moment we see him, he's back on his feet, and he's racked up a lot of kills.
You know, one thing I really liked about this Vikendi, as you were comparing the 2 of them, at least this time we got to see one early fight that was between 247 and Venom Legends, in which Venom Legends, being the aggressors, did actually manage to take out the entire squad of 247. That happened at somewhere around the 9-10 minute mark, and then till the 21 minute mark, there was nothing in the matchup. But after that, that is what makes Vikendi interesting. Early game, there is hardly any action, but that sort of translates really well into the late game stages of this match, where you have to basically, if you are in this map and you are a competitive team, you're going to have to fight in every single direction. But with that, I think it's time to have a look at the standings for this game and see where did everyone finish off, how many kill points were picked off by the teams, how many placement points were picked up by the other teams. I want to see where did Venom Legends get after their 2nd finish, because they were the team that were eliminated 2nd if I'm going after 247. Abrupt Slayers, chicken dinner, 10 kills, a decent game coming in.
Yes, definitely. It is more than decent, if I can say that. 15 placement points and 10 kill points. I think that is amazing. 7C Esports, I'm happy to see they are stepping up in the Miramar. They tried, got I think 8 kills in their hands, but then they got eliminated. In this match, they are again having a 9 kills in their hands. So 7C is stepping up. I'm happy to see ElementriX also stepping up.
Yeah, kind of further extending the conversation. High Voltage, well, they were kind of bottom last, and now a 4th position is definitely gonna kind of boost their morals up. But then as we move along to the bottom of our table in this particular map, VTNxJyanMaara, their misery is still continuing. And DRS Gaming, they all go up to a banger and then just kind of fizzle out. So PN Crew, well, yesterday, if you remember, the Vikendi game, they were completely explosive. But this time around, things again were so shaky. And talk about PN Crew, Absec, that player, I am missing him.
Yeah, even I am missing that one lad. But apart from that, I have one more question for you guys, but we're going to do that in a short while, because right now, the question that I'm asking myself is, what do I have to do if I'm in a situation along with these players? What am I going to do? Well, I guess I have my answer. Fixes gave me the answer in the third game. He said, well, you got to do the due. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to have a look at do the due moments of the last game of today. And here they are.
Yes, this is where Rafat overexposed himself. I think it's Venom Legends and 247 Gaming. They both knew they are landing at Dino Park. They should have like gone in together. Rafat going alone. That was a mistake Venom Legends made. They knew there are 4 players waiting for you. But somehow Venom Legends survived. That was a luck factor. But otherwise, Venom Legends did make a mistake over there.
Talk about luck. Talk about, the stars. How did Abrupt Slayers, survive that onslaught from A1 Esports? And this time around, I saw a change in the pace of Team Bablu. Well, they were inside that compound. They were just not forcing out the fight. In fact, it was the players from Abrupt Slayers that were just charging in. And we did get to see that knock coming out from Joker right about now. But, Smokey V2 from 7C, he did so much. Team Bablu, they were actually hunting down the players of 7C, but the next moment, they were the ones who were hunted away. But yeah, 7C, they kind of made a little bit of mistake out there, a few hiccups, taking those wrong leap of faith that they did, and they just could not really end up on the other side. The players of ElementriX, this time around, sticking to the same old strat, maintaining themselves inside those little shacks, and somehow they've managed to be consistent, got a few kills for themselves, but Abrupt Slayers, in the end, they had completely had the circle. They just knew that they had to seal the deal, and that is exactly what they did.
Yes, exactly. That is what they did. And if we talk about Team Bablu, I think they anticipated that the Molotov they threw gave damage to the players of Team 7Cs. That's why they blindly rushed. If they knew there has been no damage, they might have controlled their aggression.
Yeah, of course. At that point, Smokey V2's position was absolutely so beautiful because he had vision of everything. Abrupt Slayers, what they could have done from the low ground, could have spotted him, taken him down, but they let the fight happen, they let it simmer, and when they knew that they could have had it in their bags, they went for it, got the chicken dinner.
Well, along with the chicken dinner, you need to make sure how you're getting it as well. And we were discussing fights when we were looking at do the due moments, but in team fights, you got to dish out the damage and you got to make sure that you are converting that damage to kills as well. With that, let's have a look at the damage histograph of this game and see, did the teams actually do that? Or did they fail to perform in those situations? And, well... oh man. Okay, we're going to talk about the leaders of the damage histograph a little bit later, but I want to ask you guys, 1,012 damage, 1 kill?
Yes, Team Bablu definitely had a bad day. They were dishing out a lot of damage but failed to get those crucial kills over there. Just 1 kill.
One thing I must say, they were inside that compound. A lot of teams were coming around them. They were getting those knocks, but that's where the conviction was lacking. Well, for on their defense, they can say that, yeah, I had the safe compound, why should I leave it? That was fine. But, down when the match went on down the line, they kind of overcommitted over there. They still had a lot of damage, but, the players getting those revives one after the other, they could not do much. 7C definitely kind of changing things around. That counter-attack was bang on.
So this sort of represents what a bad fight looks like. And I mean, you can hold off a bad fight, you can hold off you being eliminated just based off of your individual skills and the team being really, really synergized. But you can only hold off for so long, and that is exactly what happened there. I mean, we saw in the clips as well how Seven Seas took advantage of the fact that Team Bablu, they were stuck in a bad situation. They were forced to move out of cover, and based off that, Seven Seas just taking the opportunity and wiping them out. And moving on to the leaders actually of that damage histograph, Abrupt Slayers, Seven Seas being there, A1 Esports also being there. All these three teams making sure if they were in those fights, they were getting those kills as well. Now it's time to have a look at the leaderboard, ladies and gentlemen, and see the number of points that have been earned by the teams so far in our journey. Well, so far in day 2.
FutureStation sitting at the top. The way this team has been approaching the fights is quite impressive. They are not being over-aggressive. They are not over-committing. They are maintaining the position points. And look at the kill points. They have got only 44 kill points, but 66 placement points. And if we talk about Assiduous Esports, the team that has been super aggressive, they have got 91 total points over there, but they have played 8 matches. They have got 2 more matches in their hands, so they can easily come at the top.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I would like to point out, Fixtures, your attention towards the squad of ElementriX. We were critical of them before this game, right?
Yeah.
But they are being consistent. They are the same ElementriX that we are used to seeing. Not too flashy, not too shabby, always consistent. And 46 kills, 44 placement points, sitting on the 3rd position.
Yeah, of course. You know, when you talk about Team ElementriX, you are like, it's Team ElementriX. You know, that they get into the game. I expect so much more from that team. And yes, of course, we have been critical about them, but nevertheless, they've managed to maintain that top 3 position. But as we go down the line, well, PAINxELMT, I don't know what's wrong with this squad, but CZxHIGHVOLTAGE, well, they definitely were hearing things around, and they did try to change things out. And a Vikendi game, Aussie being the last member surviving, he did what he could do, and there we see that green flash marker going all the way up top.
Yes, definitely. And PMPL, if we talk about this team, the thing they are struggling with is a good synergy and coordination, because all their 4 players are way too spread out all the time. Either it's like they are too confident, or they are being too feared or under pressure, or something is happening. They are trying to cover more than one angle, but being spread out is not going to help you.
Yeah, but there are 2 teams who have been really, really phenomenal in their performances so far in this tournament. In the 2 days that we have had, Assiduous Esports and FutureStation, we have a head-to-head comparison on our screens, and I think my analysts would like to break this one down.
Yeah, of course, I would take the sweet pleasure of doing that. But you know, Assiduous Esports, they've been the aggressive lot. They have also gotten enough position points for themselves, and with the lesser number of games played.
Yes, lesser number of gameplays, but the way this team was having difficulty today was they were taking unnecessary fights.
Yeah.
On the other hand, FutureStation, they were being very careful. The new INES is not playing that match, so they went all the way towards the Cosmodrome. That is the smart strategy that is required by Assiduous also.
Well, on the stats as well, kills 44, 47, not that much of a difference. Damage given to damage taken, that ratio also checks out. But KPM, kills per match, 4.40 compared to the 5.88 that the squad of Assiduous Esports has, and still FutureStation lead the charge in the leaderboard. That just showcases this team has been really consistent, and they have sort of not forgotten about the placement points, even though they have been changed from the old standards. FutureStation still know every single point that you get. Doesn't matter if you're finishing in the top 6, in the top 8, if you are getting that 1 placement point for yourself or 2, it is going to matter. The difference between these 2 squads, it's not that big, mind you. And you need to make sure that even with the kills, you are not getting those 0 placement points. You are getting at least 1, at least 2. And in the end, I'm pretty sure by the time we reach the last game of the league stages, there are just going to be those 1.2 point differences.
Yeah, of course. You know, one thing FutureStation is doing really right is, you know, we did see the change in the point distribution table this time around, but they did not really change their gameplay. You know, what they're focusing on is to get a good vantage point, get a good position, and they know in the later half of the match, you are going to see all those enemies coming at you, and that is where you strike. So they are kind of taking advantage of the weakness of your opponent, and that is exactly, you know, does not really matter how you get the points. If you get the points, if you're on the top, that's how things should be.
Exactly, that's how things should be. That's how things need to be taken care of. And it looks like FutureStation and Assiduous Esports, they've both figured out how to look after themselves as far as the leaderboard is concerned. ElementriX is climbing up, so need to worry about that one squad. But I guess we should look at the group-wise standings as well and see how things are over there, how things are as far as the groups are concerned. Assiduous Esports, this is going to be a tough group to get out of. I mean, INES, they're really far behind right now. I have a good news for R3D, for PAINxELMT and INES right now as well. So total, in a grand total of the league stages, there's going to be 60 matches being played, right? We're done with only 10, so 50 matches still remain. INES, they will have the opportunity to get those points, and they're still managing to at least keep up with SCYTES, T2K, SG, and Assiduous Esports, who are, well, the toppers of the leaderboard so far as the overall standings are concerned.
Yes, definitely. They are the toppers, but INES, like you said, they have the time. It's only 10 matches. They have the time. And INES has showed signs of improvement, of that they can do it the way they were performing in Miramar yesterday, especially that M24 shots coming in from their players, those grenades coming in. I think INES has got the potential. They can come up at the top or at the second position, but they have got a tough competition, T2K and Assiduous Esports.
Of course, 10 matches played, 5 already to the teams from Group A. That's a number definitely over there. But as we move further, Group B standings, Abrupt Slayers, the chicken dinner that they were searching for, they've gotten that. But, the competition is still on. Anything can happen, Johnny, hold on to your horses. It's just the league starting off. And R3D Esports, this is one of the teams that really need to step up.
I like the point average for Abrupt Slayers. I mean, 11 points per game. That's good. If they keep that going by the time they reach the 10-game mark, right, our teams from Group C, they're going to be in a good standing, just like FutureStation.
Yes, definitely. FutureStation is sitting at the top. I am loving the way they are approaching the game, not being super aggressive, taking the fights that are required. Even if they were pinned down, we remember they were pinned down beside the shack in one of the matches in day one. They held onto their compound, let the other teams fight, and then they moved towards the zone. I am liking their approach. I think 247 Gaming also needs to do similar to that because they are struggling, especially if we talk about struggling. PAINxELMT, this is the team that is going to struggle a lot if they don't improve. If we talk about Team Bablu, they were also way too spread out, but we saw in the last 2 matches, very united, they were sticking together, and that showed the improvement. I think PAINxELMT can do the same thing.
Yeah, of course, they certainly can do that. But A1 Esports, they've been doing good. They've been on top in their Group D standings. But, I expect much more of them because the Vikendi fight that they took, they could have, have positioned it in a better way. But, as we move along further, Group E, well, this was the most talked about group. We discussed a lot of things because they come with a lot of promises, but somewhere down the line they've kind of lost the road. But yeah, they are trying to find their way back in. DEADEYES guys, having those promising players on top, really putting out a very, very good performance, but every time he steps down, he just gets knocked out. We did see that in Vikendi as well. Team Bablu, well, today was a very good day, I must say, for them. They did get that chicken dinner. They were also consistent throughout, so that's certainly going to help them. But CZxHIGHVOLTAGE, it's high time that they step up.
I think it was that one chicken dinner that's going to keep Team Bablu in the action as we speak. Because, I mean, looking at the standings for the groups, A and C seem to be the hardest groups to be a part of. If you're competing in those groups, you definitely need to show up big time, otherwise you're going to be in trouble. Talking about Group D, it seems like A1 Esports is really performing well over there. Otherwise, Stalwart and SCYTES, they're sort of doing okay for themselves. But right now we have stats of the players of Assiduous Esports, ladies and gentlemen, on our screens.
Yes, definitely. And if we talk about the duo that we saw, Kurkure and Muffin, this duo, I think they can perform phenomenally well. And we saw that in the Miramar also, the way when their 2 teammates got eliminated, they were the 2 remaining players, and they almost got to that chicken dinner, the way they were approaching the fight. I think Assiduous is one of the most aggressive team in their group.
Yeah, of course they are. And, talk about Assiduous Esports, we do know they've just played 2 games less than our toppers of FutureStation. But today, I must say, this was not their day, to be honest, because they did most of the job on the first day, but they have to keep it doing every single day. We're not asking much. We're not asking chicken dinners every single game. What we want is, like you mentioned, that consistent run.
Exactly. Consistent runs are going to be pretty important. And so also talking about Assiduous Esports, apart from the players that you mentioned. I think Honil is one of the heroes of the squad as well. 3,500 damage, getting those kills as well. And Z1 Crazy. So this entire team, when it comes to individual play or team performance, they have been doing really well. But I think the thing that sort of gets them down and is going to be the key factor, the differentiating factor between them and FutureStation, it's going to be the level of aggression that we see. Assiduous Esports in those crucial fights sometimes get a little too overexcited and over-aggressive, because of which they get taken out early on, even though they end up wiping out a few players of the opposing team. On the other hand, FutureStation, they know exactly when to back off, they know exactly when to go in for the action, and I guess that's why they are sitting on the first position right now. But talking about being on the first position and taking out your opponents, let's have a look at the kill leaders, ladies and gentlemen. And here they are, ElementriX, blah, blah, blah. I've always said this, since this player came in, he is my favorite player. I love that name, blah, blah, blah.
Yes, definitely. And Experiment is having trouble. He kind of get confused when Ocean says that
blah,
blah, blah. Yes, definitely. And if we talk about Jane, the way he has been performing, the first day he showed the signs that M249 and Grenade, I can't forget that way he approached to that fight. In fact, he has been consistent. The whole team, T2K, they were struggling a little bit. They had their ups and downs, but I think they are still at a decent spot. And if we talk about Venom, Team 1, I think their players have been giving out a lot of damage over there, and ElementriX and everything. And FutureStation, they are taking, look at the damage of the players of Team FutureStation. They are not dishing out a lot of damage over there compared to the players of other teams, but they are being consistent in the placement points, and they are making sure that they always end up in top 5.
And hey, I mean, we did see FutureStation Steel Shot in there as well. The man who's really creative with using his weapons inside the water fixes, if you remember, a throwback to a certain moment in PMPL South Asia.
Well, you know, talk of the memory lane, and well, that was one of the best moments that I've ever seen over there. But you know, moving along, Chari Yoshiro, one of the players from INES. Yesterday we saw them popping heads left, right, and center. But today, well, I really felt that they could have done a bit better. But you talk about Assiduous Esports, Puppet is over there.
Yeah.
He's, Z1 Crazy is also out there. But you know, the players. Let's talk about Team ElementriX. Blah blah blah. Regardless of the fact that he's done a lot of damage, he's been playing under the shadows. You know, we do not get to see much out of him, but he's like that silent assassin. You do not see him coming.
I mean, exactly, and it was him that we saw during the PMCU as well, outshining for his team. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, comes an end to day number 2 of PMPL PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 2. I'm going to see you tomorrow again with my entire gang. Make sure you tune in at 5:30. Until then, stay home, stay safe. I'll see you tomorrow.